In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head. That is amazing, incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook. Slice round, wasting nothing.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Hey, what cheese is in the macaroni now?
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
How much whiskey's in there? A little bit.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Just getting better and better and better.
Teaching you everything from how to cook with chili and spice to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
The frying pan is one of your best friends. It's so versatile in the kitchen. Learning to use it with ease is a must, and I'm going to show you how. First up, my delicious pan-fried pork chops with sweet and sour peppers.
Whether it's in the restaurant or even at home, one of my golden rules for producing fantastic food is learning to cook with confidence. This recipe is so straightforward, but tastes absolutely amazing. Pan on. Get that nice and hot. You think of the sort of density of a pork chop, how it needs a little bit of help. Sweet and sour peppers go brilliantly well.
First, slice the peppers.
That's the flat side of the pepper, so stand it up. Trying to slice a pepper on the side is a nightmare. There's the centre. Start off. It's almost like sort of peeling an orange. Go all the way around and down. And look, that's what you want. Now, place the pepper down. 3-finger rule. 1 finger in front, 2 behind. Pinky holding it down, thumb holding it nice and flat. The flatter the vegetables, the more confident you are when you slice. So, don't worry about the speed. Just let the knife do the work and take your time. Speed comes. The most important thing is to get your technique right. Red onion. Now, sweet and sour peppers. Olive oil in.
I'm going to saute them, which is just the chef's term for shallow frying on a high heat for maximum taste.
Some salt and pepper.
Add a tablespoon of sugar.
Sugar helps to break down the peppers quicker, but caramelises the onions. Frying them in a frying pan, perfect. It's one of the sort of basic essential tools of any kitchen because it's so multi-purpose. Great for sautéing, tossing, great for cooking fish and meat. Push away and pull back. Push away and pull back. That hissing is something you need to hear constantly because the minute that's gone, your peppers and your onions start to boil and you really want them to saute. You now start to see it glistening in a way that it's starting to caramelise. Sugar's working beautifully. That's ready for the red wine vinegar. In. Smells incredible. It helps to stain the peppers as well. Look at the glaze now. You can see the sugar. It's worked its magic. Turn down the gas and add a couple of tablespoons of fresh extra virgin olive oil. Let them stew for 2 to 3 minutes. Now, I want to make the peppers nice and light and sort of sweet, aromatic. Just roll the basil, almost like a big cigar. Slice. Basil in, and then literally cook it out for 30 seconds. I want them off. Beautiful. OK, pan back on. And now for the pork chops. I want to make sure they don't curl up in the pan. If they start curling up in the pan, they're going to cook unevenly.
A few simple cuts through the rind means the chop stays flat and cooks evenly.
Point the knife down, flip through. Just season them beautifully. Nice large shards of pepper. Punch that through lightly. Guaranteed that seasoning is going to stay there. Hot pan, a touch of garlic and a touch of thyme. And the garlic, take a couple of cloves. Don't peel it, don't chop it, just knife on. Crush it. Olive oil in, just starting to smoke. Top of the chop, in, and lay away from you. Nice. Keep that heat in the pan. Put the garlic in there early. A nice fragrant bunch of thyme. See how the pork has stayed nice and flat. Turn that over. Look at that, beautiful. I want a little bit of thyme underneath there. Start squeezing that garlic out. I want the flavour coming out. Butter in. Thin slices of butter. Tilt the pan and baste. So I'm sort of speeding up the cooking process. At the same time, I'm keeping the pork chop really nice and moist. And now look at the colour of that butter. It's almost like sort of a nut brown. Check the colour on the other side, beautiful. When they're that thick, 3.5 to 4 minutes each side. 30 seconds from now, they're going to be medium, so I'm going to take them out and let them rest.
The secret to perfectly moist pork chops is letting them rest almost as long as they're cooked in the pan.
A nice spoon of these peppers. The basil smells incredible. Keep that garlic on there. Be generous with that vinaigrette from the peppers because it really is incredible. Do 2 things simple like that, pork and peppers, and your confidence is going to shoot through the roof. A stunning pork chop with sweet and sour peppers.
The frying pan is so simple, but incredibly useful. With this one pan, you can make a million different dishes.
The more you cook with your frying pan, the more your confidence will grow.
Here are 3 of my favourite easy pan-fried dishes. First up, pan-fried scallops with crunchy apple salad. Get a frying pan smoking hot, essential for quick pan frying. Add olive oil. Then season scallops with salt and pepper. Starting at the top, put clockwise into the pan so you know which one to turn first. Scallops have firm, white, sweet flesh and cook in minutes. Next, salad, lamb's lettuce, matchsticks of apple, seasoning, lemon, zest and juice, add olive oil, then toss. Turn the scallops when golden, going clockwise around the pan. Then squeeze in lemon juice and give the pan a shake. Finish with lemon zest. Ready in under 10 minutes. My first pan-fried dish, scallops with crunchy apple salad. My next super simple pan-fried recipe is chicken and chicory in masala sauce. Season the chicken breasts. Add to hot olive oil. Skin side down. Lay away from you to stop the oil splashing. Sliced chicory. This versatile vegetable can be red or white, has a lovely bitter taste and is great cooked or raw. Crush a clove of garlic and add. Then sprigs of thyme. When the chicken skin is crisp, turn over, along with the chicory. For the sauce, add masala, a sweet fortified wine from Sicily. Then 150 ml of chicken stock. To make the sauce wonderfully rich and glossy, add butter and simmer for 10 minutes. Plate up and spoon over the sauce. Cooked in under 20 minutes, chicken and chicory in masala sauce. My final dish cooked in the versatile frying pan is sea bream with tomato and herb salsa. Fry fillets of sea bream skin side down in hot olive oil. If they buckle up, press gently down for perfect even cooking, then season. Sea bream has firm white flesh, perfect for pan frying. Next, the salsa. Heat olive oil, Add halved cherry tomatoes, pitted black olives, and season. After a minute on a low heat, add coriander, basil, and lemon. Combine and leave to infuse. As the sea bream cooks, it goes opaque. When it's 2/3 from the top, turn over. Baste, fry, and it's done. Sea bream with tomato and herb salsa, ready in under 15 minutes. One pan, 3 simple, impressive, and absolutely delicious dishes.
Beautiful.
Coming up on my ultimate cookery course, along with 100 recipes to stake your life on, I'm going to give you 100 quick cooking tips to make your life in the kitchen easier. First up, how to keep your knife sharp.
It's far harder working in the kitchen with a blunt knife than it is with a sharp knife. The secret behind keeping a sharp knife, sharpen it before and every time you use it. First, grip the steel. Feel really comfortable about holding the steel. Imagine you're holding a tennis racket or you're playing squash. You've got to be really comfortable with it. Now, 45 degrees, confident grip with the knife. This is the butt of the steel. Really important you keep your fingers behind that. You never grip a steel with your fingers over that, because the knife comes back in, you've just lost a finger. Always grip behind. Nice long strokes so we get the whole of the blade over the steel. Stroke. And we start from the bottom to the top. So there, across. There, across. Slow strokes over the top of the steel. And then come back underneath. Then back underneath. It is so dangerous working in the kitchen with a blunt knife. You can cause so much damage. Working with a sharp knife is 10 times quicker, more efficient. Now, that's ready to start chopping.
To stop your chopping board rocking or slipping, a great tip is to simply wet a kitchen cloth, kitchen paper, or tea towel and place it underneath. Now you can chop with confidence. My next top tip is get the most out of your humble veg peeler. It's brilliant for slicing ultra-thin ribbons of veg, perfect for Asian dishes. Great for making long, delicate parmesan shavings to top soups and salads. It also makes wonderful chocolate curls. Your pepper mill is more versatile than you might think. Tighten the top screw to get finely ground pepper, ideal for soups and sauces. For general seasoning, you want it medium ground, so set the screw in the middle. And loosen it right off for coarse pepper, perfect for steaks and fish. Peeling garlic. For 1 clove, simply bash it with the back of a knife and the skin comes off easily. For a whole head, crush, separate into a bowl, cover and shake hard for about 10 seconds. Then simply pick out the peeled cloves. Coming up on my ultimate cookery course, more great cooking tips.
Just hold it down and put your fingers on there. It's a really nice way of taking off all those nice, fragrant little thyme flowers.
How to shop for the best ingredients.
The skin's a nice white colour and it smells like a fresh chickeny smell.
And a stunning roast chicken recipe to stake your life on.
Incredible.
This is my ultimate cookery course, 100 recipes to stake your life on. I'll be showing you a roast chicken recipe to die for.
Hold the drum and slice straight through.
But first, like any good chef, I'm always looking to get great ingredients at the right price.
My shopping mantra is simple. First, rely on your senses. Make sure whatever you're buying, it looks, smells, and really feels good. And if you get the chance, taste it before you buy it. Second, is to recognise that knowledge is crucial. The more you know about where your ingredients come from and how they're produced, the better. So, ask lots of questions and learn.
You're never too old to learn from experts, and when it comes to buying great birds, one person who knows what to look for is award-winning, 5th-generation master butcher, Danny Lidgate.
Poultry is a great meat because there's many different types of birds it's worth tasting. The variation in flavours between different birds to birds is massive. Turkey's a great lean meat that's available all year round, not just for Christmas. Anybody who's worried about eating fatty meats, it's a really healthy, flavoursome meal. Okay, yeah. Game birds. People don't try them often enough. Once they're shot, they're hung up for a little while, a few days at least. It means the meat's going to be more tender. It all adds a flavour to the bird. We've got a wood pigeon and a red-legged partridge. Both really good and cook really quickly. When you're buying a chicken, some of the things to look out for is obviously the smell. And when you're smelling a good quality chicken, you can tell the difference. The skin's a nice white colour and it smells like a fresh chickeny smell. When you're buying from a good butcher, you'll find you tend to get the giblets as well, which is basically the neck and other organs. This is great for making gravy. Once you have cooked it, you can use all the offcuts for other things, stir fries, curries, pasta dishes, save the bones, use the bones for stocks and soups. They're really packed full of flavour.
And remember, there are lots of different breeds of chicken, all have different characteristics and flavours. So shop around and find the ones you love. Here are 3 of my all-time favourites. The label Anglais. These come from an old British breed. They've got smaller breasts, but the meat's delicious. The Black Leg, a fantastic French variety, succulent with bags of flavour and really meaty thighs. And the Poulet de Bresse. This is the Rolls-Royce of chickens, rich, gamey and delicious, one for special occasions.
I think people should maybe try and buy less meat but aim for the best quality. You're only going to get out what you put in. By putting the best quality into a dish, you're going to get the best results.
No matter how seasoned a chef you are, there are always new ingredients and recipes to get fired up about. So, if a tired old recipe is getting you down, spice it up with fresh ideas and flavours. My next recipe is an old classic roast chicken, but with a simple twist, it takes on a new life and is guaranteed to impress.
One of the things I love about cooking, and that keeps me excited after 25 years behind the stove, is that there's always something new to learn every day. New ingredients, new techniques, and new cuisines. Start off with the stuffing. It's amazing how exciting a stuffed roast chicken can be because it keeps the chicken incredibly moist and gives a delicious texture inside the bird. I'm going to start off with cured chorizo. This is a traditional Spanish sausage and it's garlicky, spicy, incredibly meaty. That gives a little bit of sort of richness to the stuffing. Get that chorizo in. Start cooking that down and getting all those oils out. A little touch of olive oil in there to get it going. Right, onions. Chopped.
Add the onions to the chorizo, and in a matter of seconds, they'll change colour as they soak up all the flavour.
That lovely spiciness has been stolen from that sausage. And now the onions smell incredible. Garlic. Garlic in. Fresh thyme. Just hold it down and get your fingers on there. And it's a really nice way of taking off all those nice fragrant little thyme flowers. You can hear it crackling in the background.
These are cannellini beans.
They're waxy, very soft, and so delicious, but very dense. But for stuffing, they're so robust. Nothing breaks down. Drain them off. In. They're going to take on all that juice as well from the chorizo. I'm going to season them now because they're very dense, so it needs some help. I mean, that looks like it's a dish on its own. Good enough to eat now. I want to sweeten things up a little bit. Tomatoes, half dried. In. That sweetens up the stuffing. Beautiful. The stuffing's ready. Look at the colour of everything. It looks Spanish, it looks delicious. Now, stuffing the chicken. I like taking off these little knuckles. As the chicken cooks, the skin stretches over the bone. You can get a really nice drum. And take off those little wingtips as well. Salt, pepper. So important. Now, with your stuffing, I want to go right inside the chicken. Push it down. This really helps to cook the bird evenly because you're pushing out all the empty spaces in the carcass. And take a nice, large lemon. Push the lemon in, pick up the parson's nose, pull the skin over. Olive oil on top, salt and pepper, a teaspoon of paprika. Sprinkle it on, and then get your hands and sort of rub that in. You can see what the paprika's doing to the chicken. It's putting this like sweet, spicy marinade. It's not even roasted yet, but it looks delicious. 400 ml of white wine, same quantity of water. That helps the chicken to steam. Chicken in.
Be generous with the thyme sprigs. Make sure the foil is folded tightly around the roasting tray so the chicken steams in the oven, keeping it moist and juicy.
Into the oven.
Cook for 1 hour at 180 degrees with the foil on.
Nice.
Take it out and remove the foil lid. Then give it another 30 minutes to crisp up that skin.
Look at that. It's so important to make sure you take that tinfoil off with half an hour to go. Beautiful. Pierce that open, squeeze it in, that delicious gravy. Mix that into the tray and sieve that. That's a really nice, fragrant, lemony, spiced roasting juices to finish. Before we cut up the chicken, take out that amazing stuffing. Incredible. I'd have that with chicken over potatoes any day. And then just get your chicken roasting juices. Now, to cut the chicken up, hold the drum and slice straight through. And there's that wonderful drum and the thigh. Through the wishbone, off. Slice with the point at an angle so you can see the texture of that amazing roast chicken. Just take my cooking juices. Just want to give that really nice sort of lemony flavour over my chicken. And there you go. A delicious, very charming, stuffed roast chicken.
Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate guide to keeping it simple. Chili beef lettuce wraps, so easy, you can cook them by heart.
Smells amazing.
What knives to buy,
The firmer the grip, the better the chopping.
and more essential shopping tips.
Don't be frightened. Get your nose right into it. Don't go like that. Get it into it. Smell it.
And you can get a whiff of that same time tomorrow. Discover what we're all really putting into our mouths in another new series, Food Unwrapped, at 8:30 tonight. And next, it's Come Dine With Me.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes, and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Slice round, wasting nothing.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Hey, what cheese is in the macaroni now?
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
How much whiskey's in there?
A little bit.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand,
Just getting better and better and better.
teaching you everything from how to cook with chili and spice to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, tonight is all about keeping it simple. Keeping it simple in the kitchen doesn't mean you can't have amazing food that not only looks incredible, but tastes fantastic too. My first recipe is so easy, it removes the stress from cooking, and is a pleasure to make. chili beef lettuce wraps.
Cooking should never be a chore. The more you cook, the more confident you become. That way, you actually start to enjoy it. And that's the key to good cooking. Have a bit of fun along the way. This is minced beef and minced pork. The pork needs to sit in there, otherwise the beef's going to dry out. It's really important to season the mince before you cook it. Pan, nice and hot. Touch of olive oil. Mince in. Breaking it up like that really helps to sort of separate it so you can fry it off with a lot of colour. With your spoon, just go through. And start breaking that up. The most important thing to remember is mince is made up of cheap cuts, brisket, belly, and short rib. So it needs help. And frying off the mince for colour is so important. If this pan wasn't hot, your mince is just going to boil. There's a horrible grey colour on there, and there's no flavour on your mince. Taste a little bit. Tastes delicious. It's seasoned beautifully. See how crispy it's going. Take it much further than you've ever taken mince before. Nice and crispy. Smells incredible. And draining it is crucial. It keeps the mince nice and crispy, and you get rid of that excess fat. That's lovely. Now, just wipe out the pan, don't wash it. Low gas. Now we're going to add texture to the mince.
Finely chopped chili, ginger, garlic, and spring onions.
Spring onions give the sort of mince a really nice freshness, because it just gives that crunch, nice and thinly. Now, I'll fry off the chilies, the ginger and the garlic first. Sesame seed oil, teaspoon only, in. Garlic, chili, ginger, in. Fry that off nicely. The sesame seed oil just lifts up the whole flavour. Touch of brown sugar, that starts to really caramelise the chili, the garlic and the ginger. Mince in. Now, my fish sauce. That gives it the saltiness. You can see now why it was so important to get that mince really crispy, because nothing's going soggy, it's staying really crispy. Fresh lime, that makes the mince fragrant. And then lime juice, roll it, and squeeze that in there. Incredible. I've got the salty, I've got the heat, I've got the sweetness, now I've got the acidicness as well. And then finally, my spring onions in. Right at the last minute, so I've got crunch in there as well. Smells amazing. Literally cook the mince now with sort of 30 seconds to go. Gas off and take it out. Looks incredible. Smells so inviting.
To go with the chili beef, I'm making a simple sweet and spicy dipping sauce so everyone can dress the crispy mince to their own taste.
Dipping sauce, a little teaspoon of the brown sugar, soy sauce. Gives it that nice sort of dark, rich colour. Sesame seed oil, a tablespoon, and just top that up with a tablespoon of olive oil. That stops the sesame seed oil becoming too rich. A teaspoon of fish sauce, and then a touch of chilli. You leave the seeds in again. I want the heat in that sauce. So impressive, an amazing show-off centerpiece. Lime juice in, and the coriander. Chop it through once. Give that little mix up. Just check the seasoning. That's lovely. Nice and rich. Now the lettuce. I'm going to use baby gem because it's really nice and durable and sort of quite strong. So you just sort of sit these nice trimmed lettuce leaves around. Now, the exciting part, serve. Take your lettuce up, spoon in your mince, and then a little touch of dressing. Just a little drizzle. Nice. And that's the secret of having good, easy, relaxed food, is that you just help yourself.
Food that looks and tastes $1,000,000 doesn't have to be complex. This dish is as fun to cook as it is to eat. One of the keys to keeping it simple is to prepare all the ingredients in advance.
The more organised you are in the kitchen, the easier cooking becomes.
Here are 3 of my favourite quick recipes that, with a bit of advanced preparation, are so simple to make. Starting with my easy, fragrant fried rice. First, get prepped. Chop garlic, ginger and chilli, keeping the seeds for extra kick. Slice spring onions, chop spring greens and trim a head of broccoli. Then whisk 2 eggs. Prep done, stir fry on. Add a good glug of oil to a hot pan. Garlic, ginger, chilli. Next, the spring greens and broccoli. Add water to steam. Then cooked rice. This dish is perfect for using leftover rice. Make a well. Add the eggs, spring onions, and a dash of fish sauce. Scramble, then mix. Season. Top with lime and spring onions. My fragrant fried rice. Made simple with advanced prep and ready in 5 minutes. My next recipe it pays to get prepped for is garlic and saffron mayonnaise. First, get your ingredients to hand. Eggs should be out of the fridge and at room temperature. Soak saffron in warm water. Saffron is the most expensive spice in the world, made from the dried stigma of crocus flowers. But even a pinch gives a fantastic taste and a wonderful colour. Next, separate 3 eggs. Put the yolks into a mixing bowl. Add Dijon mustard, finely chopped garlic, the drained saffron, and a squeeze of lemon. Then mix. Whisking constantly, add oil slowly. It won't take forever. For perfect flavour, use half olive oil and half vegetable oil. When the mayonnaise comes together, season. A smooth, thick consistency means it's done. Top with saffron. Rich, delicious and perfect with everything from seafood to sandwiches and chips. My second recipe, garlic and saffron mayonnaise. Easy to get right as long as you've planned ahead. My final dish, that's a cinch to cook with a little advanced prep work, is mussels with celery and chilli. First, prep the veg, chop spring onions, shallots, a clove of garlic, and chilli to taste. Then thinly slice celery, add a bay leaf and thyme, veg ready. Add oil to a pan and fry. Season, then add mussels and stir. Mussels are one of my favourite shellfish, cheap, healthy and delicious. Cover and steam for a couple of minutes. As the mussels open, add vermouth and aromatic fortified wine. And 150 ml of dry white wine. On a high heat, reduce the liquid to create a sauce. Discard any mussels that are still shut. Then finish with creme fraiche and chopped parsley. Minimal prep and cooked in less than 10 minutes. My mussels with celery and chilli. Impressive, affordable and super speedy. Make it simple in the kitchen by prepping your ingredients in advance, and I promise you'll find these 3 recipes a pleasure to make.
Amazing. You don't need to spend a fortune on masses of kitchen equipment.
This is my quick guide to kitchen knives.
You basically need 3 knives. A heavy-duty chopping knife, followed by a small paring knife, which is brilliant for prepping vegetables, and then this baby here, a serrated edge knife for carving and slicing. Basically, that is it.
Before you buy a knife, hold it in your hand and make sure it feels right for you.
The secret behind a great set of knives is in the handle. If you're comfortable holding the handle, your cutting is going to be so much easier. The firmer the grip, the better the chopping. The heavier the handle, the more control you've got over the blade.
With these 3 knives, you can't go wrong. Coming up on my ultimate guide to keeping it simple, more cooking tricks of the trade.
If you cut that off, the onion will start to bleed and you'll start crying rapidly.
All about fish.
I could feed you a different fish 365 days a year.
And an amazing poached salmon.
Turn the salmon into your hand and just peel all that skin off.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. This is my guide to keeping it simple. My next recipe is easy and a pleasure to make if you're organised with everything ready in advance. Miso poached salmon with Asian vegetables.
Organisation is key in the kitchen. Take a couple of minutes before you start and set yourself up. Make sure you know where everything is, stock, spatula, pan, etc. It becomes less stressful, but more importantly, the end results are incredible. First off, get your pan on. Whisk and stock. Start off with this amazing fermented soybean puree. Into the pan. 3 nice tablespoons. Gas on. Now get your fish stock and whisk into the puree. Be generous with the stock. You want this nice, light broth, basically.
You can buy miso paste from big supermarkets and it works brilliantly with salmon.
Poaching the salmon in the miso stock gives it a really nice sort of sweet, earthy, creamy flavour. It's incredible. Bring it up to the boil. We're going to infuse the broth and make it a little bit more fragrant. Kaffir lime leaf is very lemony inside the miso broth.
Then chop chilli.
Chili's in.
And finely sliced ginger.
That's simmering beautifully. Now, we're going to poach the salmon. Poaching means cooking it in liquid, but it's cooked gently. And the secret here is to keep that salmon skin on. If we took the skin off now, the salmon can actually break up whilst it's poaching. Skin side, down. Just going to slide that in. Under. Nice. The minute that stock starts boiling, turn it down and let it simmer. Take a little ladle and just every couple of minutes pour over. That makes sure the top of the salmon is cooked evenly and keeps it nice and moist. And poaching is one of the most delicate ways of cooking, so you have to handle it with care. Whilst the salmon's poaching in the miso broth, start preparing your vegetables.
I'm using tender stem broccoli and pak choy.
I always like to cook the leaf and the stem separately. The leaf is like sort of spinach, and the stem is so much thicker. It's almost as thick as a stick of celery. So I like to get the stems sliced, just so I've got that nice sort of crispness. Place the leaves together nicely, roll them up nice and tight, and then slice them down. Now, my salmon, already the flavour in that broth has been elevated. Now it tastes really fishy. You've got the heat, the chilli, spiciness, the ginger, and the kaffir lime leaf. Take your fish slice and place it very gently underneath the salmon and push it down. Fish slices are flexible for that reason. Bend it, lift it up, just touch, looking for a springy, firm texture. And just sit that on top. A little touch of the broth over it. It stops it from drying out. Leave that to cool down for 2 minutes. Bring the stock back up to the boil. Broccoli in, pak choy, stems in. A little taste. It's getting better and better and better. Cook the broccoli and the bok choy stems for 1 minute and then add the tops in. Turn the salmon into your hand and just peel all that skin off. And the skin also helps to keep the salmon nice and moist.
Then gently flake the salmon.
That's the secret behind poaching. Everything just stays so moist. Wonderful long shards of pink. Now, just before we serve, we're going to add our mushrooms. These are enoki mushrooms.
You can buy these enoki mushrooms in big supermarkets and good grocers.
Slice them off. I'm going to put half in, and the other half I'm going to serve with the salmon. Toasted sesame seed oil. Put a little drip in there. Just rub. And you're just lining, almost like a little coat of varnish. Start off with your mushrooms, and then my salmon. 4 nice layers. And then finally, the mushrooms.
Top with the vegetables.
And then finally, a nice ladle. That beautiful, really sumptuous, rich stock. Lovely. And that is an amazing miso poached salmon soup.
Simplify your cooking by getting organised, and amazing food will be coming out of your kitchen every day. And for great food, you need great ingredients.
Next up, my shopping guide to getting the finest fish.
When I buy my fish, I only want the freshest and the best. And if anyone knows how to get the best, it's Roger Kent Barton. He's been buying and selling fish at the world-famous Billingsgate Market in London for over 50 years.
I love fish. I think it's the greatest food of all time. I sell literally every variety there is. I could feed you a different fish 365 days a year.
This guy really knows how to sniff out the good from the bad.
All fish smell different. The longer it's around, the more fishy it will smell. When it's lovely and fresh, it doesn't smell. Whenever you're going to buy fish, don't be frightened. Get your nose right into it. Don't go like that. Get it into it. Smell it. It smells delightful. It smells what I call salmony, and it's lovely. Barramundi, it's a lovely fish. The way to tell good fish is, look at it closely. It's shining. It's still got the bloom on it. His eyes are as bright as yours. Look in the gill, lovely and red. Put it in a bag for the gentleman, please. People should always be asking about their fish. What kind of fish is it? Where does it come from? A nice salmon. £19. It's a bargain at £20.
Roger's right. Salmon's brilliant value and a great all-rounder. Really healthy and super delicious. Here's a quick look at the different cuts and how to use them. Whole salmon always impresses. It's fantastic stuffed and steamed, either in a fish kettle or in the oven wrapped in foil. Steaks are great value and brilliant baked. A side of salmon is perfect for poaching, home curing or baking in pastry. The fillet is so versatile, easy, fast to cook and great for pan frying. Smoked salmon, delicious cooked or raw. I love it with scrambled eggs.
Broadly, there's white fish and there's oily fish. They come under 2 different sections. Here we have white fish. It's lovely, it's cod. It's the best cod in the world. It comes from a place called Peterhead. It's nice and white. The whiter the better. One of the most oily fish you'll find. Mackerel, there it is. Lovely colour. With most fish, the fresher they are, the harder they are. If you're not well and you're ill, have a mackerel. Sprats, otherwise known as top hats. Here we have flatfish, and these are known as plaice. As you can see, they've got spots. The redder they are, the fresher they are. It really is a lovely fish to eat. King George couldn't have better.
For fish fresh enough for royalty, follow your fishmonger's advice and you'll never, ever have another dodgy Dover sole again.
When you're smiling, the sun comes shining through.
Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
First, how to chop an onion.
This is the root. That's absolutely crucial. Leave that on there. If you cut that off, the onion will start to bleed and you'll start crying rapidly. Slice going forward. Let the weight of the knife do the work. 3 fingers, 1 in front, 2 behind. And this part of the knuckle is going to guide the knife. Fingers on top of the onion, point the knife towards the root and try to get as close to the root as possible. Nice, long strokes. And then push the onion back together. Push the knife halfway into the onion. Slightly tilt the knife down. 1 at the top. And then gripping the onion like a tennis ball, holding it together in place. With the weight of the blade to cut through that onion to get to the base of the root. Again, turn it round, up and down motion. And that's what we're left there. No waste, just the root. And look, there, you've got a really nice, finely chopped onion.
So much great cooking depends on starting with a high enough heat. If a recipe calls for a hot pan, put it on early so it gets smoking hot. And always remember to preheat your oven at least 20 minutes before cooking. A clean cook is an efficient cook. My tip for a tidy cooking area is to always have a waste bowl next to you. It saves you going back and forth to the bin. Never add salt to eggs before cooking them because it ruins the texture and dulls the colour. Instead, save your seasoning to the very end. The key to cooking meat is to make sure it's at room temperature before you begin. Cooked straight from the fridge, the muscle fibres will be tight, which results in tough meat, and always let it rest afterwards, so it relaxes, becoming tender and juicy. Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, it's all about chili and spice. A delicious beef salad that literally melts in your mouth.
It's almost like slicing through butter.
My guide to buying amazing chilies
Chilies make you happy, and they're also an aphrodisiac.
and more fantastic recipes to stake your life on.
Amazing.
Gordon Ramsay's cookery course is here again tomorrow, just in time for your dinner at 5. And later tonight, Two's Company, 3 may be a welcome crowd in a very special one-born twins and triplets tonight at 9. But next, we're continuing the foodie theme with a black and bling. Come dine with me.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes, and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Slice round, wasting nothing.
I made my name cooking in some of the world's most demanding kitchens.
That's nice. You making up the Vermont before service? Yeah.
In my restaurants, I expect perfection. Every plate has to be worthy of a Michelin star.
And every time you make it, taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can cook easily at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand,
It's getting better and better and better.
teaching you everything from how to cook on a budget to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, now it's all about cooking with chili. For me, chilies are an incredible ingredient in the cook's arsenal, capable of transforming dishes, adding excitement, heat, and a wonderful taste. I'm going to show you how to get to grips with their intense flavour. First up, red mullet with sweet chilli sauce.
Cooking is about being adventurous and having the confidence to go off-piste and being a little bit more daring. So when you start combining peanuts, chili flakes, and this amazing fish, red mullet, trust me, you're in for an amazing treat. We're going to make a really nice, light, sweet chili sauce. First off, your chili. Off with the top in half. And those seeds inside are very powerful. Incredibly hot, but full of flavour. Garlic, 2 cloves of garlic. Slice the garlic, nice and thin, so it helps to puree the chilies in the pestle mortar. Garlic in, touch of salt, a little touch of sugar in, and then start grinding. Push down first. The salt and the sugar really helps to puree the chili and the garlic. Fish sauce, always a base to a chili sauce. 2 tablespoons in, and a touch of rice wine vinegar. Fish sauce gives it the saltiness. The vinegar gives it a nice acidic wake up. 3 tablespoons of olive oil. Nice. Mix that up. Beautiful. Look at it, the colours, incredible. Now, spring onions. I want the texture and the crunch. Spring onions in, the coriander. Slice it once. In. Fresh lime. And that goes brilliantly with the red mullet. Just really wakes up the chilli, the garlic, and reminds the sauce that we're serving it with fish. Now taste. Wow, it's delicious. Look at that. Beautiful. The longer that chili sauce sits there, the better it gets. Now, for the peanuts and chili, that's gonna coat the top of the red mullet. Peanuts in, salt in. That helps to really grind the peanuts down. Some beautiful dried chili flakes. Creates a nice sort of warm heat.
I'm using fresh chili for the sauce, but dried chili flakes for the coating, which will really crunch up when cooking.
Just a little bit of the coriander. Mix the coriander in to the peanuts. And look, I like them quite textured. I don't want them too small as a powder, otherwise they'll burn, but crushed lightly.
To coat the fish with the chili and peanut seasoning, in a separate bowl, beat 2 eggs along with a splash of fish sauce.
Take your fillet, lay in your red mullet, dip it in, shake up your peanuts, and then in. And make sure you push that down, cover that red mullet. Oh, beautiful. Now make sure that pan's really nice and piping hot. If you put the fish in and the pan's cold, all those wonderful peanuts and chili is just gonna slide off the fish, so we need to sear it in and get it nice and crisp. In and lay away from you. Beautiful. If the pan starts getting a little bit too hot, get your olive oil and just place another teaspoon of olive oil around the outside so it starts to heat up as it hits the centre, and it really helps to stay so much more in control. And turn, nice and gently. You want that nice sort of toasted, sautéed crispness, which adds a really lovely flavour. Tilt the pan and just baste the top of the red mullet with that really nice, piping hot olive oil. You've got that really nice roasted crunch, and it goes brilliantly with that soft sweetness of that fish inside. Gas off, and just leave them sitting in there, and finish with lime. And just go over each one. Now, we'll take them out. And the sauce, a touch on the bottom, and the tail of each fish. Now to round that off, serving some fragrant rice, sautéed broccoli. Amazing. And there you have a delicious peanut-encrusted red mullet with a wonderful sweet chili sauce.
Cooking with chilies isn't all about blow your head off heat. This dish uses the exciting taste of a chili, but has a deliciously elegant and subtle flavour. As you become more confident using chilies, you'll find they can transform your cooking.
Chilies are a great way of making dishes exciting and vibrant. Here are 3 quick recipes that are full of flavour and come with a kick. First up, pasta with tomatoes, anchovies and chilies.
For the spicy sauce, slice anchovies and garlic. Next, dried chilies. Great for keeping in the cupboard to add a hit of heat on demand. Then add the anchovy oil to a hot pan and fry the chopped ingredients. Add half cherry tomatoes, chopped black olives and salted capers. Cook to combine the flavours. In a separate pan, boil dry spaghetti, another great store cupboard staple. When the pasta is tender, but still firm, drain. Add to the sauce. With a splash of the water, it's full of starch, which gives a great silky consistency. Then season with pepper and top with basil. Packed with big, bold flavours and ready in under 20 minutes. Pasta with tomatoes, anchovy and chilies. My next deliciously different chili recipe is grilled corn with chipotle chili butter. First, the topping. Chopped coriander. Then add softened butter. Soak chipotle chilies in hot water. These are dried jalapenos, which have an amazing smoky flavour. Drain and chop. Mix together and season. Next, fry corn on the cob in olive oil. You want a really wonderfully charred flavour. When coloured, add water to steam through. To eat, smother the cobs in the butter and crumble over Lancashire cheese. Fantastically messy to eat, grilled corn with chipotle chili butter, an utterly delicious smoky treat. My final recipe is a chili classic. Jerk chicken. Start by making the intense jerk marinade. First, Scotch bonnet chilies. They may be small, but pack real heat and a fruity punch. Then chop garlic and fresh thyme. For spice, add ground cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, and allspice. Season with salt and pepper and combine with olive oil. Next, score chicken legs so the hot, spicy flavours get deep inside the meat. Rub thoroughly with the jerk mix and marinade. Add olive oil to a hot dish. Brown the marinated chicken for 10 minutes. Then add Worcestershire sauce. Cover and cook in the oven at 220 degrees for 20 minutes. Hot, spicy, jerk chicken, easy to make and finger-licking good. 3 different chilies, 3 amazing flavours, 3 irresistible dishes.
Nice.
Next, 5 more of my 100 tips that will make your life easier in the kitchen. First up, how to de-seed chili.
To get the seeds out, hold it upright and just rub the chili between your hands. The seeds are incredibly hot. You're just releasing them from the inside, tapping it down, and then again, just a final little rub. Now, cut the top off, and then just open up, and look, they come out like little miniature Smarties. And there, cut the little bottom bit off. Amazing.
Next, a great tip for using spare chilies. Using string, tie together the stalks, then simply hang in your kitchen. In just a few weeks, you'll get your very own dried chilies. Great crumbled into dishes for adding heat on demand. Chilies are surprisingly versatile. If you love them in savoury dishes, my tip is to try adding them to melted chocolate ganache for chocolate chili truffles, or sprinkled over fresh fruit like mango or watermelon. A great tip to prevent burning sensitive skin when working with chilies.
To get rid of that spice and that heat on your fingers, a little bit of lemon, squeeze a little bit of lemon juice, and that instantly gets rid of the heat. Fresh lemon juice.
Spice up your drinks. For a Mexican twist, add a dash of hot chili sauce to beer or use in cocktails to give your drink a very different sort of kick. Coming up on my ultimate guide to cooking with chilies. More great cooking tips.
Take the sirloin out of the fridge literally 20 minutes before you want to cook them so it gets up to room temperature.
How to shop for the best ingredients.
The smaller the chili, the hotter.
And an incredible spicy beef salad to make your mouth water.
Just finish it with a little tablespoon of that sauce.
This is my ultimate cookery course. 100 recipes to stake your life on. I'll be showing you an amazing spicy beef salad.
Take a little teaspoon of your dressing and just go over the beef.
But first, the secret to cooking fantastic food is to start with great ingredients.
The more you know personally about where your ingredients are from and how they're produced, the better. So, don't be scared. Ask lots of questions and learn.
And when it comes to chilies, there's no one better to ask than chili grower Joanna Plum, who's been farming chilies from mild to mind-blowing for over 11 years.
I eat chilies all the time, every single day.
She grows over 60 types on her farm and really knows her poblanos from her habaneros.
People think that chilies are all about heat. Actually, it's about flavour as well. Some are sweet, some are aromatic, and they can be used in so many different dishes. When you go shopping and you're looking for a chilli, what should you be looking for? What you want to do is look at the chilli, and it needs to be nice and firm and glossy. Generally, the bigger the chilli, the milder it's going to be. The smaller the chilli, the hotter. And if it's small and wrinkly like this one, it's going to blow your socks off. Another way to tell if a chilli is hot or not is to split it open and smell it. If it's a super hot chilli, it'll clear your sinuses. The heat of a chilli comes from an oil called capsaicin, and that is concentrated mainly at the top of the chilli, where the seeds are. Now, when you're cooking with a chilli and you want the flavour of the chilli, but not too much of the heat, start with just using the bottom of it. As you get closer to the seeds, that chilli's going to get hotter. So if you remove the seeds, that also does remove some of the heat. There's thousands of varieties out there because they cross-pollinate very, very easily. And that's why the world's hottest chilli is always changing.
Joanna's right. With over 200 types available, all with different flavours, aromas, and of course levels of heat, it's important to buy what you like. Here are my top chilies, whatever your desired kick. At the mild end, poblano. These are great for stuffing, have a delicate flavour, and often used in Mexican dishes. Starting to get hot, the jalapeno. When they're green, they're like spicy bell pepper. The redder they are, the sweeter they are. Bird's eye, where they really start to pack a punch. Long, thin and pungent, they're great in Thai dishes and are often green or red. And at the top end, the habanero. These lantern-shaped demons have a delicious fruity taste, and they're the firecracker of the chili world.
Another way to use chilies is to smoke them and to make chipotle. What it is, it's just a mesquite smoked red jalapeno. It smells fantastic. You can almost get that like smoky bacon sort of flavour out of it. So you would use this in anything that you would slow cook. So you're eating a chilli and it's really too hot for you. The best way to get rid of that heat is to drink some milk or a dairy product like yogurt. Whatever you do, don't go for water or for beer.
Don't be frightened of trying new types of chilies in your cooking. Experimenting with these amazing fiery beasts is a great excuse for getting hot-headed in the kitchen.
They give you a natural high, much like when you've been exercising. So your endorphins are released and you just feel good. Chilies make you happy, and they're also an aphrodisiac.
Southeast Asian chefs, they're brilliant at balancing the hot spiciness of chili with sweet, sour and salty flavours. If you want a new twist on a favourite dish, spice it up with chili. My next recipe is super simple to make, but has wonderful depth and complexity of flavours: spicy beef salad.
Chilies, if you use them confidently, they can really add a new dimension to the style of cooking. But the real trick is finding that balance of flavours that really suits you, because that's the most important part. So, this is the most amazing sirloin. You can see it's got that wonderful marble. For me, the secret behind this is cooking it quickly. Season the steaks generously. Salt and pepper. Push that seasoning into the sirloin. Take the sirloin out of the fridge literally 20 minutes before you want to cook them so it gets up to room temperature. They cook more evenly, but more importantly, you can actually season right inside the steak. This little bit of fat down here, season that as well, because that is what we want to roast and get that really nice and rendered. Olive oil in, a tablespoon. Roll that round. As it starts to smoke, in with the steaks. Into the pan and lay away. Again, into the pan and lay away. If you don't hear that noise, the minute those steaks hit the pan, don't put them in. So the secret now is getting that colour on the steak, turning it once and once only, and cooking it for 2.5 minutes each side. What I want to do is to get that bit of fat rendered so it adds a lot more flavour. Just hold the steak down like that. And that starts to melt the fat, which makes it so much more tender.
There should be no white fat left anywhere. Turn them over. Really important to have that steak up to room temperature before you start cooking it. So the inside is nice and warm, so it spends less time in the pan and more time cooling down. Really important. Now, 2 fingers, touch, it goes in, so it's rare. I'm happy for them to be rare because by the time I let them rest, they're going to go back to medium rare. It'll continue cooking. Out, onto a plate and let them rest. 1, 2. Let's get my juices over. Don't waste that. Really important.
Next, the spicy dressing. Take the seeds out of a chili to reduce the heat by rubbing it in your hands and tapping until the seeds fall out.
Cut it in half and just chop it in. Garlic and chili works brilliantly. A quick way of peeling it is get your knife and just slam it down. It pops out very, very quickly. In, a little touch of salt, rub. Start going around in circles first, and you'll see it pureeing. Nice. Clear that off. Now, we've got the heat in there from the chili and that richness from the garlic. 2 teaspoons of palm sugar. This is where it starts to have that nice, sweet, sour effect. Fish sauce, fresh lime. This is a simple, fresh chili dressing, and it was something I fell in love with in Vietnam and Cambodia because it was just so easy. Give that a little mix and dissolve the sugar. Quick taste. Wow. Right, vegetables.
A great fuss-free way to get super thin ribbons of carrot is to use a veg peeler.
When they're that thin, they take the vinaigrette so much better. And radishes, just slice them down at an angle. Lovely. To give another dimension to the salad, I'm going to use a banana shallot. They are incredibly mellow, very sweet. Across, just chop up the shallot and mix that through. Want some sweetness in there now. Little vine tomatoes. Slice them in half. Tomatoes in. Shallot, radish, carrots and tomatoes.
Next, peel and slice cucumber, chop spring onions, and shred baby gem lettuce.
And then finally, get some fresh mint. It's young mint, so you don't need to take all those stalks off. All you do is hold the bunch upside down and then take it for a little trim and just chop that once through. And you get that nice minted salad. A couple of tablespoons of dressing. Don't flood the salad with the dressing. We can always add, but we can't take it away. Now really mix that dressing in there. Make sure all that chili and garlic and palm sugar wraps around that salad. Beautiful. Onto the plate. The steak's rested. It's now nice and medium rare. That little bit of fat, we don't want to find that in the salad. Just slice that off. That served its purpose. It's kept that steak nice and moist. Just slice. Going with the grain, it's almost like slicing through butter. And look, inside, beautiful, pink. If you slice the beef too thinly, then it goes stone cold. And more importantly, all the goodness runs out of it. Nice, thick slices. Get the beef and start placing it around the salad. Take a little teaspoon of your dressing. The rest of your salad, sit that on top. We'll finish it off with some toasted peanuts. Peanuts in. Now those nuts are really toasted. Nuts on. Get another pan and just crush. Once they've cooled down, just run them through with a knife. You can hear how crunchy they are. Another texture, another taste of the salad. And then from there, sprinkle. And then finally, take that, just finish it with a little tablespoon of that sauce. And there is one tasty, very well textured, spicy beef salad.
Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, it's all about cooking with spice. A wonderfully aromatic lamb dish.
You can just see that meat juicy and incredibly tender.
A fragrant rice pudding to die for.
But look, it's like rich, aromatic lava bubbling away.
And more top kitchen tips.
So the secret of braising is having a really nice, thick, durable pan.
And it's back same time tomorrow. Tonight at 8, River Cottage welcomes Felicity, Glenn and Keeley to the fold for fishing and foraging as 3 go mad. Stay with us though, as it's Come Down With Me next.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing. Incredibly tender.
From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Slice round, wasting nothing.
I made my name cooking in some of the world's most demanding kitchens.
That's nice. You making up the grandma's before service?
In my restaurants, I expect perfection. Every plate has to be worthy of a Michelin star.
And every time you make them, taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can cook easily at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand,
Just getting better and better and better.
teaching you everything from how to cook on a budget to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, this is my guide to cooking with spice. Adding big, gutsy flavours using spices at the beginning of cooking and then simply letting the dish slow cook is a brilliant way of getting maximum flavour with minimum effort. My first recipe melts in the mouth, and because the oven does most of the work, it's a cinch to make. Slow-cooked, fiery lamb.
Cooking's all about being bold and adventurous. And this dish is exciting because it's slowly cooked. And the longer it cooks, the more flavoursome it becomes. Marinating the lamb first. Chilies, we're going to use a mixture of red and green. Take off the tops and just slice in. Garlic, crushed. Don't worry about chopping these ultra fine, just get it in there. Cooking for up to 3 hours, everything sort of blends and almost sort of purees itself together. Smoked paprika goes brilliantly well with the chilies. 2 teaspoons in, a touch of dried oregano, some little cumin seeds. The blend and the fragrance that they give out is extraordinary. They release a little oil as well and helps to tenderize the lamb. Touch of salt, pepper, cinnamon. That sort of sweetens up the lamb. Olive oil, just a tablespoon. And the olive oil helps to sort of stick all those wonderful spices to the lamb. Jump in, just start really rubbing.
At this stage, you can leave the lamb to marinate for anything from half an hour to overnight, allowing the spices to really penetrate the meat, giving amazing results when you tuck in.
Delicious. Vegetables, carrots and onions, and that's it. Sliced. Secret of slicing vegetables for braising is not getting too thin. You slice the onions too thin, they burn. You've got that horrible char taste on that slow braised.
Braising is just a chef's term that means cooking in liquid on a low heat, making the meat incredibly moist and beautifully tender.
So the secret of braising is having a really nice, thick, durable pan. Get that nice and hot. Just a touch of olive oil. Lamb in, hold the bone, because you're in control then, into the pan. You want that white fat to start rendering, so it'll add more fat, therefore making it a lot more flavoursome as it braises. Chilies, cinnamon in, mix that up. And don't be scared, you're not burning this, you're sort of searing the lamb shanks, and this is the important part right at the very beginning. We're getting the colour on the lamb, which washes off as it braises in the oven, so be generous with that colour. Vegetables in. Wow. And then a couple of Baileys. So now you lift the lamb up and get the lamb sat on top of the vegetables. Now, deglaze the pan with red wine. Deglazing means that you're cleaning the bottom of the pan and you're getting that amazing flavour washed off and lifted up into that sauce. It can really transform that dish. Always deglaze.
Then bring to the boil and cook for about 10 minutes to reduce.
The wine's reduced down by half. Now for the stock. Bring that stock back up to the boil and then into the oven. Now, don't cover it. When you cover it, all the condensation comes off the lid. Your lamb becomes grey. All this effort and that exciting spice gets washed away. No lid and into the oven for 3 hours.
A slow cook on a low heat of 160 degrees gives the spices time to work and transform the meat so it's mouth-wateringly tender.
Now, look at those. Out, on to a plate. You can just see that meat sliding down. Juicy and incredibly tender. Grab it by the shank, roll them round that rich, delicious sauce. Look at that. You can get your sauce. Nice. Beautiful. Just get some mint. Don't chop it. Just pick that fresh mint and let it snow. And there you go. A very spicy, delicious, melting in the mouth lamb shank. Amazing.
To get the most out of your spices, there's only one piece of kit that you need.
Pestle and mortar. I mean, they look fantastic and it's essential for any good kitchen. These things are so versatile.
These ancient kitchen tools are perfect for everything, from pestos to dressings, and cost from around 15 quid. Use to grind spices and you'll max out on flavour, get perfect textures and always be totally in control.
Make sure you've got a nice, large circumference of the bowl so you can grind away. The heavier and the more durable they are, the more confidence it gives you when you're pounding. And there's almost a way of confirming homemade, hand-pounded.
Grab yourself a pestle and mortar and soon you'll be spicing with ease.
Spices are a brilliant way to add an extra layer and a depth of complexity to any dish. Learning to use them properly will really improve your cooking.
Here are 3 more of my super simple spice recipes to get you going.
First up, a very easy chili and spice whitebait.
Start with the spice coating. Toast Szechuan peppercorns and coriander seeds in a hot, dry pan to release their flavours. Add chili flakes and grind in a pestle and mortar to make a fiery, fine powder. Combine with plain flour, season and mix. Add olive oil to a hot pan. Coat whitebait in the spicy flour mix, then fry. Whitebait are an oily fish that are healthy, delicious and cook in minutes. Once golden, they're done. Fantastic with garlic mayonnaise or a simple squeeze of lemon. Ready in under 10 minutes, chili and spice whitebait, an easy, simple, spicy dish. My next amazingly aromatic recipe is roasted squash hummus. Start with my take on Ras Al Hanout, a classic Moroccan spice blend. In a dry pan, toast cinnamon, cloves, coriander, fenugreek and fennel seeds. Then add mustard seeds and cumin. When the seeds start to pop, they're ready. Add paprika and grind into a fine powder. For the hummus, peel and chop butternut squash. Put on a baking tray and add garlic, simply bashed, and chopped ginger. Drizzle with olive oil, season, and sprinkle over the spice mix. Then roast in a hot oven for half an hour until soft. Allow to cool and place in a blender. Add tahini, a nutty paste made from sesame seeds, cooked chickpeas, a dash of lemon juice, and a drizzle of olive oil. Blitz until luxuriously creamy and textured. Spices toasted for maximum flavour. Amazing roasted squash hummus. My final deliciously spicy dish is curry spice sweet corn soup. First, the fragrant curry paste. Roast coriander and cumin seeds until aromatic. Then grind, adding crushed garlic, chili powder, turmeric, and finely chopped ginger. Bring together with olive oil to form a thick paste. For the soup, fry finely chopped onions in olive oil. Add the curry paste and cook to release the flavours. Add cubed potatoes, chicken stock, and season. When the potato has softened, stir in creamed corn. Then add whole sweet corn kernels with some of the juices. And transfer to a blender and blitz until smooth. For texture, add more whole sweet corn. Heat, and it's ready to serve. Wonderfully satisfying curried spice sweet corn soup that packs an amazingly aromatic punch. 3 more stunning recipes that make cooking with spice simple.
Incredible.
Coming up on my ultimate guide to cooking with spice, more fragrant tricks of the trade.
Use the back of the knife and flatten it. That removes all those little seeds off the skin.
All about shopping for spice.
If you buy spices, buy them whole.
And an incredible rice pudding to stake your life on.
Look, it's like rich, aromatic lava bubbling away.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. This is my guide to cooking with spice.
Next up, my shopping guide to buying spices.
When I buy my spice, I only want the best, and it always pays to get expert advice. Birgit Erith has been selling every spice under the sun in London's Notting Hill for over 20 years, so she really knows what she's talking about.
I love spices, the smell, the texture, the color. Spices are so versatile. Something very, very simple can be really transformed into something really delicious.
With thousands of aromatic ingredients on her shelves, if it smells good, she sells it.
If you buy spices, buy them whole. Then you can dry roast them, grind them when you need them, and then they will release the essential oils. Whole spices you can keep for years. Give them a good bushing wine bottle with your rolling pin or whatever, and you see there is still aroma, and you can taste it, you smell it, then it's fine. There's 4 main spices. One is sweet, one is sour, one is bitter, and one is hot. This is cinnamon. And that is really a great example of a sweet spice. When you buy a cinnamon quill like this, you have to check that you have loads of different layers in here. Then you can either grind this or you'd break a piece off. I mean, this doesn't smell of anything now, but if you roll it in your hand, just quickly like this, and then you smell it again, this is just unbelievable. If you have spaghetti bolognese, put a pinch of cinnamon in it to bring out the flavor. Sumac, this is one of those really special spices. Sour, like a lemon, but it has a salty aftertaste. I use this anywhere from marinades to salad. You haven't lived unless you tried it. A great example for a bitter spice would actually be turmeric. This is actually a root. It grows in the ground like ginger. Use it very, very sparingly. About that much will actually color you a curry or a rice dish, wonderful yellow. Watch your fingers, you get really yellow fingers from it. And then we come to the hot spices. One spice that I couldn't miss, and that is Hungarian paprika. Paprika is the powdery form of a bell pepper. What makes the Hungarian paprika different is that they actually grow it on vineyards. It's sort of between the vines. It has a sweetness and it has a sharpness to it. I have it in ice cream, I have it on fish, I have it everywhere.
Birgit's spot on about the power of spices to transform dishes, whether savoury or sweet. Here's my quick guide to the spices I use most. Black pepper. This is the spice I couldn't do without. Always buy it whole and grind yourself, so you get the freshest flavour. Cardamom. These pods come in green or black types and have a fantastic spicy sweet taste. Brilliant for everything from curries to rice dishes and puddings. Coriander. These citrusy seeds are perfect whole in pickles or grind to use in fragrant stews and soups. Cumin, a savoury spice that's pungent and nutty. It's great in marinades for delicious meat and fish. Then cinnamon, sweetly fragrant and great with apples or in cakes. And nutmeg, warm and spicy, it's delicious in a bechamel sauce. Finally, saffron. These sweet strands infuse a brilliant bright red colour and are great in risottos, and even though it's more expensive than gold, a pinch goes a long, long way. Store your spices properly and they'll last for years.
You keep it airtight in a tin or in a glass jar in your cupboard. Don't be scared of spices, like an aftershave or a perfume. You have to select it yourself. It has to fit in with your taste and with your kitchen.
Supermarkets and good local shops sell an amazing array of different spices, so there's no excuse for not being adventurous. Be bold, find what you like, and spice up your cooking. Like all chefs, I love the challenge of transforming classic recipes, giving them a new twist to make them modern and vibrant. To keep old dishes fresh and exciting, it's great to get spicy. My next recipe is a time-honoured British classic, but with the addition of spices, it's given a new lease of life. Fragrant spiced rice pudding.
I love cooking with spices, but you don't have to just cook savoury dishes. Using aromatics and spices across desserts takes your puddings to a completely different level. First off, our spices. This is a fresh vanilla pod, fragrant and packed full of flavour. Use the back of the knife and flatten it. That removes all those little seeds off the skin of the vanilla pod. Take your knife, slice down the middle, and then when you open that up, the smell is incredible. Take the tip of the knife and you scrape inside, and look, all those seeds dying to come out. That is incredible. There are thousands of seeds still ingrained to the pod, so put them in to the casserole. Cardamom, powerful, spicy. Take 2 little pods, place your knife on top, and lightly crack them.
Cracking the cardamom pods helps release all the amazing flavour.
Cloves gives it that kind of aniseed flavour with a lot of depth. 1, 2, 3. Cinnamon stick. Snap and in. Just smelling that level of fragrance, you can imagine what the rice pudding is going to taste of. Turn on the heat. Lightly toast those spices just a couple of seconds. And what's going to happen is just going to sort of enhance those spices in a way that it just draws out an even more powerful fragrance. Coconut milk in. Sugar, 2 tablespoons. Milk. And then a couple of tablespoons of cream.
Bring it slowly to the boil to allow the flavours to infuse.
And this rice pudding reminds me of my time in India, where I got really into that chai tea fragrance because it was just so delicious and so comforting. Take a lime in. The lime just cuts through the richness of the coconut, gives it that nice little bit of acidity. Goes fantastically well with the cinnamon and that fresh vanilla. Nice. Have a taste. Now, let's come up to the boil. Give it a nice little clean round the outside and in with the rice.
Use 200 grams of pudding rice. Don't wash it beforehand because the starch helps thicken the rice pudding in the oven.
And just turn that down to a light simmer. And the pudding rice starts to open up and it absorbs all that coconut, vanilla, cardamom, clove and cinnamon. Bring it up to the boil gently and cook it out for 3 to 5 minutes. Boiling it rapidly, the rice opens up and it goes into mush, so we want to keep that nice texture, that sort of fragrant rice pudding on a gentle simmer.
Next, a little luxury.
I'm going to show you how I take this simple, delicious, aromatic rice pudding to a completely different level. Here's what I do. Take 2 egg yolks, separate them. Now give that a really nice whisk. Two nice tablespoons of mascarpone cheese. Whisk that into the egg yolks. Just as nice and smooth. It's almost like finishing the rice pudding in a delicious custard. Turn off the gas, add that into the rice pudding. And what happens, it starts to enrich and really thicken this rice pudding and takes it to a completely different level. The rice is still not cooked, but starting to go nice and soft. You can just see how it's opening up. But look, it's like rich, aromatic lava bubbling away.
Finally, grate more citrus zest.
The lime on top. Roasted, caramelised lime zest on top of a rice pudding is phenomenal.
Then put it in the oven for 15 minutes at 200 degrees to finish cooking the rice and develop the intensely aromatic flavours.
Look at that. An incredibly fragrant rice pudding. How beautiful does that look?
Spices are a brilliant way of helping classic dishes come alive. I'll guarantee you'll never ever have had a rice pudding like this before.
Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
First, how to zest a lemon.
The important part is not to zest any of the pith. Watch the following technique and I'll show you how. We've got these original graters. Really important when we use this, we use the fine zester. Not the big rough one, not the one for slicing, and not the other one for grating. This little one here. Onto a plate, because it's always easier to lift off from the plate than it is the board. And the most important thing about zesting a lemon is nice long strokes, but twisting the lemon round. Every time we go down, we twist. Same with the orange and same with the lime. Little tap. If you go too far, let me just show you. Look, you've got that white, bitter pith that destroys the wonderful, zesty flavour. And look, that's what we're looking for there. This really nice, vibrant lemon zest. Delicious.
Garlic is a key ingredient in so many spicy dishes. My tip for finely chopping and mincing is to add a pinch of salt for abrasion, which helps break the fibres of the garlic down for a much better result. For getting the most out of root ginger, simply remove the skin using a teaspoon. It's easier than using a knife, and you can get around the tricky bits. Or just keep the skin on and give it a good wash. Never throw out vanilla pods. There's a ton of flavour left in the skin. Stick inside jars of sugar and leave to infuse. Great to sprinkle on cakes, biscuits or porridge. When grinding up spices, if you have any left over, you can store it in an airtight jar for up to 2 months. Great for a spicy kick to have at your fingertips. Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons. Top tips and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate food on a budget. How to make the most of your ingredients.
Get that pan really nice and hot because this is a cheap cut.
Great money-saving kitchen tips.
This is where you get so much more bang for your buck out of sausages.
And more incredible and cheap dishes to stake your life on.
And that is a perfect way of taking a cheap cut into the Premier League of dishes.
Might take that one. It's a long time till payday. St Albans and the surrounding Hertfordshire area. Kirsty and Phil will be in you for a new series of Location tonight at 8. The next, come dine with me.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing. Incredibly tender.
From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Slice round, wasting nothing.
I made my name cooking in some of the world's most demanding kitchens.
Nice. You make it for was it full service?
In my restaurants, I expect perfection. Every plate has to be worthy of a Michelin star.
And every time you make it, taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand,
Just getting better and better and better.
teaching you everything from incredible stress-free dishes, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, this is my ultimate food on a budget. As a chef, I know it's not what you spend on ingredients, but results on the plate that count. Using cheap cuts and leftovers and working them hard in the kitchen gives you food on a budget that tastes $1 million. And I'm going to show you how. First up, my flavour-packed lamb with fried bread.
Whether I'm cooking high-end dishes or rustic dishes, trust me, it all has to be impressive. So this lamb dish proves that you don't have to spend a fortune to create delicious food. First off, put the pan on. This is a lamb steak, and it's cut just above the leg, just here, because you can see that delicious bone running through the centre, and that's full of marrow, so that just gives the lamb a nice added sweet flavour. Just take your knife, cut through each end. This stops the lamb steak from buckling, so therefore it cooks evenly and colours beautifully. Salt and pepper. Lamb needs quite a lot of help with the pepper, so be quite generous with the pepper. And just pat that down. The pan's just starting to smoke on the outside. Now put the oil in. Get that pan really nice and hot, because this is a cheap cut, so I'm depending on the colour of the lamb steak to really sort of impart a lot of flavour. That's the noise you want to hear. If you can't hear that noise, don't drop the steak in. Put a little bit of garlic in there. Not chopped garlic, just whole, cloves of garlic, lightly crushed. Don't even waste time peeling them. In. Tongs, lift up. That bit of fat around the back, that's at the top of the leg. Tilt the pan and let all that fat render.
Rendering is a chef's term. That means melting the fat.
It works brilliantly when you're cooking a ribeye as well. Turn it over. Look at that colour there. Beautiful. Now it looks like an expensive cut, and we've got that nice even sear all over. As it's cooking, just tilt the pan and baste. And basting the lamb steak just means you're sort of adding all that nice scented garlic olive oil back into the lamb. Beautiful. Now take the lamb out and let the lamb rest. Beautiful. Now, for the perfect rustic crouton. So this bread's quite firm, a couple of days old. Just slice it straight down the centre. Dice it up. Put it into a bowl. Season it beautifully. From there, I'm gonna add some milk. Sounds strange adding milk to a crouton, but it just gives it that nice, rich, creamy texture. And just let that milk sort of absorb into the bread. While that's soaking, I'm gonna make the dressing. Go back to that initial garlic that was in the pan. Look at that, beautiful. Into the pesto mortar. Anchovies. Anchovies go brilliantly well with lamb. I want that nice, salty, vinegary flavour and a bit of kick. Some capers. The little baby caps. Very sweet. Now, just pound that to a nice paste. That smells incredible. Next, some Dijon mustard. A nice teaspoon and a half in. A little bit of red wine vinegar, 2 tablespoons, and then our extra virgin olive oil. Now, it's got that heat in there, got that nice roasted garlic, a real hearty, chunky vinaigrette that sort of seeps into that lamb. Some fresh parsley. Crunch up the parsley. Delicious flavour. Parsley in. Nice. Now, get your pan hot for the croutons. Olive oil in the pan. Grab the croutons and squeeze all that excess milk out. Not too hard. I don't want them dry. And in. And then just fry them. And the milk inside these croutons give it that nice, spongy, creamy, delicious flavour. That's the colour I want. Nice. Now, take them out,
and lightly drain them.
A little bit of kitchen roll.
Onto the board, out. Plate them. Just take this amazing vinaigrette and spread it. Get those croutons. Listen to them, like little boulders hitting the plate. The lamb, sit that on. Next one, on. The rest of the croutons, on. Now use all those little bits. And my chef in Paris would kill me right now if he saw me using those, because they're the ugly scraps that customers should never see, but they're the best bits. Croutons on, and then just drop that sauce on all those little bits of the lamb. And there, that is a perfect way of taking a cheap cut into the Premier League of dishes.
Stunning food doesn't have to be complicated. Keeping it simple produces amazing results and keeps costs down.
Here are 3 more great easy dishes that don't cost the earth, but taste absolutely incredible. Starting with roasted mackerel with garlic and paprika. First, make a spicy paste by crushing garlic in a pestle and mortar, along with paprika, sea salt, and olive oil. Spoon the paste onto fillets of mackerel, a great, inexpensive, oily fish that's really healthy, and leave to marinate. When ready to eat, put the mackerel fillets on a baking tray, skin side up, season, and roast in a hot oven. Next, make a tangy potato salad. For the dressing, mix Dijon mustard, white wine vinegar, olive oil, and saffron. And whisk until blended. Boil new potatoes in salted water. Drain and lightly crush. Add sliced spring onion and spoon in the vinaigrette. To serve, top the potato salad with the roasted mackerel and drizzle with more vinaigrette. A healthy meal that makes the most of cheap but delicious fish. Stunning roasted mackerel with garlic and paprika. My next brilliant budget dish is pork and prawn balls in aromatic broth. For the pork and prawn balls, in a bowl, add pork mince. Then add finely chopped prawns, diced ginger, and chopped chives. Season and roll into ping-pong-sized balls. For the broth, heat fresh stock and add star anise, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and sliced ginger. Gently simmer. Fry the pork and prawn balls in a pan until golden. Then transfer to the bubbling broth. Add handfuls of spinach, then serve. Top with finely sliced spring onions. A gorgeous, healthy dish that uses great value ingredients with amazing results. Pork and prawn balls in aromatic broth, ready to eat in under 20 minutes. An incredibly simple recipe that's perfect for using up leftovers. Easy arancini, delicious golden rice balls. First, chop mozzarella into small cubes. Then take handfuls of leftover risotto, add a cube of mozzarella, and fold into a ball around the cheese. This dish is perfect with leftover mushroom risotto, but it's great with any risotto. For the coating, prep 3 bowls, one with flour, one with breadcrumbs, and one with beaten egg. Dip each arancini first into the flour, then the egg wash, and finally the breadcrumbs. Then in a pan, heat the olive oil and fry the arancini until golden brown. Drain and serve simply with lemon. Easy arancini, a delicious, tempting treat that's great for leftovers and cooks in under 10 minutes. 3 quick and easy recipes that give maximum flavour for minimum cost. Fantastic dishes that prove you don't have to spend a fortune to eat amazing food at home.
Nice.
Next, 5 more of my 100 tips that'll make cooking in the kitchen easier. First up, a great cheap staple, how to cook the perfect rice.
Basmati rice, the king of all rices. Light, fluffy, delicious, and I'm going to show you how to cook it perfectly. Now, start off with 400 grams of rice. Rice in, spot on. So what I'm going to do now is just rinse off the dust and the starch. Cold water, always. And just rinse the rice. That stops the rice from becoming clumpy in the pan and allows it to become really nice, light and fluffy once it's cooked. Rice into the pan. Now, to make a plain, fluffy rice exciting, we're going to infuse it. 3 cardamom pods, and just get the pods and just pierce them so it allows all that flavour to come out. Cardamom pods, and then star anise. Now, these are beautiful. Whole star anise. It makes it really nice and fragrant. Salt and pepper. A lot easier to season the rice now than it is once it's cooked. You start to break it up when you season it once it's cooked. Now, it's basically 1 part rice to 1.5 part water. 600 mils, always start it off in cold water. Cold water in. Onto the gas. Lid on. Bring it up to the boil as quick as possible and turn it down and let it simmer for 8 to 10 minutes. And that's the secret behind cooking great rice. Allow it to steam as it's cooking. Do not lift that lid up. Lid off. It smells aromatic. Basically, all the water's absorbed, the rice has doubled in size, and it's nice and light and fluffy. Take the star anise out. The cardamom pods, they all should have risen to the top. Pods out. Take your fork, fluff it through. Basically, it just sort of starts to open everything back up. Once you've forked it through, it becomes really nice and light and fluffy. And there. That is perfectly cooked rice.
Always make the most of your leftovers. Use last night's rice in stir-fries, scrambled up with eggs, or it's simple to make a delicious fresh salad. Remember, a good cook wastes nothing. A great tip for stopping potatoes, apples and avocados from going brown when cut. Simply cover with water and add a squeeze of lemon. The acidity stops the flesh from oxidizing, which is what causes the colour to change. Herbs are great for adding flavour without spending a fortune. To keep them at their best, simply place them in a glass of water and they'll stay fresh for up to a week. And if you've got extra herbs left over, save on waste by making an amazing flavoured oil. Place washed and dried stems in a bottle, cover with warmed olive oil, then seal and leave to infuse. Great for salads, pastas and drizzling on veg. Coming up on my ultimate guide to cooking on a budget, how to make the most of your ingredients.
And this is where you get so much more bang for your buck out of the sausages because the skin's off and the real flavour is going to come through.
More essential kitchen knowledge.
It should be cut thin like this. There's more flavour.
And a delicious and cheap spicy sausage rice.
That is an amazing way to take spicy Italian sausages to a completely different level.
This is my ultimate cookery course. 100 recipes to stake your life on. Later, I'll be showing you an incredible spicy sausage rice that costs next to nothing.
Bulky, delicious and incredibly robust.
But first, when you're cooking on a budget, you can still eat fantastic meats. Just make sure you're getting the most for your money.
Next up, my shopping guide to buying the best hams, salamis and sausages.
These fine Italian meats are packed with flavour, and a little goes a long way. And nobody knows that better than deli maestro Antonio Saccomani.
Born in Italy and start eating Italian food, and I love it. I want to change it for nothing else. That's why I'm fat.
He's been selling delicious cured meats in the heart of London, Soho, for more than 35 years.
This is the best prosciutto that comes from Italy. This is cured in Parma, because it's Parma ham. Divine. People love it, and it's wonderful. The fat is good because it makes the meat sweet. It should be cut thin like this. There is more flavor. You can eat with melon, with figs, with pears, with everything. Any sweet fruit is good. It's wonderful. You really enjoy it. When you start eating, you can't stop. Wonderful. This is called bresaola. It's a hair-cured beef. Come from North Italy, Valtellina. It's so different from pork. There's no fat at all. There should be no fat, otherwise it tastes greasy. It's good when it's very dry and you slice it thinner. You just eat it like that. Or you can eat with a bit of rocket, or you shave some parmesan on top. I love it. Bit of lemon if you like, or olive oil. It's delicious. This is called felino. For me, is the best salami. Take the name for a little place near Parma, and there is country salami. Very nice. It's one of my favorite because it's not too spicy, just meat flavor, just salt and pepper. I love it. I can't resist. When I take some meat home, I don't need nothing else, especially in the evening. Just meat with a melon or figs or whatever. Few slices of bread, couple glasses of wine. That's my meal. You don't need nothing else. You know, you're happy.
Antonio's right. Incredible Italian hams and salamis are fantastic in simple salads, sandwiches, or even eaten by themselves. And you don't need much to make an impression. There's an amazing selection of delicious meats from around the world that are great to use in the kitchen. Another simple, meaty staple that's perfect for quick, easy suppers with a difference are the exotic regional specialty sausages that have such distinctive tastes and are a million miles from the great British banger. Here are 4 of my favourites that are definitely worth your money. Chorizo from Spain. These have an incredibly deep red colour, are full of smoky spiced paprika, and are great for stuffings, stews and paellas. Merguez from North Africa. Made from beef or mutton, these cook super fast because of their long and thin shape and can be used in tagines or served with couscous. Fennel sausages from Italy. Made from pork and packed with sweet aniseed flavoured fennel seeds, these are perfect with pasta or as a topping on a pizza. Finally, jerk sausages from Jamaica. Full of blow-your-head-off Scotch bonnet chilies, these are super spicy and great in tangy casseroles or simply sautéed with onions and garlic. Be adventurous with your sausages. Learn about the different flavours and you'll soon be using them to add extra flavour with ease. For dishes that always pack a punch without costing a fortune, simple and cheap delicious ingredients like sausages are great. And you don't need a lot of them to get stunning dishes that taste incredible. So spend your money wisely and you can have amazing midweek meals that don't cost the earth. My next recipe is all about great flavours and it is as cheap and easy to make as it is delicious. Spicy sausage rice.
Whatever you're cooking, the secret to making great food is to ensure you lock in every last ounce of flavour in that pan. And this spicy sausage rice does exactly that. Take these spicy sausages and pierce that skin because I want all that delicious spicy sausage meat out of its casing. And you get more flavour from the sausage when you take them out of the casing. Sausage is ready. Turn on the gas. Red onion, less acidic than a big white Spanish onion and a lot more flavoursome. A tablespoon of olive oil. A tablespoon only because I want all that fat coming out of the sausages to sort of really help flavour the onions. Onions in. And the onions go in first because you can never rush cooking an onion. It's really important to sort of give them 5 to 6 minutes in the pan so you can really start to caramelise them. And now for my pepper. Slice round, wasting nothing. I want to see that sort of little core, those pips in the centre. No fine diced pepper. The rice is going to be cooking for 20 minutes, so I want the veg to sort of have texture after it's cooked. Pepper's in, a bit of garlic, 2 nice cloves. Just slap down, off with the shell. Garlic in. Now, I want to turn up the gas, get the pan nice and hot, because the minute that sausage goes in,
everything cools down and you'll end up boiling the peppers and the onions and the garlic. So heat up to maximum and then just make a well in the centre. In. Now, start stirring quickly. And this is where you get so much more bang for your buck out of the sausages because the skin's off and the real flavour of that spicy Italian sausage is going to come through.
What's great about this recipe is that you can use any type of sausage to get the flavour and the heat you want. I've gone for the spicy Italian, but it's just as good with merguez or chorizo.
A teaspoon paprika in, give it that really nice smoky flavour. Rice in, and we're going to sort of basically sear the rice. We call it, in the kitchen, blasting the rice, where we sort of saute the rice for 30 seconds, and it takes on all that flavour.
Next, white wine.
So the wine sort of deglazes the pan and washes all that flavour from the bottom of the pan into the rice. Stock in, bring it up to the boil, turn it down and let it simmer. Double stop to rice. Turn that gas down and let it simmer. So 12 to 15 minutes. And just give it the occasional stir. Keep an eye on it. Now, get ready to finish it.
Sliced spring onions, diced sweet juicy tomatoes, and roughly chop earthy flat leaf parsley.
Spring onions in, tomatoes in. Off with the gas. Really important. Otherwise, everything becomes overcooked. Flat leaf parsley in. But look at the volume in that pan now. That is an amazing way to take spicy Italian sausages to a completely different level. Beautiful.
Follow my ultimate cookery course, packed with key lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on. And you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, more ultimate food on a budget. My amazing homemade gnocchi.
Smells incredible.
Great tips to get the most out of produce.
Whether it's pears, plums, peaches, the flavour's in the skin.
And more incredible dishes to die for.
Look at it. A delicious but very simple crumble with apples at their absolute best. Beautiful.
And that's Monday at the same time. With Paralympians, Gokwan and music from Pink, Alan Carr's back for a new series of Chatty Man tonight at 10. But next, come dine with me.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing. Incredibly tender.
From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes, and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Slice round, wasting nothing.
I made my name cooking in some of the world's most demanding kitchens.
Nice. You make it when was it before service?
In my restaurants, I expect perfection. Every plate has to be worthy of a Michelin star.
And every time you make that, taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Just getting better and better and better.
Teaching you everything from incredible stress-free dishes, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, this is more ultimate food on a budget. Vegetables are such an asset in the kitchen. Healthy, fantastically fresh, and incredibly versatile. And pound for pound, they're so much cheaper than fish or meat. Just make sure you give them plenty of attitude. My first recipe is so quick and easy, but seriously impressive and deceptively cheap. Homemade gnocchi.
Making your gnocchi is so simple to do, yet the results are absolutely stunning. And it's a great way of using up leftover baked potatoes. You can make gnocchi just with flour and eggs. However, the potato gives it that nice, light, sort of creamy, fluffy texture. Just cut them in half. Take your spoon and scoop the inside of those potatoes.
I'm using leftover baked potatoes, But this really works as well with leftover boiled potatoes.
Two choices. You can get a fork and sort of mash the potato and get it nice and light and fluffy, or this little gadget, it's called a ricer. I suppose it's a posh word for a potato masher. Just squeeze gently. You can see how nice and light it is, almost like fluffy little strands of potato. You can do this when the potatoes are hot. It'll go through the ricer so much quicker. Just slice that off there. Now, a nice spoon of ricotta in. A little touch of salt and pepper. It's really important to season the mixture as we go along, otherwise the gnocchi becomes really bland. Flour over the ricotta, sieved so there's no lumps. One delicious egg. Give that a little whisk. Now, make a little well in the centre. You want a nice, soft, pliable ball of dough. Give that a really good mix. Get some thyme flowers in there. And this thyme is light, fragrant, and it's just a really nice herb. And with the ricotta, it tastes brilliant. Just pick the little tips of the thyme flowers.
Next, flour your hands generously and knead the mixture into a dough.
Fold in and push. And basically what it's doing is get it nice and smooth. As it starts to get a little bit wet, and just add a little touch of flour. But we want something really nice and soft. Now, don't overwork it. It stops the gnocchi from expanding when it hits the pan. That's exactly what I want. A nice sort of soft, fragrant ball. Cut the ball in half. Lightly flour the hands and just roll it gently. And just think of a big, long cigar. The mixture will start getting a little bit sort of wetter, but do not add lots of flour. Now, lightly flour the knife, so when you slice the gnocchi, it doesn't stick.
Cut the dough into bite-sized pieces.
Just take your finger, dip it in the flour, and push down. Why? I want my gnocchi to look like a pillow. And for me, the most important part there is that not one of them are identically the same shape. Water on. Bring it up to the boil. A little touch of olive oil in there. Lightly flour your hand. Lift up the gnocchi. Into the rolling boiling water. Turn that pan to stop them from sticking at the bottom. And let them simmer. And they start to sort of tell you they're cooked when they start floating. Get a pan on. Get that nice and hot. Now they're just starting to come up to the top, and you can continue cooking them like that. I like blanching them in the water, taking them out, and then frying them.
To study the gnocchi, heat olive oil in a frying pan.
Gently lift up and look. They've doubled in size. Drain it, get rid of the excess water, and straight in to the hot pan. This is where they start to take on a completely different texture. Nice crisp, sautéed texture on the outside. Gnocchi loves fresh pepper, so pepper in. And you'll see, as I start turning them, got this really nice little sort of brown colour. And they're almost puffing up now, like little parcels. So I want them nice and sautéed, both sides, but light and creamy in the centre. Fresh garden peas in. And the butter gives it that really nice sort of beurre noisette flavour on the end. Beautiful. Put a little bit of fresh thyme over the peas. And then finally, I want to lift it up. Fresh lemon. Zest the lemon over. So, smells incredible. And then finally, seal the deal with a touch of grated Parmesan cheese.
Give your veg some attitude, and you'll get amazingly elegant dishes on a budget that are always guaranteed to impress. What more do you want from great cooking? Cheap to make, easy to cook, and absolutely stunning. Cooking great food doesn't mean you have to spend a fortune on fancy equipment. Get some basic essentials, and you'll be set in the kitchen.
Saucepans. I mean, basically, you don't need a collection of 10. All you need really is 2. A medium-sized one, followed by a large one.
A small pan's great for sauces, heating liquids or rice, whereas your large pan gives you space, perfect for pastas, stews, or when you're cooking in bulk, which keeps costs down. Made from copper to stainless steel. Find what's right for you and always get a lid, which helps heat the pan up as quickly as possible.
And the secret behind a great saucepan is The heavier the bottom, the more heat it will conduct. The thinner the bottom, the more chance you've got actually burning your food.
Buy the best saucepans you can afford. Take good care of them and they'll last you years, saving you money in the long run.
Amazing recipes don't necessarily have to include meat. Cooking vegetarian dishes will reduce your food bills without compromising on taste and flavour.
Here are 3 more recipes to satisfy even the keenest carnivore, like me, that will max out on veg and won't break the bank. Starting with spicy black beans with feta and avocado. First, in a pan, heat olive oil. Add chopped onion and fry until soft. Then finely slice garlic and chilli. Add cumin, cinnamon and black beans, then combine. Cook together until deliciously soft. These small beans come dried or in tins, and they're a great cheap ingredient to make dishes more substantial. To serve, dollop the black bean mixture on crunchy tortillas. Top with cubed ripe avocado, chopped fresh coriander, and crumbled salty feta cheese. Spicy black beans with feta and avocado, a dish that's filling, frugal, and tastes fantastic. My next great veg recipe is leek and gruyere rosti with fried eggs. In a hot pan, sweat shredded leeks along with a knob of butter and season. Next, grate parboiled potatoes and Gruyere, a hard Swiss cheese with a great nutty flavour. Then combine with the softened leeks. In a pan, heat oil and a little butter. Spoon in the potato, leek and cheese mix. Cook gently until golden and crisp underneath. Then slide onto a plate, flip over and return to the pan to finish cooking. Finally, for the perfect topping, fry 2 eggs and place them on top of the rosti. Top with fresh tarragon. Leek and Gruyere rosti with fried eggs, a simple but substantial dish that makes the most of hearty root veg. A dish that takes as much time to write on a blackboard as it does to cook. Chickpea, cumin and spinach koftas with tahini dressing. In a blender, put tinned chickpeas, cumin seeds, paprika and turmeric, and blitz to a paste. Next, wilt spinach in olive oil and chop finely, then add to the chickpea mixture. Sprinkle in gram flour, made from finely ground chickpeas, then shape golf ball-sized chunks of the mixture using a spoon and rest in the fridge. When ready to cook, heat oil in a frying pan. Shallow fry the koftas until golden brown on all sides. Then rest them on kitchen paper to absorb any excess oil. For an easy dipping sauce, mix yogurt with a dollop of tahini and a squeeze of lemon. Then stir in freshly chopped coriander. A mouth-watering dish that's perfect for sharing. Chickpea, cumin and spinach koftas with tahini dressing. Three amazing recipes with fantastic veg. Proof that even if you're cooking on a budget, you can still eat like a king.
Incredible.
Coming up on my ultimate guide to cooking on a budget, how to get the most from your ingredients.
There's a lot of flavour in the skin, so don't worry about peeling the fruit.
All about shopping for perfect potatoes.
Cook them simply, proper flavours. It doesn't get any better.
And a delicious apple dish to stake your life on.
And look at it. A delicious but very simple crumble. Beautiful.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. This is how to cook amazing food on a budget.
Next up, my guide to getting the best ingredients for your money. My shopping mantra is simple. First, rely on your senses. Make sure, whatever you're buying, that it looks, smells and really feels good. Second is to recognise that knowledge is crucial. The more you know personally about where your ingredients are from and how they're produced, the better. So, don't be scared. Ask lots of questions
and learn.
And when it comes to buying potatoes, a great ingredient if you're cooking on a budget. One greengrocer who can always spot a dud spud is Borough Market royalty Fred Foster.
It's all about flavour. It's all about choosing the right variety for the right dish.
He's been selling top quality veg for over 15 years and really knows his King Edwards from his Duke of Yorks.
Basically, there's two types of potatoes. There's early season and a main crop potato. Early season is basically around about May time. You can't store them. They cannot be stored. You have to buy them and use them within 2 to 3 days. When you're buying an early season potato, you must avoid green looking potatoes at all costs. It really is important. And the way you can tell that is if you just brush the potato, the skin comes off really, really easy. And then you want a yellowy or whitey looking potato. The new season potato is a superb potato to use.
New season types include Rocket, Home Guard and Maris Bard, but my favourite is the classic Jersey Royal. It has a delicate sweet flavour, it's packed with vitamin C and is great in salads or simply boiled and mixed with olive oil and fresh mint.
Jersey potatoes, early crop, are phenomenal. Look at that. Keep the skin on, it's really important. Just wash it, boil it. It's a beautiful, beautiful potato, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, I know it's a potato, I know it's a bit sad, but we're talking about flavour. Right, and what is a main crop potato? It's the crop that is grown specifically for 9 months of the year use. When you're looking at a main crop potato, you need to see that the eyes aren't too large because they tend to go right through the potato. They've got to be firm. It's very, very important. If a potato in any way feels a little bit soft, discard it. Storage-wise, dark place, cool place, dry place. And that will last till you eat it. Simple as that.
Both early season and main crop potatoes come in two main types, waxy and floury. Waxy potatoes have a smooth, dense flesh, and because they're low in starch, they stay firm when cooked. Types include Anya and Pink Fur, but I love Charlotte, which has an amazing buttery taste and are great sautéed in stews or served whole with roast chicken. Floury potatoes have a fluffy, dry texture when cooked, which makes them great for mashing, roasting, or cutting into chips. Types include King Edward, whose smooth, creamy flesh is perfect for potato gratins or with rich meats like beef, and Désirée, which have an amazing red skin and are great for baking or as delicious potato wedges. Old-fashioned types, known as heritage potatoes, are now widely available and have fantastic colours and distinctive tastes that are great when you want something different.
This one's called Salad Blue. When you cut it, you then see the most amazing colour, and it's perfect. It looks stunning on the plate. Are really popular. It's so important when you're going out to pick your potatoes, you already know in advance what you're going to do with that potato. So whether you're going to put it in a salad, whether it's a masher or a chipper, or even a baking potato, each variety has a unique flavour.
Fred's spot on. Whether new season, main crop, waxy or floury, potatoes are incredibly versatile and packed with great flavour, the perfect ingredient when you're cooking on a budget.
Well, how much do I love potatoes? Well, cook them simply, proper flavours. It doesn't get any better, really.
Like all chefs, for me there's nothing better than seasonal produce at its peak. When fruit and veg is fresh, in season and fantastically ripe, I can't wait to get back in the kitchen. To get the most out of your cooking, always use ingredients in their prime. My next recipe is a proper British classic that's super simple to cook and costs next to nothing, a delicious apple crumble.
Crumbles are the perfect way to use fruit when it's in season. There's lots of it about, it's nice and cheap, but most importantly, the fruit's at its absolute best. First off, I'm gonna make a really nice light caramel. Pan on, nice and low. Grate 2 apples. And this helps to almost sort of pure the apple so much quicker. There's a lot of flavour in the skin, so don't worry about peeling the fruit. Whether it's pears, plums, peaches, the flavour's in the skin. Nice. To start the caramel, a couple of tablespoons of sugar. The sugar helps to get rid of the tartness in the apple. A touch of cinnamon. That starts to make it a little spicy. Open up your vanilla. Just scrape out all those seeds. Now this just makes it light and fragrant. All those seeds in to the sugar.
When making caramel, be patient and always swirl the dish instead of stirring it. When the sugar goes brown, add the apple.
That starts to sort of cool down the caramel, but it gives it that really nice sort of caramelized puree. Apple's almost disintegrating. Smells incredible. Turn the gas down. Slice up 2 apples. It's a crumble that's got no frills. Straightforward, no faffing around, no peeling of the skin. I want them to sort of stand out from the caramel. Apples in. Now those nice thick chunks of apple are sort of almost bedding itself into the puree. Dried cranberries gives it that nice sort of shock in the texture. Sweet and chewy. I want it to sort of taste zesty, spicy, so sit the lemon zest on top of your apples and cranberry. Fresh lemon juice over. And that just gives that extra acidic kick. Takes the cranberries, the apples, the caramel, and the cinnamon to another level. Turn the gas off. Just let that sit. And let's concentrate on the crumble. Flour in. A couple of tablespoons of demerara sugar. Sugar helps to get the topping nice and crispy. Butter in. Give that a nice little sort of rub. What we're looking for is like a breadcrumb mixture. Lightly season it with a touch of cinnamon. And the demerara sugar sort of helps to get a nice fine crumble mix, and it stops the butter from sort of melting in that flour. So that's the basic crumble mix, but I'm not finished yet. Muesli. 2/3 crumble, 1/3 muesli. Mix that in.
If you haven't got muesli, then crunchy granola works brilliantly too.
Lovely. Now, start off in the centre and work your way around. I want the crispiness on the top, the puree on the bottom with the caramel, and then the texture in the centre. A good tip, turn the gas back on. I want it bubbling before it goes in the oven, because then you've just got to cook the top. So as soon as you see that caramel starting to bubble down the side, in she goes. Let's go.
Bake at 200 degrees Celsius for 12 to 14 minutes until golden brown.
Smells amazing. Beautiful. Still bubbling. And look at it. A delicious but very simple crumble with apples at their absolute best. Beautiful. Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
First up, cooking pasta. A great budget basic to keep in the cupboard.
It can be easily undercooked or overcooked. Here's how to do it properly. First, water in, nice large pan to make sure the pasta's got sufficient room to cook evenly. Nicely seasoned, absolutely crucial. Olive oil in, that stops the pasta from sticking together. Bring it up to the boil. That's a rolling boil. The secret there, it stops the pasta from sticking together and it gently rolls it around. Now, this is angel pasta, nice thin pasta, takes 3.5 to 4 minutes. So, into the pan, as it hits the water, it melts, and then you turn it around. Tongs, as that starts to melt, gently twist that into the pan, bring it back up to the boil. If you're bad at timing, then set a timer. Beautiful. To test it, lift a little strand, and you can actually feel it with your fingers. It's still nice and firm. Al dente. Not a bite, not a strong bite, but just really nice and firm inside. Definitely not crunchy. And then, into a colander, drain the pasta, in a light seasoning, salt and pepper, a tablespoon of olive oil. Mix that through. That stops it from sticking together. And look, there you go. Beautiful pasta, al dente. Cooked perfectly.
A tip for making the most of spare bread, blitz leftovers into breadcrumbs, great for stuffing or crab cakes, or cut into chunks and freeze for perfect croutons on demand, or simply tear and use in a delicious rustic salad. Dried pulses like chickpeas or lentils are great for soups and stews and cost pennies. But don't season them until the end of the cooking or the salt makes them go tough. For perfect boiled potatoes, always start them off in cold water and never boiling water. This way, by the time the centres of the potatoes are cooked, the outside won't be falling apart. And when you're cooking potatoes, always cook extra, so there's leftovers. They're fantastic to have on hand for making my delicious gnocchi and potato rusties or a classic bubble and squeak. Follow my ultimate cookery course, packed with key lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on. And you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate guide to stress-free cooking, more great kitchen tips.
With the skin being removed from underneath the salmon, the pin bones come out a lot easier.
How to shop for the very best pork.
With a pig, there really is nothing to waste. The trotters even are really good flavour.
And more magnificent recipes you can stake your life on.
Wow, they smell incredible. Beautiful.
What do we actually stuff in our gobs? Difficult to swallow secrets are revealed in Food Unwrapped tonight at 8. Next though, here on 4, it's Come Dine With Me.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
And that makes the fish cake nice and fragrant.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Make sure those blades are taken out of the claw as well.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
Taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
It's getting tastier and tastier.
Teaching you everything from how to cook with chili and spice to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, now it's all about stress-free cooking. Cooking dishes in advance is a brilliant way of taking the stress out of cooking at home, and many dishes just get better and better with time. First up, my amazing sticky pork ribs.
One of the secrets to great cooking is patience. Leaving dishes to marinate for 1 or 2 days helps to develop the flavour in your food, and the end result is so much more delicious. It's a method I use in the restaurants all the time. First off, get your roasting tray. Put the tray on the gas. Pork ribs, 60% meat and 35–40% fat. Give them a really good season. Salt and pepper. The nice thing about this cut, they stay incredibly moist when they're on the bone. And the longer you cook them, the more delicious they become. Just push all that seasoning in to the pork. Olive oil in. Make sure that tray's nice and hot. And I really want that nice sort of caramelisation taking place on the pork. And that's the nice thing about starting it on top of the stove. Use your roasting tray, get them coloured, and then in the oven. Putting the ribs straight in the oven, you don't get the colour. They look sort of boiled as opposed to a nice caramelised rib. Ginger. You can't beat fresh ginger with sticky pork ribs. Place it down nice and firmly and slice. The thinner you slice the ginger, the more fragrant the ribs. Garlic. And it's really important, before you add anything to those ribs, make sure you've got the colour on the ribs first. Don't rush it. Turn them over. That's what I want. That nice, crispy colour. As they sort of braise in the oven, all that colour just turns into the most amazing flavour.
Braising is just a chef's term for cooking something slowly in liquid.
Right, ginger and garlic in. Spread it around. I want all those ribs to sort of roast with the ginger and the garlic. Chili flakes in. Next, Szechuan pepper. citrusy, vibrant peppercorns. Incredible. In. Next, star anise. That gives it a really nice sort of aniseedy flavour, almost like you're roasting the ribs in fennel. In. Now we've got the heat, got the spice. I want to sweeten things up a little bit. Some fresh honey. Honey glazes the pork beautifully, counteracts against all that spice in there. But look what's happening. The colour on the ribs is extraordinary. It's like a really nice, chilly, sweet caramel. Now, soy sauce brings that little bit of sort of saltiness to it. Really generous with the soy sauce. Japanese vinegar. 2 tablespoons of vinegar in. Rice wine. It gives it that nice sort of tartness to the ribs.
If you can't find rice wine, a dry sherry is a great substitute.
300 ml. That takes out the heat of that Szechuan pepper, those dry chili flakes. Make sure they all lay down like a nice, tight box of matches. Bring that up to the boil.
Cooking is all about learning to develop your own likes and dislikes, so always keep tasting to make sure you're happy with a combination of flavours.
It's lacking a little touch of vinegar. I want that sharpness. Now think what's going on. The tartness, the heat, the caramel, the colour on the ribs is amazing. I want a bit of a sort of oniony flavour. We'll put some spring onions in. Whilst these ribs are in the oven, the spring onions will sort of puree, but give a sharpness to the final taste of that pork. In with my spring onions. In with my stock, 400 ml of stock. This is just a simple chicken stock. The stock just sits underneath the ribs. It absorbs into the rib, and the top of the rib glazes underneath the rib. That gets crispy and rich, and that's what makes the ribs nice and moist. Really important. Into the oven.
Cook at 180 for 30 minutes. Then turn the ribs over and cook for a further 30 minutes.
Now. Wow, they smell incredible. Each side has got that really nice, crispy, roasted edge. It becomes sticky and chewy and sweet, sour. The fat's disappeared and the pork just melts in your mouth. I want to take them to the next level. Gas back on. Now, shake the tray. And this is the sort of the way that we finish them in the restaurant. And for every minute they glaze in that tray, they just get to taste better and better. Now look at them. I'm so happy with those.
Ribs done. Absolutely delicious now. But if you want, you can put them in the fridge and the flavour will keep developing. Then just reheat them when you want to serve.
So, each rib has a nice slice of ginger on there. Wow, look at that. Delicious sticky ribs with an amazing marinade.
To make my food the tastiest it can be, I always start with the best ingredients I can find. And the secret to getting the best is simple.
Knowledge is crucial. The more you know about where your ingredients come from and how they're produced, the better. So, ask lots of questions and learn.
When it comes to buying pork, you can't do any better than ask a butcher. And award-winning master butcher Danny Lidgate knows everything about the pig from trotter to tail. His family have been in the meat business for 150 years, so this man really is on the money.
In comparison with other meats, pork's really good value. You get some really good cuts at really reasonable prices. And you can use everything from the tip of the trotter down to the cheek. We can see here we've got the leg. The leg is about this region, really lean, really good for things like gammons and hams. Coming down from the leg, we've got the loin, and that's where the pork chops come from. If you take the bones out, you can bone and roll it, and you end up with a really nice, easy-to-cook cylinder of meat, really easy to carve like a loaf of bread. Coming away from the loin, we've got the belly, and you can see the belly is made up of fatty parts and meaty parts. Don't be scared of the amount of fat that's on it. You need that fat to give the flavours coming through. Also, make sure you can possibly buy it with the skin on. The skin will crispen up nicely, give you good crackling, also add flavour into the fat. Lower down from the bellies, we've got the shoulders. Really, the shoulders are a great meat. They're slightly fattier than the rest of the animal. You can see with this pork shoulder the amount of marbling you get in the muscles, the interior marbling. Make sure you look for the marbling. It's essential for the flavour and it's going to make a really good eating experience. With a pig, there really is nothing to waste. The trotters even are really good flavour because of their gelatinous qualities, and the meat can be really, really flavoursome. Also, there's pig's cheeks, which obviously require a little bit more cooking because of the use they get, but the flavours you're going to get are going to be completely different to any other part of a pig.
Pork is an incredibly versatile meat. They say the only part you can't eat is the oink. Here's my guide to getting the best out of familiar cuts. Smoked or unsmoked bacon is not just for breakfast. It's brilliant transforming salads, gives a real depth of flavour to stews, and is delicious in quick and easy pasta dishes. The leg joint, best known for ham, also makes an inexpensive, delicious Sunday roast and is great served with peas pudding. And the tenderloin fillet, incredibly lean, healthy and fast to cook. You can stuff it, cut it into scallops or strips that are perfect for Asian stir-fries. A calm kitchen is an efficient and effective kitchen. The less stressed you are, the better the food you'll produce. So whenever you can, get ahead with your cooking.
Here are 3 of my favourite recipes that can be made beforehand and whose flavour improves over time.
First up, Moroccan lamb with sweet potato and raisin. This super simple, hassle-free recipe is cooked all in one pot. Start by browning chunks of lamb in hot olive oil. Colour and remove. Then fry onions. Season. Add chopped garlic, ground ginger and coriander. A teaspoon of whole cumin seeds, paprika and fennel seeds. A cinnamon stick, bay leaf and delicate strands of saffron. Then fry to release all the aromatic flavours. Next, add tomato puree, chunks of sweet potato and the juicy browned lamb. For a sweet note, add plump raisins. Then cover with stock and simply leave to simmer for a couple of hours. Delicious eaten straight away, but over time the flavours will develop and improve. When you're ready to serve, simply finish with fresh parsley. Minimal preparation and ready when you want it. Fantastic Moroccan lamb with sweet potato and raisin. My next super simple dish that just gets better and better with time is chili chicken with ginger and coriander. Start by chopping chicken thighs into pieces. Now on with the marinade. Chop garlic, ginger, red chilli and lemon juice. In a pan, toast coriander and cumin seeds to release their flavours, grind and add to the chicken. Then pour over plain yoghurt. Add turmeric and season. Mix and leave to marinate from 2 hours to overnight. Next, fry chopped onions in olive oil. Then add chopped garlic and ginger, ground coriander, garam masala and turmeric, tomato puree and butter. Next, add the marinated chicken and all the remaining marinade and cook until tender. Finally, top with coriander. Marinated for flavour and cooked in 20 minutes. Chili chicken with ginger and coriander, a simple, stress-free wonder. Having a delicious sauce on hand to serve with simply cooked fish or meat is a brilliant stress buster. My final recipe is sweet pepper sauce with grilled prawns. For the sauce, in hot olive oil, fry chopped garlic and diced bread. Then put them in a blender, add chopped tomatoes, blister the skin of red peppers under a hot grill, intensifying the flavour. Leave to cool, then they're easy to peel. Chop and add, blitz. Add smoked paprika, chili flakes, and roughly chopped almonds. A squeeze of lemon and a dash of sherry vinegar. Season, blitz again, and add olive oil. This sauce keeps really well in the fridge and will intensify in flavour. I love it with simple king prawns. Just add olive oil and griddle for 2 minutes on each side. Sweet pepper sauce with grilled prawns, simply delicious. Made in advance, ready when you want them. 3 stunning, simple recipes that take the stress out of the kitchen.
Beautiful.
Coming up on my guide to stress-free cooking, more great cooking tips.
The secret is sort of toasting them so it releases that oil and intensifies the spice.
Techniques to tackle the fiddly jobs.
The pin bones come out a lot easier.
And a chutney recipe to stake your life on.
And that is a gem worth prepping in advance for.
This is my ultimate cookery course, 100 recipes to stake your life on. I'll be showing you an amazing spicy chutney that's brilliant for transforming the simplest of suppers.
They don't actually smell much, but the flavour they give off is extraordinary.
But first, 5 more of my 100 tips to make your home cooking easier. Kicking off with how to skin and debone a fish the hassle-free way.
This is basically a filleted side of salmon. It's been taken off the bone, and now, skin off. Pick up your knife, a really nice, broad, flexible filleting knife. Little sharpen.
Lift up the base of the towel and then just nick a little bit at the end there.
Twist the knife almost as if it's horizontally underneath the salmon. Pull the skin and you slice the salmon underneath and let the knife do the work. Now, get your skin, flip it back over and check you're not leaving too much salmon on top of the skin. Pull it back and nice and slowly. Get the skin, wrap it around your fingers, pull the salmon towards you and then just all the way through. Lay that down. One nicely skinned salmon, just like a perfect snake skin. Get your knife and just run the knife down and then with a pair of tweezers, these are fish tweezers, but you can use normal tweezers, look for the head, up and pull. And with the skin being removed from underneath the salmon, the pin bones come out a lot easier. And the pin bones only go to just basically halfway along the fillet. One nice fillet of salmon, beautiful.
There's still plenty of flavour in the trimmings from a filleted fish. My tip is don't waste those fish bones. Add to water, wine, a bay leaf, and some chopped veg to make a simple but versatile fish stock at home, the perfect base for a delicious fish soup. A great tip for intensely flavoured stress-free veg is to steam them in their own juices. Simply add to a pan with a knob of butter and seasoning, then cook on a low heat with the lid on to lock in the moisture. For crispy roast potatoes you can depend on, my tip is to parboil them, leave them to steam dry, then sprinkle them with semolina or flour and give them a good roughing up. This ensures they go really crispy in the oven. A great tip for browning meat or fish is to dry it with kitchen roll before you cook it. Then you'll get a much better colour. Too much moisture makes the meat steam instead of sear, and you'll lose that rich brown crust like the one I got on those sticky pork ribs. Another secret to taking the stress out of cooking is to anticipate the really busy times when you'll need things to hand that are already made. My next recipe can be kept on tap in the fridge for weeks on end and is guaranteed to liven up any quick meal. Spicy chutney.
With chutney standing by in the fridge, you can always add that special little touch to a simple supper. Prove that thinking ahead always pays off. Pan on to start toasting those spices. Keep the pan nice and low. Cumin, very aromatic, very fragrant, and it's almost like a light spice. Next, nice little coriander seeds. Coriander in. Now you're gonna get a bit of heat in the chutney. Mustard seeds, a lot smaller than coriander seeds, but so much more powerful. Mustard seeds in. Now, curry leaves. They don't actually smell much dry, but the flavour they give off is extraordinary. Curry leaves in. Really important not to burn them, otherwise you'll have that bitter taste across the chutney. Keep the gas nice and low. The secret is sort of toasting them so it releases that oil and intensifies the spice. A touch of salt. And then a couple of small, powerful chilies. Keep them whole. No one's going to eat them, but it gives that real nice burst of heat. Now, let them toast gently there. We're not going to chop the onion, we're going to grate it. Why? Because it sort of breaks down to a really nice puree in the chutney when you grate it. Hold the root in the palm of your hand and just push. Nice long grates. Want those nice long shards. Look, I've almost got a nice sort of onion puree, but it's nice and clear. A touch of olive oil. Spices, nicely toasted, onions in. 3 nice cloves of garlic. Lightly crush them. Lay it nice and flat, and just slice the garlic. Nice thin slices. Garlic in.
Taking your time to get the onions caramelised beautifully will really reap rewards in the long run.
Tamarind paste and sugar. In with the sugar first. 3 nice tablespoons of sugar. That will give a really nice syrup effect. A sort of nice, rich, syrupy texture to the chutney. Tamarind paste.
You can get tamarind paste in most delis and the big supermarkets.
It's a really nice thickening agent, but it gives that tartness to the chutney. And it's sort of rich, sugary, spicy. Next, in with my coconut. Add 4 nice tablespoons. That will give a nice body and a really nice texture to the chutney. Cook that coconut out, and now add the carrot. Grated. The carrot just gives the chutney a really nice sort of crunch, but it also helps to sort of cool down the spice. Carrots in. The water comes out of the carrot, flavours the chutney beautifully, but gives that nice sort of vibrant, bright colour to it as well. And grating it almost sort of, it cooks instantly, but I want a bit of texture through here. Turn down the gas and just let that simmer for 5 minutes. If the carrots aren't that moist and juicy, then put a couple of tablespoons of water in there to help it along. Now, just cook that out for 5 minutes. Just as those carrots start going nice and soft, don't overcook them. You want that nice texture in there. Slightly spicy, slightly sweet. Gas off. Keep those chilies in there for that. It's beautiful. It's nice and gooey, delicious and ready to go in its jar as that sits in the fridge. Just gets better and better and better. I love to eat this chutney with cold meats or even cold fish, but with ham, it's amazing. It's a really nice way of livening up the ham. Just sort of roll it up. Get a nice spoon of chutney. I mean, it looks fantastic. Chutney onto the plate and serve. And that is a nice little gem in the fridge that is worth prepping in advance for.
Follow my ultimate cookery course crammed with key lessons, top tips and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, it's all about making it easy, with more great cooking tips.
I want the chocolate like little matchsticks dotted around.
My guide to gorgeous oils.
The very best extra virgin olive oil is first cold pressed.
And my ultimate meatball recipes, guaranteed never to let you down.
And all the time you're doing this, those meatballs are just getting tastier and tastier.
8 o'clock tomorrow night, when food is the cure, your ailments sorted by Grub, and you run for the food hospital. We'll come down next on 4. Can we get Gordon to stay?
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
That makes the fish cake nice and fragrant.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Make sure those blades are taken out of the claw as well.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
Taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
It's getting tastier and tastier.
Teaching you everything from how to cook with chili and spice to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right now, it's all about making it easy. Making it easy for yourself in the kitchen means using the time you have effectively. And the one thing that can really help you do that is your freezer. My recipe for meatballs is so versatile, it can be used to make a dozen amazing dishes. One of my favourites is meatballs in fragrant coconut broth.
Having a freezer of home-cooked, delicious food ready to go can be a real lifesaver. It means you never have to compromise on flavour. These meatballs are delicious, but more importantly, they freeze so well. First off, get your pan on and start sweating off your onions and your garlic. This recipe involves making the meatballs in a classic way, but the exciting part is actually cook them in coconut milk. And it gives a really nice new dimension to a sort of soft, rich, sumptuous meatball. Chop the onion nice and finely, keeping those slices very close together. Closer the slices, the finer the onion. Pat it back down at an angle, slice down, and just chop. I want the onions nice and fine because I want some finesse to these meatballs. And the secret of a really good meatball is the texture, getting that balance right between the minced beef, the breadcrumbs, the milk, and the seasoning. A couple of cloves of garlic. Slice the garlic really nice and thinly. Nice. Pan, nice and hot, and a tablespoon of olive oil. Quite generous with the olive oil. Onions and garlic in. A little touch of salt and pepper. With your mince, open it up a little bit and sort of pat it out. Salt and pepper. For me, a good meatball is all about the softness, the texture of that rich beef, and the way it sort of melts in your mouth. You can colour it on the outside, but you want it nice and soft and sort of rich in the centre. Mix that in beautifully, and then paste it back out again. I've got some really nice dried chilli flakes. I'm going to season the onions with the chilli flakes. Chilli flakes in. Cook that out for 2 minutes. I'm going to add some milk. Take your breadcrumbs, make a little well, 3 or 4 tablespoons of milk. That makes a sort of nice, slightly doughy texture, but it lightens the texture of the meatball. Place that in. Add your onions, your garlic, and your chilli in there as well. Nice. Get your hands in there and start mixing them. If you've got the right amount of milk and breadcrumbs, it doesn't need binding with an egg. Don't make them too small. The problem with making them too small is the fact that they dry out quickly. Just the size of a golf ball. A little bit bigger. Nice. Give them a really nice tight squeeze. That stops it from breaking up.
It always pays to double the recipe and spend a bit more time making extra meatballs so you can freeze a batch ready for another time.
Give the pan a little wipe out. Don't wash out that pan. We've got that flavour from the onions and the garlic at the bottom. Get that pan nice and hot. Touch of olive oil in there. Place them at the top of your pan. nice and gently sit them in the oil. Get a palette knife and go underneath them and just sort of tilt the pan and let the pan cook the back of the meatball. We're going to add some heat, coriander seeds, slightly spicy and peppery, just to give a really nice flavour to the coconut milk. In. Next, some cardamom seeds, 3 or 4 onto the board, knife on. In. A little touch of turmeric into the centre of the pan. That's going to give it a really nice spicy flavour. A little pinch of cinnamon. All the time you're doing this, those meatballs are just getting tastier and tastier. A couple of dried chilies, let them infuse in that oil. And then some lemongrass. Just take the back of your knife and sort of beat it down. That starts to release all that lovely sort of fragrance. It's like someone's just let off the most amazing fragrant air freshener. In with the lemongrass. And finally, some fresh ginger. Just peel and slice, nice and thinly. Time now to turn them over and let the other half for a wonderful flavour. Chicken stock in. Bring the stock up to the boil, turn the gas up, and then add the coconut milk. And I want the coconut milk just sitting underneath the top of the meatball. Coconut milk in, and that sort of gives it that creamy richness, but it's not heavy. It's a fragrant, light richness. Before we start simmering, check the seasoning. That nice, soft texture of the meatball, but that fragrant, light richness of the coconut broth. It's just gonna cook those meatballs perfectly.
Bring the broth up to the boil, then simmer gently for 8 to 10 minutes.
Touch them with your finger. They should be slightly pliable, but slightly springy. Gas off. Gonna finish it off with something light and fresh. Zest of lime. But I want the zest on top of the meatball, sort of cut through that richness. And then finally, squeeze the fresh lime. And that just gives it that nice, zesty, amazing taste. Stir in the juice. It's got that kick and that vibrant taste. Now, the exciting part. When you come to serve it, be generous with that coconut broth. Tilt the pan. Get a good couple of ladles of the broth in. Meatballs. And that is a very delicious way of eating a old-fashioned meatball and bringing it into the 21st century. And they're just as good cooked from frozen as well.
The secret to stress-free cooking is making it easy for yourself.
Here are 3 more recipes, all based on my delicious, freezer-friendly meatballs. Just defrost them before you get started.
First up, beef meatballs with orecchiette, kale and pine nuts.
Add meatballs to hot oil and brown. Meanwhile, cook orecchiette pasta. Then add chopped garlic to the meatballs. And shredded kale, a delicious green veg packed with vitamins which cooks in minutes. Cabbage is a great alternative if you can't get kale. Put in some of the cooking water from the pasta to steam through. When the pasta is cooked al dente, drain and add to the meatballs. Season, then finish with sweet buttery pine nuts and grated fresh Parmesan cheese. Meatballs with orecchiette, kale and pine nuts. From meatballs to meal in minutes. My next easy standby supper is beef meatball sandwich with melting mozzarella and tomato salsa. Top a lightly toasted roll with pan-fried meatballs. Then tear off chunks of creamy buffalo mozzarella, pile it on and melt it under the grill. For the tangy salsa, slice sweet red onion, then add juicy diced tomatoes and roughly chopped fresh coriander. Season and drizzle with olive oil. Spoon over. Perfect in a flash. Beef meatball sandwich with melting mozzarella and a tomato salsa, a sandwich to die for. My final super easy meatball recipe is fiery meatball soup. Fry chopped onion and finely sliced garlic in hot olive oil. Add cumin seeds for warmth and add your meatballs. Cook on a high heat to get all those aromatic flavours out. Once the meatballs are browned, add hot chilli paste for a spicy kick. Tinned tomatoes, dried oregano and a litre of beef stock. Then simmer. Next, add sweet corn and chopped courgettes. To finish, add hot jalapeno peppers, chopped fresh coriander and crushed tortilla chips. A one-pot meatball wonder that really packs a punch. Fiery meatball soup. One versatile meatball recipe, 4 deliciously different dishes, food that's certain to make your life in the kitchen easier and stress-free.
Amazing.
Whether you're making great food to freeze or to take straight to the table, you need to know how to shop for the best ingredients.
Next up, my shopping guide to oils.
It doesn't matter if you're baking, frying, or dressing salads, using the right oil can dramatically alter the taste and texture. Here are the most common oils and what to use them for. Sunflower oil is a good value all-rounder, nice and light for frying, baking, in dressings and spicy dishes. Groundnut or peanut oil is great for cooking on high heat as it gets really hot without burning. Sesame oil, a flavoursome, sweet and nutty oil, perfect sprinkled over Asian dishes before serving. Rapeseed oil is a healthier choice for using in salads. I love walnut oil. Fantastically fragrant, is brilliant for salad dressings and it gives cakes a distinctive flavour. But the oil I use most in my cooking is olive oil. To find some of the best olive oils sold in Britain, you have to go to one of the most unlikely places. An electrical shop in London's East End. Turkish-born Mehmet Morat has olive oil in his blood.
My family's produced this olive oil for centuries.
What he doesn't know about it isn't worth knowing.
The very best extra virgin olive oil is first cold pressed. It's actually pressed by stone and then it's put through a centrifugal spinner which spins out all the bitter waters, and then you've got just pure olive oil, cold pressed olive oil, and you've got to taste it to believe it. Pour a little sample. Slurp it, draw it in with air, don't swallow it, warm it in your mouth, coat the whole of the inside of your mouth with it, and then swallow. It will go down like fruit juice and it will leave no greasiness or oiliness in your mouth whatsoever. Absolutely sensational. Beautiful. My favourite use of any olive oils is to pour it into a bowl, room temperature, rub some wild oregano into it, and get some fresh crusty bread and just dip it. It's food on its own. Don't need anything else.
Coming up on my guide to making it easy. More simple but dependable tips.
Give that butter a little whisk. Sort of makes the mixture a little bit lighter, slightly fluffy.
My take on the ultimate baking must-haves.
These 3 items are so cheap, yet they are so important to great home cooking.
And a mouth-watering variation of the classic brownie.
Once it's cooled down, take it out and start slicing.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. Next, on my guide to making it easy, I'll be creating a sweet treat to drool over.
I want the chocolate like little matchsticks dotted around.
But first, my quick guide to the basic kit you need to get cooking fantastic food.
You don't need to spend a fortune on masses of kitchen equipment.
Here are 3 more kitchen essentials.
Whisk, spoon and spatula. These 3 items are so cheap, yet they are so important to great home cooking. A whisk. There's so much more control when you've got something whisking in your hand. You can gauge it so much better than you can if it's on an electric mixer.
The bigger the balloon on your hand whisk, the faster it will whip as it draws in more air. Wooden spoons don't scratch pans and should be washed by hand. Spatulas are indispensable for baking or mixing.
Make sure it's heat resistant so it doesn't melt. But more importantly, phenomenal for making omelettes, great with scrambled eggs, and you waste nothing because the spatula almost cleans the bowl instantly.
With these 3, you'll be well on your way to cooking like a pro. And you'll need all 3 for my next recipe. My take on classic chocolate brownies is guaranteed to put a smile on anyone's face, and not just when they're fresh out of the oven. Blondies.
Stock up on these delicious blondies. They'll keep for up to a week, and it's a great way of getting ahead if you're expecting guests round. First off, melt the butter for the mixture. We've had hundreds and hundreds of brownies. The sort of white chocolate version, i.e. blondies, are amazing. A little bit more subtle. Keep a little knob of butter for the end, just to grease your baking tray. Turn the gas down and gently melt that butter. Cast the sugar into the bowl. Just give that butter a little whisk. It sort of makes the mixture a little bit lighter, slightly fluffy. Off with the gas. A pinch of salt in the sugar. Then make a little well in the middle and sort of whisk. You can see it's already gone nice and blonde. Love it. Give that a really good mix. And the secret with the butter being slightly warm, sort of, it melts the sugar. Get nice and smooth. Lovely. A teaspoon of vanilla extract in. Next, lightly whisk in 2 whole eggs. Just give them a little beat. This is such a delicious recipe, yet so simple. Whisk in the eggs, looking for that nice, sort of rich, textured, smooth paste. You can see why we call these blondies. Beautiful. Next, a teaspoon of baking powder. Baking powder in. Then half a teaspoon of baking soda. That aerates the mixture and gives it that little tartness. You'll see this sort of rise instantly the minute they hit the oven. And then your flour. Whisk with one hand and just slowly add half the flour first. Get that all mixed up. Make sure that mixture is really nice and smooth. Check it occasionally. No lumps. Half the flour in, and then the other half in. You'll feel it sort of almost go nice and firm. And that's why it's so important to add the flour in stages. It stops the mixture going lumpy. It should be just dropping off the whisk. Beautiful. Change over from a whisk to a spoon. Next, I want some texture, some nice sweet chewiness to the blondies. Dried cranberries. They bake beautifully, but it gives the blondie a really nice sort of chewy sweetness in the centre. Next, my white chocolate. I'm not going to grate it, I'm going to chop it up. Just slice it like little bits of shrapnel. I want the chocolate like little matchsticks dotted around. Now, chocolate in. Lovely. Fold that in. I want a nice, even distribution of those wonderful dried cranberries. Don't over-mix it. I don't want to break up that chocolate. A nice, even mix of cranberries and chocolate. You can see the chocolate. There'll be parts of the chocolate in the oven that will actually melt. There'll be like little pools of white melted chocolate in the centre. Now, baking tray. Small little knob of butter. I'm going to grease the baking tray and line it with some greaseproof paper and just overextend it.
shiny side out, dull side hits the bottom of the tray. In. Greaseproof allows me to maximise on the white chocolate inside the mix. No greaseproof paper, the chocolate can melt and almost stick to the tray, so the paper is just a really nice insurance policy. Secondly, we want that rise and that sort of crispness. Now, with the mix, get your spatula, go all the way round. I don't want to see anything left in that bowl. Position the bowl over your tray, nice and carefully. Lovely. Don't leave that slice in the bowl. Nobody's licking that one. And then just take the back of the spatula, go into the corners, push, and come back into the middle. Turn the tray around, let it work to your advantage. Try and get it evenly positioned in the tray. If it goes in even, it cooks evenly. Make sure you smooth out the top of the blondie with the back of the spatula. And then into the oven. It's going to rise, it's get nice and crisp. I want that soft gooiness in the centre.
Bake your blondies at 180 degrees for 35 to 40 minutes.
That smells incredible. Got that crisp edge on the outside and that sort of soft, gooey centre. Leave that to cool down and it's going to sort of firm up and wrinkle, but it'll stay nice and gooey in the centre. Once it's cooled down, take it out and start slicing.
Mouth-watering blondies, a fantastic easy treat to have on hand for yourself or to share.
Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
To make your life easier, make sure you make the most of your freezer. My tip for amazing tuna carpaccio is to freeze it first, and it will slice beautifully. It's wise to save leftover wine for cooking. My tip is to freeze the remaining wine in freezer bags or ice cube trays. It's great in stocks and sauces. When you freeze soups or stews in tubs, the tip is not to overfill them. Leave room to expand in the container. A great tip for a cheese homemade ice cream: buy a high-quality vanilla ice cream and make it your own by mixing in berries, chocolate, or my favourite, rum and boozy raisins. A fantastic tip for leftover lemons and limes is to cut them into wedges, freeze and use them like ice cubes. They won't water down your drink and they'll also add flavour. Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons. Top tips and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate guide to real fast food. More great cooking tips.
Everyone always cuts around. Just tilt it upwards, straight through.
How to bag the best balsamics.
You can afford it, it's worth it.
And more incredible recipes to stake your life on.
I'll take that over a hamburger any day.
Well, next time you're under the weather, reach for food. A brand new run for the Food Hospital tonight at 8. Come down next on 4. You'll need your spurs and boots.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Lemon zest works brilliantly well with those chili flakes.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years. I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
It doesn't have to be diced every time. Relax it up a little bit. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
All that freshness oozing over those amazing ribs.
Teaching you everything from how to cook one-pot wonders to baking, TV dinners, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with quick cooking tips, know-how, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Now, it's all about real fast food. Real fast food should always grab your attention with big, gutsy flavours, fantastic aromas, and be immediately satisfying. It should also be easy to make and quick to cook. And real fast food doesn't get much faster than my first dish. Chicken stir fry with rice noodles.
Some of the best street food I've ever eaten was in Asia. Every one of those little markets was filled with smells of delicious food that all centred around an Asian staple, noodles. Learn to cook those properly, and you'll be surprised how quick and easy it is to knock off a delicious dinner. First off, we're going to soak our noodles. Now, these are rice noodles. Into a bowl, and just pour the hot water over the rice noodles. Soak and rehydrate. 12 to 15 minutes to soften up. If you've got a wok, perfect. If not, just a normal size frying pan with big sloping sides. Pan on. Get it really nice and hot. Chicken breast, very lean, hardly any fat. On there, you've got this little fillet. Just slice that off. Now, the secret to getting it really nice and thin and to cut it into strips. Take your knife, keep it nice and flat on the board and sort of slice it in half, like a sort of scallop. Like that. We call this butterflying the chicken. Take a rolling pin and nice and gently roll over the chicken. And what it does, it sort of flattens it, allows you to slice it even thinner. And the thinner the slice of the chicken, the sort of crispier it gets, the quicker it cooks. Slice it in half. Just start slicing these nice, thin slices. And the good news is, one chicken breast can serve 2 or 3 easily.
Next, wash your knife and finely slice garlic.
The thinner the garlic, the crispier. This is a young, tender broccoli. Just slice them down. I want a bite to the broccoli. And normally you sort of paste the dish with 1/3 noodles, 1/3 vegetables, and 1/3 of your protein, chicken. With a dish that takes literally minutes to put together, it's really important to get everything organised. Everything needs to be at your fingertips. Touch of olive oil. Get that pan really nice and ready. Just starting to smoke. Drop the chicken in first. Touch of salt, pepper. Open up those little strands of chicken. Nice. Once you've started to sear off the chicken, get the garlic in. Now, let that get really nice and crispy. And the way to do it is to sort of spread all the chicken, the garlic, up the side of the pan. You can see why it's so important to cut the chicken into thin strips, because it colours and cooks at the same time as well. Really, really crucial. Now that garlic's getting really nice and crispy. Broccoli in. Feels strange putting raw broccoli in like that. Normally, we blanch it in boiling water, dry it out, but you want that crunch. Now, soy sauce. That helps to season it, but also stains beautifully. Soy sauce in. Lovely. That's exactly what I want. Now take that out. Give your pan a little wipe out. A little teaspoon of olive oil. Get that wok really nicely oiled again. Drain your noodles. They're beautiful. This is a really exciting way of finishing this quick stir fry. Very classic. 2 eggs in. Whisk up the eggs. And give that a really good whisk. Sort of almost spread it up the side of the pan. Lightly season the eggs, noodles in, chicken and broccoli in. And give that a really nice mix. You want the egg to sort of almost bring the dish together. That egg's cooked. Make sure you got that nice
even distribution of chicken, broccoli, garlic. Lovely. And then just finish that with fresh lime. And then you have a very simple, delicious stir fry with rice noodles.
Noodles are a fast food staple, and they come in all shapes and sizes. They're so easy to cook, healthy, but really delicious. Here are 3 effortless recipes that are ready literally in minutes.
First up, noodle soup with poached egg and spring onions. Add miso paste to boiling water. Japanese miso has a wonderful, deep, savoury richness and is brilliant in soups. Grate in fresh ginger. Add dry shiitake mushrooms that have been soaked in water. Season with soy sauce. Crack an egg, add it to the broth and poach for 2 to 3 minutes. Add thinly sliced portobello mushrooms to a serving bowl. Put in fresh medium egg noodles, which will heat through in the hot miso broth. Add spinach. Then simply spoon the broth into your bowl. Top with the egg and fresh chopped spring onions. So simple, so good, and so delicious. Ready in 10 minutes, super fast noodle soup with poached egg and spring onions. My next easy dish, using the versatile noodle, is stir-fried pork noodles. First, marinate pork mince in Shaoxing rice wine, a fortified Chinese wine, soy sauce, and sesame oil. Next, fry chopped ginger in hot olive oil and garlic. Next, add Szechuan peppercorns, which have a wonderful lemony flavour and gives a pleasant tingling sensation. Now, add your marinated pork mince and brown. If you want more seasoning, add extra soy sauce. Then add fiery chili bean paste and rice wine vinegar. Add in cooked egg noodles. Mix together. Finally, top with chopped spring onion and toasted sesame seeds. Packed with flavour and on the table in 15 minutes. Delicious stir-fried pork noodles. My next noodle dish you can knock up in no time is noodles with chilli, ginger and lemongrass. Add chopped onions to hot olive oil, garlic, chilli and fry. Grate in ginger. Next, lemongrass. First bash it with a knife. Doing this will help release its wonderful lemony flavour and scent. Now, aromatic kaffir lime leaves. Then ground cumin, coriander and turmeric. Next, add creamed coconut, chicken stock, fish sauce and simmer. Soak rice vermicelli noodles in hot water. Drain and add to your serving bowl. Pour over the aromatic soup broth. Finish with coriander and chopped chilli. On the table, in around 20 minutes, noodles with chilli, ginger and lemongrass, real fast food. Fast, healthy, delicious, 3 mouth-watering recipes guaranteed to help you master the art of incredible tasting noodles. Next, 5 more of my 100 top tips to make your home cooking easier. First up, how to joint a chicken for your favourite real fast food dishes.
Open up the legs and just pierce the skin there. Careful not to cut into the breast. And hand on top of the breast and pull the drum back, pop out, and then slice the knife straight across. There's the thigh, there's the drum. Get your thumb and feel the joint, and with the weight of the knife, just slices through. Now, 2 beautiful thighs. Now, bit of a chef's tip, halfway down the drum, just slice through onto the bone, and then from there, scrape the tendons, and then hand down, nice and firm on top. Now, look at this beautiful bone presentation. As it cooks evenly. Now, pull out the wing, feel where the end of the joint is, and just slice in there, through. A beautiful, big, whole, delicious wing. Now, this is the Rolls-Royce part. 2 breasts, that's the breastbone there. Place the chicken on the board, and then just slice down at the back of the crown. Everyone always cuts around. Just tilt it upwards, straight through. That way, we get straight to the centre of the carcass, and therefore there's no waste. And look, we end up taking off these plump chicken breasts. Nice. 2 drums, 2 thighs, 2 wings, 2 breasts of chicken, and one amazing carcass for a stock, and not an ounce of waste.
A great tip to stop your skewers burning when you're making kebabs is to soak them in water first. Or for skewers with added flavour, strip your rosemary branches of their leaves and use instead. For no fuss marinating, my tip is to place fish or meat in a plastic storage bag while they marinate. It's easy to store and there's less cleanup. Lime juice or lemon juice make great marinades. My tip for getting maximum amount of juice from a lemon or lime is to roll it hard under your palm for a minute before juicing. Lemons are also useful for rice. Add a couple of drops of juice while you cook it to keep your grains looking nice, white and bright. Coming up on my ultimate guide to real fast food, more great kitchen tips.
Now, the secret of a good barbecue sauce is that really important caramelisation.
What to look for in the best ingredients. And a twist on a fast food classic, guaranteed never to let you down.
I'll take that over a hamburger any day.
This is my ultimate cookery course. 100 recipes to stake your life on. I'll be showing you how to make mouth-watering burgers with a difference.
Pork is perfect for a slider, but I want a little bite in there.
But first,
my guide to getting the best ingredients for your money.
Whether I'm knocking up fast food or planning a feast, I want my dishes to be the tastiest they can be. And to do that, I always start with the best ingredients I can get.
My shopping mantra is very simple. Knowledge is crucial. The more you know personally about where your ingredients are from and how they're produced, the better. So, ask lots of questions and learn.
Here's a quick rundown of the 6 most useful vinegars and what you can do with them. All make great, fast and easy dressings, with the exception of malt vinegar. Use this for pickling or splashing on your fish and chips. Tangy red wine vinegar is great for marinades, red meats and calf's liver. White wine vinegar is good for sweet and sour recipes, as well as butter sauces. Cherry vinegar, nutty and virgin on the sweet side, is perfect splashed into gazpacho or teamed with sweet seasoned veg like asparagus or artichokes. While cider vinegar, tart and fruity, is ideal for pickling fruit and for vegetable chutneys. Rice vinegar is an essential for Chinese and Japanese dishes and is lovely and mild in flavour. Balsamic vinegar, widely considered as the king of vinegars, is the one I use time and time again. Dark and syrupy, its sweet and sharp taste is a great addition if you're frying juicy steaks or chops in marinades or on fresh sweet strawberries. Like fine wine, the price reflects the time it's been matured, anywhere between 3 and 25 years. Look out for the stamp to make sure you're getting the genuine article from Italy's Modena region. You can pay up to 200 quid for just 100 mils of top quality balsamic vinegar like this one. And if you do splash out on one of the fine types, you'll have to taste it to believe it. There's a wealth of classic fast food dishes we know and love, from hot dogs and kebabs to tacos and burgers. But the great thing about making them at home is you can throw away the rule book and get creative. My next easy recipe is a miniature version of an American favourite, the burger. Smoky pork sliders with barbecue sauce.
Everyone loves a burger. They're a true fast food original, and that's the exciting thing about street food. You can take an old classic like that and reinvent it into something really exciting. When you think of a burger, what you need is a great sauce, and a light, smoky barbecue goes hand in glove with a great burger.
Start by finely chopping 1 onion and 3 cloves of garlic.
Nice hot pan, tablespoon of olive oil, onions and garlic into the pan. Nice seasoning, salt and pepper. Now, the secret of a good barbecue sauce is that really important caramelisation to begin with. A nice tablespoon of brown sugar. It darkens the onions, but it really starts to sort of give that nice syrupy body to the sauce. We'll put a little bit of heat in there now. A nice teaspoon of smoked paprika. That's the important part of working with spices. You've got to cook them out and almost sort of burn off that rawness, especially with the smoked paprika. That's exactly where I want it to go. Onions and garlic, beautifully caramelised. Cider vinegar in. Reduce that down.
Now, I've got a fantastic smoky base. To complete the sauce, I'm making my life really easy and adding pre-made Worcester sauce and tomato ketchup.
Cook that out for 2 to 3 minutes. Now, depending on how thick you like the barbecue sauce, that determines how long you cook it out for. I don't want it to be too runny, but I don't want it to be too thick either. That's the consistency we're looking for. Lovely. Turn down the gas. Touch of seasoning. Now, take that out. It's the kind of sauce that I like to have sort of bottled up in the fridge. It's great for sandwiches, but goes brilliantly well with these sliders. Homemade, smoky barbecue sauce. Give the pan a little wipe. Now, start the mix for the sliders.
To give my mix a really interesting flavour and texture, I'm going to be using unsmoked back bacon.
I travel all over the world, and I spend a lot of time in the States. They know how to make a great slider. Pork sliders, beef sliders, chicken sliders. And it's almost like a way of having a burger, but on a much smaller, miniature level. A little teaspoon of olive oil. I want that bacon to get really nice and crispy. Bacon in. This just gives the really nice sort of chunky, delicious mix. I want texture, and pork is perfect for a slider. And chop your shallot. Shallots are a lot sweeter than your normal white onion. Fine, 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 and in. Now that bacon's getting really nice and crispy, I want a bit of heat in there. Put a little teaspoon of smoked paprika in there. And when you see these sliders in the States, for one portion there's like 4 or 5 of them, little mini one-biters. Incredible. Now, take your pork, just open it up, and give that a really nice seasoning. So important. You can't season a slider after you've cooked it. It's impossible. So, season it nicely. Bacon. Now that's nice and crispy. Just take a little touch kitchen roll and just drain that off there. Nice. Pat that nice and dry. I want all that nice sort of crispiness in there. Beautiful. Mix all that in. Take a nice ball and sort of roll it size of a golf ball. Get it nice and round first, and then 3 fingers. Just pat that down. Don't flatten them too thin, otherwise they overcook and they go sort of dry.
Because sliders are bite-sized burgers designed to go in small buns, you don't want to make them too big.
Good. Get the pan nice and hot. Tablespoon of olive oil. When a slider is literally that thick, about 1 inch thick, you're going to take 2.5 to 3 minutes each side. In. Turn them over.
Lovely. Once you've turned them, tilt the pan and just spoon all that juice back into them. Even my mouth's watering now. Very easy to dry the pork out, so just feeling it now with your fingers is nice and firm. It's a little touch of springiness in the centre. I'm happy with those.
Add your cheese now so it gets nicely melted. I'm using wedges of smoked cheddar.
And it adds that nice sort of soury, smoky creaminess to the slider.
Finally, shred a baby gem lettuce.
And just take those buns and make sure they're sliced nice and evenly. Take your lettuce. Be quite generous with the lettuce. Just a nice thin slice of tomato. Take your burgers. You see that cheese. Beautifully melted. Your barbecue sauce. Place the top on. And that is my version of a slider that is small, dynamic, but packed full of flavour. I'll take that over a hamburger any day.
Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons. Top tips and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, it's all about making great street food. Beef tacos, a perfect packaged meal on the move.
That is how I'd make the perfect taco.
What to look for in a frying pan.
One of my favourites. Why? Because it's so versatile.
And more essential tips for shopping.
Is there anything better than chocolate? They say sex, but it's totally overrated.
That same time tomorrow. Tonight, could 50 people following your every move help you make the toughest decision of your life? The audience continues tonight at 9. It's Come Dine On for next.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Lemon zest works brilliantly well with those chili flakes.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years. I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
It doesn't have to be diced every time. Relax up a little bit. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
All that freshness oozing over those amazing ribs.
Teaching you everything from how to cook one-pot wonders to baking, TV dinners, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with quick cooking tips, know-how, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, this is my guide to amazing home-cooked street food classics. Street food gets its name because it's cooked and eaten on the streets. From the hawker markets in Asia to the New York hot dog stands, there are some great chefs out there serving seriously delicious food that you can eat on the go. My first recipe is a special mix of fantastic flavours from around the world. Beef tacos with wasabi mayo.
The great thing about street food is anything goes. The only rule is they've got to be really fast and really tasty. Now, these tacos mix a Mexican and Japanese flavours into a delicious, meaty mouthful. First off, get that pan really nice and hot. These are sirloin steaks. Sear it in the pan with all that fat on. It'll add flavour. Salt and pepper. A couple of tablespoons of olive oil in. Pan, nice and hot. Hold up the steak and lay it in. Always lay away. Give the pan a little shake and it stops the steak from sticking. We're looking for colour. And if it sticks, it's going to burn.
While the steaks are cooking, I can get on with my super quick marinade.
Now, 2 tablespoons of miso paste. That's a fermented soybean
That gives a really nice sort of rich sweetness. Tablespoon of sugar, a couple of tablespoons rice wine. That gives it a really nice vinegary kick. A couple of tablespoons of olive oil, salt and pepper. I'm looking for a nice sort of thick, rich marinade.
Marinade done, it's time to turn the steaks.
Tilt the pan and to give the steaks a little baste. All we're doing every time is just adding more and more flavour. Take your tongs and sort of lift the steak on its back and really melt all that fat down. Off with the gas. Take them out. Just take your knife. See all that fat there? Just slice that off. I don't want any of that. Now, in to the marinade. Beautiful.
Tacos are one of Mexico's most popular street foods. They can be made from beef, pork, chicken or fish and are loaded up with amazing sauces and spices.
Now, I want something sort of pickly. Cabbage. These are Chinese cabbages. Slice it in half. And look at it, really crisp and really tasty. We're going to slice that into quarters and then just shred it and take your time. Think of cabbage here and you think of sort of braised, overcooked cabbage. Nothing worse. But in a taco, you want freshness. A little season of chili flakes. They sort of discreetly give it a little bit of heat. A little touch of rice wine vinegar. If you haven't got that, fresh lemon juice. A small drop of toasted sesame seed oil. Give that a really good mix. Now I need something to sort of bring it together. We take some wasabi paste. Very hot, very spicy, a sort of thumbnail size. I'm gonna mix that with a couple of tablespoons of mayonnaise and give that a really good mix. These are basic corn tortilla. The trick is to sort of colour them and then shape them. Actually place it on the gas ring. Use some tongs so as not to burn yourself.
You can also toast your tacos in a frying pan.
From there, I'm just gonna place it on the rolling pin. Literally 30 seconds as it cools down.
The great thing about serving tacos is people can fill them themselves, just the way they want them.
Cabbage, just squeeze out wet marinade. Like a nice, rustic little mountain. Mayonnaise on. Wait till you see how soft and delicious and almost sort of melting in the mouth texture we've got on this amazing sirloin. So we've got that really nice sear around the outside. It's just nice and pink in the middle. Start off with my crispy shell. Back of the spoon with the wasabi mayonnaise inside the taco. And just sprinkle that delicious pickled cabbage. And then just start lining my taco with 3 or 4 slices. Touch more of my spicy mayo. And that is how I'd make the perfect taco. When you want comfort food quick, fast food classics always deliver.
Here are 3 more of my street food favourites. All super easy, but still put the gourmet into grab and go. This street food dish packs a wonderful Indian influence. Subtly spiced chicken wrap. Grab a mortar and pestle to make a spicy marinade for the chicken. Crack open cardamom pods and add ground ginger, coriander, cinnamon, grated nutmeg, cloves of garlic, fresh coriander, lemon juice, olive oil, and season. Now pulverise to form a paste. Pour over the chicken thighs and leave to marinate for up to 2 hours. To cook, griddle on a high heat to get wonderfully charred meat. Once the chicken is cooked, warm through tortilla wraps on the same griddle. Then simply slice your chicken and put your wrap together. Top with shredded cabbage, chopped spring onion, and your favourite chilli sauce. Ready in 20 minutes, sticky, succulent, and utterly Moorish spiced chicken wrap. You'll find my next fast food classic all over America. Tasty chili dogs. For super quick and easy beef chili, add chopped onions to hot olive oil and cook until soft. Then add chopped garlic, a teaspoon of cumin seeds, and stir to release their lovely aromatic flavour. Next, chili powder. Turn up the heat and break beef mince into the pan. Brown and season. Add tomato puree and cook through. Next, a glug of spicy Worcestershire sauce. Chopped tin tomatoes, dried oregano, add a sprinkle of sugar, cook Frankfurter or Bratwurst sausages, bung in a bun, and simply top with the spicy beef chili. Easy and irresistible, a dog worth crossing the street for. My third street food inspired recipe is Vietnamese style baguette with beef. Start slicing sirloin steak into strips. Then simply marinate in soy sauce, the salty, and runny honey, the sweet. And leave for up to 2 hours. Then thread your marinated beef strips onto skewers. And pan fry in hot olive oil. For the topping, which adds a lovely sour contrast, grate carrot and simply leave to pickle in rice vinegar. Next, make the easy dressing. Simply deseed and chop a chili. Add caster sugar and lime juice. Add a glug of fish sauce. Slice a baguette. When lovely and brown, the marinated steak skewers are done. Remove and add. Top with the pickled carrot. Add cool sliced cucumber. Drizzle over the spicy dressing. And to finish it off, add coriander leaves. Simple to make, but complex in flavour. Absolutely delicious. 3 stunning recipes from the streets to your home, guaranteed to take food on the run to a whole new level.
And so simple to do. You don't need to spend a fortune on masses of kitchen equipment.
Here's my quick guide to another cooking essential.
Frying pan. For me, one of my favourites. Why? Because it's so versatile. Whether you're searing the most amazing rack of lamb, cooking duck breast, sautéing chicken, or even a quick omelette, or even frying an egg, all in one.
Look for an oven-proof frying pan with a metal handle if you want to cook like pros, by finishing off your dish in the oven or under a hot grill. Just don't forget, when you take it out, the handle will be hot. If you can, get a high-quality non-stick one with a thick, heavy base which will distribute the heat evenly.
Brilliant.
Coming up on my guide to street food, more essential cooking tips.
As it starts to cook, it gets a lot firmer. Medium is there.
And my guide to buying chocolate.
Good quality fine chocolate should have that clean snap.
For a street food recipe to satisfy the sweetest of tooth.
That one's got my name on it.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. Next, on my guide to street food, I'll be whipping up an indulgent, finger-licking treat.
That is amazing.
But first, Like any passionate chef, I want the best ingredients I can find, whether it's for savoury or sweet dishes.
Next up, my guide to buying chocolate.
Chocolate gives you such an instant hit. It's well worth knowing about the good stuff. And who better to ask than award-winning alchemist of the sweetest kind, Paul Young.
Even when I don't want to think about it, I'm thinking about it.
His cutting-edge approach to chocolate making has won him accolades around the world.
So when you're out shopping, the best way is to look at your chocolate bar, look on the back and look at the percentage. That gives you how much cocoa is in the bar. And the more cocoa, the more rich, intoxicating flavour. So the most exciting bit is tasting chocolate. Good quality fine chocolate should have that clean snap. Bite a piece off and crunch it in your teeth. But stop chewing. Let it melt. Move it around the mouth, and you'll find that by letting it melt, even dark chocolate that you've had before that seems quite bitter won't be. When you chew quickly, it releases tannin. It releases all the bitterness in the chocolate. Letting it melt, it's smoother and richer, and you get all the flavour. And most excitingly is it releases something into the brain called dopamine, which makes you feel good. And that's how you get addicted to real chocolate.
Chocolate's not just an addictive treat, it's an amazing ingredient. Here's my take on which kind to use for what. White chocolate, with its sweet vanilla taste, is perfect used as a dipping or pouring sauce with fresh fruit or frozen berries for a quick dessert. Creamy milk chocolate is great for family-friendly puddings and treats, like quick baked cakes or melt it onto homemade crepes or waffles. Dark chocolate is rich and intense. I like using 70% cocoa stuff. Use it for ice creams that really pack a punch. 100% pure cocoa has a very powerful, intense taste, and only the real chocolate geeks eat it straight. And remember, chocolate isn't just for sweet dishes. For the famous Mexican mole sauce, this is the one to grab.
Is there anything better than chocolate? They say sex, but that's totally overrated.
Chocolate is the key ingredient in my favourite sweet fast food dishes, which at their best are always irresistible, instant and utterly satisfying. So when you want an indulgent chocolate hit, my next recipe will be right up your alley. Malt chocolate donuts.
Street food is all about satisfying your cravings. These donuts are sweet, sticky, and absolutely delicious. First off, we're going to make the dough. Now, this dough takes a bit of time, but it's really exciting.
I'm heating all of the milk with the sugar.
This yeast, easy to get hold of. And when you make fresh donuts, you need fresh yeast.
Adding some of the warm milk to the yeast will activate it, which will help the dough to rise.
Just half. Give that a quick whisk. The sugar's dissolved in the milk. The fresh yeast disintegrates instantly.
Set the yeast mixture to one side while it does its job. To start the main dough mix, I'm adding half the butter to the remaining milk.
That gives the dough a nice silkiness. I want it light. So melt the butter into the milk. Flour into a sieve. That helps to make the dough nice and smooth. And you know what? When you've got a smooth dough, it sort of rises evenly.
Add a pinch of salt and 2 egg yolks. Pour in the warm milk and melted butter.
Don't start over-mixing it. When you over-mix the dough of a donut, it gets really tight. You're not going to let it aerate. Yeast in. Ooh, nice and warm. I love that smell. Now, I'm looking for a sort of elasticy texture. Just dropping off the spoon. Nice. Flour the board. Take the dough out. Lovely. Lightly sprinkle, touch more flour, and just pull it over and push in. And every time you're sort of turning it, almost like you're turning the dough into itself. The dough should just sort of relax. And it shouldn't be sticking to your fingers now. It's just nice and pliable. Set that in a nice clean bowl. A little sprinkling of flour in there. So as it starts to rise, it doesn't stick. Cover that with thin film.
Leave the dough to rise in a warm place for 60 to 90 minutes until it's doubled in size. This stage is called proving.
Now, whilst that's proving, get a pan on.
For the chocolate filling or ganache, pour 500 ml of double cream into a saucepan and add honey. Bring the mixture to a gentle boil.
Traditionally, we've always put jam in there, but chocolate and donuts, wow, to die for. Add the cream. Now give that a good mix. The butter elevates the ganache into a really nice, shiny chocolate coat. Look at that. Whoa. Give it a really nice whisk. So the whisking gives it that aerated texture to the ganache. You're just lightening the load a little bit. Whoa. Nice.
Chocolate filling done. Put it in the fridge to cool, then it's time to gently roll out the dough.
Just let it roll naturally, about 1.5 centimetres in depth. Slice. 1, 2. Place them on to your tray and let them rise again.
Once the donuts have had 30 to 40 minutes to rise, it's time to shallow fry them in a pan filled 1/3 full with hot vegetable oil.
Risen, but look, they're sort of like little pockets of air. Right, here we go. Place these in nice and carefully. 4 maximum. If there's too many in the pan, the oil will go cold and the donuts will come out soggy. Turn them over. Beautiful. They're gonna come out into some sugar mixed with some malt powder, 50-50. How do you tell they're actually cooked in the centre? Tap on top, it should be hollow. In, and just sprinkle the malt and the sugar. Shake off the excess. I get so excited every time I make donuts. Now, look at those beauties.
These are delicious, eaten as they are. But the ganache is going to be the icing on the cake.
Piping bag. Peel the bag over your hand. Don't forget to pop the nozzle in. I want the texture, almost like a little liquid inside. So I'm gonna pipe them when they're a little bit warm. Hopefully you've got that burst of magic. Operation Donut. Lift up the donut, squeeze, push in and fill. Just till you start seeing that chocolate coming out. And sit that back down. Nice. Sit them on there. They've got a little bit heavier, and we all know why. Nice. That one's got my name on it. Oh, that is amazing. Oh. Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
Starting with how to do your steak the way you want it.
I want to cook my steak rare, so by touching the steak, I want the same feedback as it is on the inside of my thumb. That's rare. As it starts to cook, it gets a lot firmer. Medium is there, semi-firm with a slight resistance. Well done is there. Rare.
A great tip for getting meat or fish to cook faster is to score it, which allows the heat to penetrate quicker. This also allows marinades to be absorbed more deeply. For stain-free Tupperware, coat it thinly with oil, which acts as a barrier between plastic and food. It's so easy to make your own chili sherry to use in quick stir-fries or sauces. Take 450 ml of dry sherry, such as Fino, and using a funnel, pour into a sterilised bottle. Add 5 whole Thai chilies, seal with a cork or lid, and leave to infuse for a couple of weeks. My tip for using any discarded chili seeds is plant them to grow yourself some new chili peppers. Plant in an eggshell or seedling trays. Start them indoors and move outside when they're ready. Follow my ultimate cookery course crammed with key lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate guide to baking. More great kitchen tips.
A lot of chefs sort of need it for the second time, but I'm looking for a really nice light focaccia.
How to make the most of your ingredients.
Blend your own together so that you can get the flavour that you want with the performance that you want.
And more fantastic dishes to stake your life on.
Whoa, I just want to dive in there.
All aboard for the campus dating show to hit Channel 4. Gox, the captain in baggage tonight at 8. But next, we're off to find the wizard, the wonderful wizard of Come Dine With Me.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes, and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Over. There.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
What's the request for the burgers? Mid-rare, medium?
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
Nice. You make it the more difficult service.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Just getting better and better and better.
Teaching you everything from how to cook one-pot wonders to baking, brunches, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with quick cooking tips, know-how, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
OK, get ready for my ultimate guide to baking. Whether it's breads, cakes, tarts, pies, or pastries, baking is one of the most seductive skills in the kitchen. It fills the house with fantastic aromas and puts irresistible food on the table. Now, I'm going to put you on the road to baking nirvana, starting with an easy bread packed with big gutsy flavours, olive, tomato and rosemary focaccia.
I absolutely love baking bread. There's something really satisfying about doing it. And this focaccia recipe is very hands-on, but the end result is something really, really tasty. First off, start with the dough.
Tip 500 grams of strong bread flour into a mixing bowl and add 20 grams of semolina.
That gives the focaccia its sort of rustic charm. Now, there's one thing focaccia needs, it's really good seasoning. You can't season bread after it's baked, so it's got to go in right at the very beginning.
Sprinkle in 15 grams of dried yeast.
Take some warm water and then 50 mils of olive oil. Top up that water. That gives it its really nice, silky, rich texture. Make a little well. Mix up that yeast. Water and oil in. Start off with the fingers. Keep the fingers nice and open. It's like a little sort of whisk going in there. I'm looking for a really nice sort of relaxed dough. Now, that's just starting to come together. Touch more water. With the oil in there, give it a little swirl. And in again. The secret is to sort of knead it gently. Don't overwork it. It's a sort of easy bread to make. A nice one to start off with when you're making bread for the first time. Basically, kneading means just knit it together. Just hanging. Lightly flour your board. And let's just knead that focaccia into a nice, smooth dough. Make sure you don't over-add too much flour, otherwise it sort of dries out the dough. Something quite magical about making bread. You can switch off and lose yourself. My first job for a 3 Michelin-star establishment was a baker. I was 22 years of age and I used to start at midnight. And I was under such a tight schedule. 1 o'clock white bread done, 2 o'clock brown bread, 3 o'clock sourdough, 4 o'clock cheese bread, 5 o'clock prove, bake, 6 o'clock crack them open and taste. It was amazing. Beautiful. Look at that. Looks stunning. It hasn't even risen yet.
Leave your dough to rise in a warm place till it's doubled in size. We call this proving.
Look at that. Beautiful. A lot of chefs sort of need it for the second time, but I'm looking for a really nice, light, aerated focaccia. Take your tray, touch of olive oil in there, season it at the bottom. Really important. That's the exciting thing about focaccia. You've got that really nice sort of salty top and salty bottom. And just with a touch of olive oil on your hands, gently push that in and almost massage it into the corners. It's possible to put sort of olives and tomatoes and garlic through the dough, but it never really allows the dough to sort of aerate properly when you put so much ingredients in. I'm going to stick mine on top. Use your finger and sort of just push them in. Salt on top, and pepper on top as well. I want some nice, fresh, amazing rosemary. Just hold the stalk and just pull off, and then just sprinkle down. Generous on the rosemary. Really important to have that nice fragrance on top of the focaccia. Finish it off before it goes in with a little drizzle of olive oil. So it almost sinks in those little pockets of flavour, olive, tomato, rosemary, and olive oil into the oven.
Bake your focaccia at 200 degrees for 30 to 35 minutes.
Beautiful. Smells delicious. Beautiful. You can hear how crispy that is. You can't beat a nice, warm, fresh slice of home-cooked focaccia. It's rustic, charming, and it's the perfect way to start making homemade focaccia. It's so addictive.
Getting to grips with baking is just a matter of confidence.
And once you've grasped the basics, then the possibilities are limitless.
Here are 3 more of my favourite super simple bread recipes to get you going. Kicking off with my simple soda bread. First up, measure out your dry ingredients. Plain flour, wholemeal flour, salt, caster sugar, and bicarbonate of soda. Mix. Get 450 ml of buttermilk, pour most of it in and combine. Buttermilk has a wonderful, subtle sour note that gives this bread a deliciously different taste. You can get it in most of the big supermarkets. If your dough's a bit stiff, add the rest of your buttermilk. Flour your board. Gently knead the mixture for about 30 seconds until it's all combined. Dust your baking tray. Place your dough in the centre and score a deep cross with a knife to get a perfect crust. Then simply bake in a preheated oven for 30 to 35 minutes. Amazingly easy, absolutely delicious and foolproof. Hot, crusty homemade soda bread whenever you want. My next no-sweat bread recipe is even faster to make. Quick flatbreads with lemon, thyme and ricotta. For the dough mix, first slice a leek lengthwise and chop. And saute in a pan with hot olive oil and butter till tender. Season. Next, combine flour with a pinch of seasoning and olive oil. And mix in your cooked leeks. Bring the dough together in a bowl with a drop of warm water. Cover and rest for 20 minutes. Allowing the dough mixture to relax means the resulting bread will be nice and soft. Then dust the dough with flour. Mould into a sausage shape. Slice it into rounds. And flatten with a rolling pin. Then simply fry in a hot, dry pan. When golden and crisp on each side, remove. For a simple supper, serve with ricotta cheese, lemon zest, and fresh thyme. So simple, so fast, and so versatile, flatbreads to die for. Next, how to make one of the world's most popular bread-based foods fast. Mozzarella and rosemary pizza. For the pizza dough, add yeast to warm water. Put in a tablespoon of sugar and leave to one side. In a separate bowl, add sieved flour. Make a well and add your olive oil and yeast mixture. Get your hands right in to bring it together. Then knead for about 10 minutes on a floured surface until even and smooth. Put back into the bowl, cover and leave in a warm place to prove. Once it's roughly doubled in size, knock any excess air out. Place back on your surface, divide your dough into 4 balls and simply flatten. Add olive oil to a hot pan and put in the pizza dough. Pizza is usually cooked in a searingly hot oven, but this pan-cook method works brilliantly. As the dough starts to bubble and the base turns golden, spoon over tomato passata, which is sieved tomatoes. And tear in chunks of mozzarella. Then simply transfer to a hot grill until golden and bubbling. Finish with fresh rosemary. I love this classic combination, but you can easily adapt it and add your own favourite topping for a perfect pizza in minutes. So simple, so fast, so irresistible. 3 recipes that'll change the way you think about homemade bread forever.
Beautiful.
Coming up on my ultimate guide to baking, more great tips for perfect baking.
The steam generated from that gentle simmer will help melt the chocolate.
My guide to shopping for flour.
Blend your own together so that you can get the flavour that you want with the performance that you want.
And an indulgent, oozing sponge cake you can stake your life on.
Whoa, I just want to dive in there.
This is my ultimate cookery course. 100 recipes to stake your life on. Right, now it's all about baking. I'm going to show you how to make a sponge cake smothered in luxury.
So nice to finish with something sweet on top.
But first,
my guide to getting the best ingredients for your money.
Whether I'm doing a simple sponge cake or making an elaborate tart, I want my baking to be the best it can be. So I always start with the best ingredients I can find.
Knowledge is crucial. The more you know personally about where your ingredients are from and how they're produced, the better.
Flour. To get the lowdown on one of the key ingredients to brilliant baking, it always pays to ask an expert. And if there's one man who can really rise to the occasion, it's professional miller Mark Abel.
Doing a job like this means that you end up thinking and living flour. If that's obsession, I'm obsessed.
At his mill, which has stood in Norfolk since 1835, Mark uses traditional stones to grind his flour, so he really knows his stuff.
What actually comes off the field is something like this. Still husked, still needs to be processed before we can actually mill it. We then clean down to something like this, which is ready to be milled. All this is a great big machine, which means you don't have to do it by hand. Rather than try and improve its performance by adding additional chemicals, what we're trying to do is mill it in the best way to get that performance from it. If you can put a seed in between stones, you can make flour out of it. It's that simple. Barley was what was traditionally used to make bread for people to live off. Oats can be used as well. And of course, good old spelt, the great-grandmother of modern wheats, which has the most fantastic flavour and is, because of its primitive nature, the proteins in it are simpler, so a lot of people can eat that. They can't eat modern wheat. Keep your eyes on the shelves, look and see what is there, and if something strikes you as being potentially interesting, then get it and try it. Mix your own, blend your own together so that you can get the flavour that you want with the performance that you want.
Mark's right. Different flours perform and taste wildly different, and so they're well worth trying out. Here's my quick guide to some of the flours I like using. Strong flour is the one to choose for standard bread making. The higher the protein content, the crustier your loaf will be. The flour hailing from Italy, 00. It's super finely milled and perfect for pasta. I like to use it for pizzas too, because it produces a nice crispy crust like the one on my mozzarella and rosemary version. Rye flour will give you really dense, fruity flavoured bread, fruit cakes or scones. If it's too heavy for you, just mix it with standard wheat flour. And when you are baking, remember that self-raisin flour is just plain flour with raisin agents added. So if you run out, you can add baking powder and salt to your plain flour and get baking.
That's the real stuff, that's it. Fresh flour straight out the mill is so superior in flavour and performance that it's only when you come to use it you realise what the difference is.
If you're going to experiment with ingredients in baking, you still need to follow some basic rules to make sure things turn out brilliantly every time. Then, whether you're a master baker or you're just starting out, you can pimp up the classics, whether it's a Victoria sponge or a fruit scone. And that's a lesson perfectly illustrated by my next recipe, sponge with fresh ginger.
Baking is part chemistry, part imagination. But you've got to rely on the rules for great results. It's the only time you'll see me reaching for the scales. First off, eggs, sugar, butter. And when I say weigh out the ingredients, it does literally mean weigh out to the final gram, 175. Now, 175 grams of sugar.
That's 350 grams in total.
Cream, the butter and the sugar.
To get a delicious light sponge, start carefully on slow speed. Only speed up as the butter and sugar really start to cream together.
Keep that really nice and light. You can see how it's changed colour. So important at the beginning. Eggs in. Give them a little whisk. Adding one egg at a time stops the mix from separating. Second egg in. Third one in. That's what we're looking for. A really nice sort of light, aerated texture. Now, I'm going to flavour the sponge. A little teaspoon of vanilla extract. That perfumes the mix. 1 teaspoon of baking powder. That gives lightness. 175 grams of flour. And we're going to sieve it. A, to get rid of any lumps, and B, to keep it really nice and fine. 175. We're not going to beat that out. We're just going to lightly fold that in now. What I'm looking for is a really nice, loose dough. That's looking a little bit too firm, so just a little splash of milk, a couple of tablespoons. That relaxes the mixture down, helps create that nice, almost dropping consistency. That's what I want. Just starting to drop.
Take a non-stick loose bottom cake tin, grease it with butter, then coat it with flour to avoid the sponge sticking.
Just give that a little shake. Make sure we're getting all the rim. Now, just get the back of the spatula. Make sure you've got no peaks on my sponge.
To make sure the sponge bakes nice and evenly, tap the tin a few times to knock out any air pockets that might have formed in the mixture.
Now, into the oven.
Bake for 30 to 35 minutes at 180 degrees.
As that's cooking, prepare the ginger cream for the centre. 300 ml of cream. Give that a nice whisk. Whisking cream by hand gives you so much more control, and it's so easy to over-whip cream. I want that nice, light ginger cream in the centre. I don't want it grainy. Nothing worse when cream starts to separate. Now, let's get into that 3/4 stage. Little stiff peaks. Stop that for 2 minutes. Fresh ginger. Now, get a really nice, large slice of ginger. It smells incredible. It's so fragrant. Peeling ginger is like sort of peeling a potato. Just take out all those little dark spots. Now, get your grater. If you haven't got a grater, you can chop the ginger really finely. I've got almost like a puree of ginger going through, but the juice as well. Take a knife and just scrape all that. And taste. It's incredible. It's fragrant, and it's not sweet. It's got that really nice taste. Set that in the fridge. It smells incredible.
Run a knife around the outside to ensure the cake doesn't stick to the tin before turning it out.
Now, get your hands under. Push up and out.
While your cake cools,
I'm gonna do like a really nice, sweet chocolate coating.
pour 300 ml of double cream into a saucepan. Add 2 tablespoons of golden syrup to make the top nice and glossy. Then whisk.
Chop this up really thinly so as it melts quickly. 50 grams of butter. That's gonna give the chocolate a really nice shine. Boil your cream and mix it in. Give that a really good stir. As the chocolate and the butter melts, it thickens. Look how shiny that is. It's so nice to finish with something sweet on top.
Topping done, time to build your sponge cake.
Look at the halfway mark there and just gently slice and really take your time all the way through. Lift. That is delicious. A nice big dollop in the middle. Don't be stingy, don't be tight with the cream. Another dollop on top. Spread that. Very carefully lift the lid and just sit that on top. That's why I start off with a little extra cream in there, so when I squash it down, the cream just pushes out to the side. I'm not finished.
Pour the luxurious chocolate topping over the sponge. Be generous and make sure the cake is coated thoroughly to give it a gorgeous finish.
Get the bottom of the ladle and spread. Whoa. One more. Whoa. You've got to know when to say stop when something looks that delicious. I just want to dive in there.
Next, 5 more of my 100 tips to help you cook better. And of course, these are all about baking. Kicking off with how to whip cream.
Whipping cream. Now, the important part here is whipping the cream to a 3/4 stage. If we over whip it, it will split, so be very careful. Double cream in. Now, when we whisk things, we whisk it in the shape of a figure of 8. And if you spin the bowl as you whip the cream, you get to release it from the bottom, so it whips evenly. Whisk, 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 and it should just sit inside the whisk and start to sort of fall out. Just perfect. 3/4 stage, double cream, done.
Room temperature cream whips much faster than cold, so you'll need to take your cream out of the fridge 30 minutes before you want to whip it. Unless, of course, you want to work on your biceps. A great tip to prevent milk and cream from boiling over in a saucepan is to simply lay a wooden spoon across the top. The cream bubbles will rise up and hit the wooden handle and then fall back into the pan instead of bubbling over. Sticky stuff like treacle and golden syrup can be a real mess to measure out. My tip is to rub the spoon with a neutral oil, like rapeseed, and any sticky ingredients will slide straight off. And my tip for greasing cake tins is to keep old butter wrappers on hand and use them to grease when needed. Follow my ultimate cookery course, packed with key lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, more about baking, with essential kitchen tips.
The secret now is don't overwork the pastry.
My guide to choosing the right milk and cream for baking.
It's the base ingredient in so many things and totally take for granted.
And my ultimate pastry recipes, guaranteed never to let you down.
The secret is in the short crust, because that's the hero.
Next Monday night, Channel 4 opens up its very own hotel. Gordon Ramsay himself is playing head chef. Check in at 9 o'clock for Hotel GB. Up next, we make friends, we fall out, and we eat and come down.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing. Incredibly tender.
From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes, and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
Over. There.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
What's the request for the burgers? Mid-rare, medium?
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
Nice. You make it the more difficult service.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Just getting better and better and better.
Teaching you everything from how to cook one-pot wonders to baking, brunches, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with quick cooking tips, know-how, and 100 recipes to take your life on.
OK, this time I'm going to help you achieve better baking. The great thing about pastry is, if you follow the basic rules, the possibilities are endless. Whether it's simple short crust or flaky phyllo, you just need a bit of practice to get it right. My first recipe uses lovely buttery short crust pastry to make a dish that's as delicious as it is simple. Leek and pancetta quiche.
Short crust pastry is one of the staples of the kitchen. It is so versatile, but the good news is it's one of the easiest pastries to make. Trust me, when you crack it, it can make a real difference to your cooking. Take a sieve. When you think of short crust pastry, it's sort of semi-flaky, but it's rich, buttery.
Start by sifting 200 grams of plain flour into a mixing bowl.
Large pinch of salt. 200 grams of unsalted butter. Bring the butter up to room temperature. If you let the butter become too soft, then the flour sort of doesn't absorb it. In with your fingers, rub together first. Now, the secret is, grab big handfuls and squeeze the butter into the flour. So look what's happened. Literally in 30 seconds, I've got that nice crumbly texture. Now, a couple of tablespoons of water. Nothing worse when the pastry's so wet you can't bring it together. It needs to shape like a nice, rich cookie dough. It's just a touch too dry. So, one more tablespoon of water. And there you go, it's coming nicely. Now, that's what I want. A nice sort of firm ball of pastry. Onto the board, we're going to use these, one of the strongest parts of the body. Pull towards you and push back down. Use those wrists to really knead it together. So just that nice sort of smooth texture. Now, wrap it in cling film. Set that in the fridge for 20 minutes. Really important that you let the short crust pastry relax.
Now to make the quiche. You can use just an ordinary flan dish, but I love making them in mini frying pans, which gives them an extra rustic charm. Brush with oil to stop the pastry from sticking. Once the pastry is at room temperature, roll it out to a nice even thickness.
Place it in the centre of your little pan. Turn it in. Don't use your fingers, because what we don't want is any holes in this. Just get a little bit of dough, because that sort of acts like a little sort of mallet. Flattens it out nicely. I'm building a sort of extra lip, because that way I can get the filling at its absolute maximum levels. We're going to cook them blind first.
To blind bake simply means to pre-cook your pastry before adding the filling. This ensures you'll have a fantastic crisp pastry. Add a sheet of foil or baking paper and weigh it down. You can use rice, pulses, or ceramic baking stones. Just make sure you keep them for the next time.
Into the oven, 200 degrees for 10 minutes.
Now for the filling.
I'm going to do a classic quiche. Bacon and leeks. This is an amazing cured pancetta.
Pancetta is an Italian cured meat, made from belly pork seasoned with things like juniper, nutmeg, fennel. A great substitute is unsmoked bacon. As the pancetta gets lovely and crispy, finely slice leeks and add.
Whoa, leeks and bacon, nice. Really important to cook those leeks down. That's exactly what I want. Those leeks are almost sort of caramelised, slightly crispy, but the flavour's amazing. I just drain them off.
so any excess fat gets drained. A couple of tablespoons of cream. It gives it this really nice richness. I want 2/3 garnish, i.e. bacon and leeks in my quiche, and 1/3 of the savoury custard. Touch of salt, touch of pepper. I'm gonna grate some Gruyere cheese. That makes a really nice sort of creamy, less of an eggy quiche. Take my amazing crispy pancetta and leeks in. Give that a good mix. Needs one more little thing, some freshness. Flat leaf parsley. Incredible. Really important. Just to taste the mixture.
With the quiche filling ready, next, finish off the pastry. Remove the foil and weights and return to the oven to get it lovely and golden all over.
Now, when we fill them, give that a really good mix up. Beautiful.
Grate over some more cheese, which will bubble up and melt beautifully.
And then into the oven.
Bake your quiche for 15 to 20 minutes.
Incredible. But it's got that nice sort of cheese on toast smell from the top. It's sort of baked. But the secret of any good quiche is in the short crust, because that's the hero.
There are lots of different types of pastry. So, to help you put you on the road to pastry perfection,
here are 3 of my simple pastry recipes that you can easily cook at home. First up, my indulgent chocolate tarts.
first, combine softened butter and sugar and cream until soft. Break in an egg and mix well. Next, fold in the flour. Pour the mixture onto a floured surface and simply knead it lightly till it's well combined. Then shape into a disc and chill. Then simply roll out your pastry until it's about 1/4 centimetre thick. Cut into small discs, then gently press into lightly greased, loose-bottom mini tart tins. And prick the bottom to prevent the pastry from bubbling. Rest in the fridge. This ensures that when the pastry bakes, it will turn out nice and soft. Then bake it till golden. As they cool, make the gorgeous, silky chocolate filling. Place a mixing bowl over a pan of gently boiling water. This is known as a bain-marie. Then add double cream, butter, and plain chocolate. Then stir until it melts and it is glossy and smooth. Then pour it into the crisp and golden pastry cases. And simply tap to level and chill until set. So easy, so indulgent, and so delicious. Eat them with creme fraiche, ice cream, or simply by themselves. Perfect. My next dish is an irresistible take on a Latin American classic, beef empanadas. First, finely chop onion and garlic. Sweat in a pan of hot olive oil until tender. Add paprika, cinnamon, and cumin. And stir. Cooking the spices off intensifies the flavour. Add beef mince to the pan, brown, and season. Add chili flakes for a fiery kick. Next, dried oregano. Chopped green olives, and chopped boiled eggs. Once it's mixed through, set aside to cool. For the empanada cases, roll out puff pastry. This stuff's so time-consuming to make at home, so do what I do, cheat and use shop-bought. Cut into discs. Spoon the mixture into 1/2 of the disc, leaving roughly a centimetre border around the edge. Brush the edge of 1/2 of the disc with egg and fold it over. Crimp the edges with your fingers to seal and remove air pockets. Then simply cook in a medium oven until golden brown. Super easy, super quick, and super tasty. Serve with chimichurri, a spicy South American herb salsa. This is what Cornish pasties dream of being when they grow up. My next dish uses super fine filo pastry and is a variation on a Moroccan classic. Easy chicken pastilla. First, chop onions, ginger, then fry them in hot olive oil. Add cinnamon, and to give the mix a subtle sweet note, a pinch of sugar. Then season. Chop cooked chicken thighs and add to the mix. Pour in chicken stock and then simmer. Stir in whole lightly beaten eggs, which thicken the sauce, and cook. Add in sliced almonds, then set aside to cool. Now build your pastilla. Filo is another pastry that's tricky to make at home, but you can buy fantastic filo, so cheat. Brush each sheet with melted butter and lay 4 sheets into a greased baking tin. Spoon in half of the fantastic aromatic chicken filling. Add 4 more buttered sheets of filo pastry and simply pile in the rest of the delicious chicken. Finally, cover with a couple of sheets of filo and fold over all the draped sides. Brush with more butter, then bake in a hot oven for 10 to 15 minutes until the top is crispy and golden brown. You want all the filo paste wonderfully crunchy and golden, so turn over and return for another 10 minutes. When done, remove. And for a different but delicious sweet finishing touch, dust lightly with icing sugar and cinnamon. Intensely aromatic, sweet and savoury, crispy and succulent, an extraordinary pie that has to be tasted to be believed. 3 types of pastry, 3 mouth-watering fillings, 3 more recipes you can stake your life on.
And so simple to do. Beautiful.
For easy, accurate baking, you need the right kit.
You don't need to spend a fortune on masses of kitchen equipment.
Here's my quick guide to 2 essentials you need for baking.
Scales and a sieve. Baking is so popular now. These scales are absolutely essential, especially when you have to follow the recipe to the exact gram. These digital scales are so easy to follow.
They can convert from pounds and ounces to kilos and grams.
And more importantly, so much easier to use than your mum's old weights. Absolutely perfect. A sieve.
Make sure you get one with a long handle and balancing hooks so you can rest it over your mixing bowl or a pan.
Easy thing to have in the drawer, costs nothing, but it's so effective, especially with baking.
With these 2 pieces of kit, you'll definitely be on the right road to baking like a pro. Coming up on my guide to better baking, more great kitchen tips.
Now, the secret now is don't overwork the pastry.
My shopping guide to milk and cream.
It's the base ingredient in so many things and totally take for granted.
And a classic cheesecake, guaranteed to never let you down.
A cheesecake a day, keep the bingo wings away.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. Next, on my guide to better baking, I'll be teaching you how to make a stylishly simple and sumptuous cheesecake.
Beautiful.
But first, be it baking or any type of cooking, it always pays off to use the best ingredients you can find. And you're never too old to learn from the experts.
Next, my shopping guide to getting the best milk and cream.
When it comes to knowing what makes great quality milk, dairy farmer Charlie Ray is your man. He's been producing milk from his herd of hand-reared specialist breed Jersey cattle for over 30 years.
Yeah, they're part of the family almost.
So, he's up to his wellies in the stuff.
Jersey milk is very high butter fat, which therefore means it is very creamy. It's very creamy to drink, and it's the best quality milk that you'd get anywhere. Jersey cows are very docile, very friendly, very easy to manage, and this is my favourite. She's about 17 years old. She's called Misty. If you think of the large Arctic milk tankers you see going up and down the motorways, she's filled 1.5 of those on her own. I reckon these are happy cows. They've got a dry roof over their heads, they've got a dry bed, and they've got as much food as they want. The happier they are and the better kept they are, the better the quality of the milk that comes out the other end. This is what's called a breast milking parlour. Go on, down the other way. And it suits us in as much as we've got contact with the cows. We can treat each cow individually. The milk goes up through a meter into that line, through a big filter and into the tank. Well, there you are. Without this product, you wouldn't have chocolate, cheese, yogurts. It's the base ingredient in so many things that you buy and totally take for granted.
And where there's milk, there's also glorious cream, essential for brilliant baking and lots of savoury dishes too. Single cream is around 18% fat, so it's a lighter option for topping desserts or stirring into savoury sauces, whereas double cream at nearly 50% fat is lovely and rich in panna cottas or in a carbonara sauce, as well as being able to withstand boiling, whipping and freezing. Sour cream, soured with a similar culture to that used in yoghurt, is a really tasty topping for chilies or baked potatoes. Clotted cream, rich, thick and a delicious indulgence, served with puddings and scones or in ice cream to make it extra rich. And mascarpone, actually a creamy soft Italian cheese famously used in Italian dessert tiramisu. It's also fantastic in cheesecakes.
It is font of all life.
In great baking, as with all cooking, sometimes less is more. The easiest dishes look and taste spectacular when they're done well. And it doesn't come any simpler or more stylish than my next dish. Wonderful baked cheesecake.
For me, food always has to be impressive. But when it comes to desserts, often you see spun sugar or wild decorations. Remember, simple is always the most impressive. This cheesecake is so straightforward, yet so delicious. Now, cream cheese, leave it out of the fridge for 5 or 10 minutes. Go nice and soft. Trust me, your arms will be thanking you. Sugar in. This cheesecake is New York cheesecake because it's baked. So there's no base. Start creaming the cheese and the sugar. Spending the amount of time I do in the States, if there's one thing they know how to do out there, is the most amazing, impressive cheesecake. Rich, delicious, but so simple. Work the bowl. Lift the bowl to your advantage. Really whisk. Whisk, whisk, whisk. Lovely. Nice and creamy. Now, get your eggs.
Add the eggs to the mixture bit by bit. Doing it this way, it's more efficient.
A, you're incorporating a lot of air. B, the mixture doesn't separate. The last of your egg. Lovely. Of course, you can use an electric mixer, but why go to the gym when you can just make a cheesecake a day? A cheesecake a day. Keep the bingo wings away. Now, a couple of tablespoons of flour. Give it a whisk. Stops it from going lumpy. Now, I want to scent that cheesecake. I've got the freshness, the zest of the lemon in there. I want to sort of tart it up even more. Fold in some fresh raspberries. Sort of just mix them through. Be careful not to crush them.
Then grease a cake tin with butter. This will ensure your cheesecake slides out beautifully.
Get your mix. Let that fall in. Now take your cake tin and just tap it. The mixture hits the bottom of the cake tin. The raspberries rise and you've got raspberries at the top, the middle and the bottom. And it also stops all those little pockets of air trapping underneath the mixture in the cake tin. So there's no holes in the cheesecake. Now into the oven, 180 degrees for 35 to 40 minutes. Slightly souffled up.
pull off. That's the colour I wanted on top. And look at it. It's one of the simplest, yet the most stylish cheesecakes anywhere. Beautiful. Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
Kicking off with how to handle pastry.
Lightly flour the surface, pastry on top, rolling pin. Now the secret now is don't overwork the pastry. Firm push, turn the pastry round, and this helps to even the pastry. Turn and roll. Now, as it starts to crack, don't worry. Just by pushing it back together, it sort of unites the pastry immediately. Apply pressure, turn the pastry. Now, the average thickness is down to a £1 coin. Back on to the rolling pin, and look, beautiful.
For the neatest edge on tarts and quiches, my tip is to let the pastry hang over the side of the tin when you bake it. Trim around the edge once the pastry is cooked. It will give you a cleaner edge and prevent it from shrinking. My tip for even rising is to place cakes and tarts in the centre of the oven so the air can circulate all the way round them. To test your cake, to make sure it's done, insert a knife, skewer, or even a piece of spaghetti in the centre. If there's mixture stuck to it, it's not done yet. If it comes out clean, your cake's ready. If you don't have any baking beans to hand for blind baking, you can use any rice, grain or pulse. You won't be able to cook with them afterwards, but do keep them to reuse them next time. When you're folding egg whites or whipped cream into cake mixtures, you want to retain as much air in the mixture as you can. My tip, use a metal spoon, as the sharp, thin edge will keep more of the air in. Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons. Top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my guide to ultimate slow cooking.
Glaze them individually. They deserve that respect.
Loads of brilliant cooking tips.
It's like a perfect sponge. Lay that on top, it just absorbs all that fat.
And more exquisite recipes to stake your life on.
That is an amazing way of slow roasting fruit and taking figs to a completely new level.
So Gordon's the manager, Katie Piper's the beautician, and if you believe what the posters say, Gok Wan's the staff member awkwardly holding a baby while looking at the camera. The grand opening of Channel 4's Hotel GB next Monday at 9.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head. Cut through it. Hand on the knife. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook. And that makes the fish cake nice and fragrant.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Make sure those blades are taken out of the claw as well.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
Taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Just getting tastier and tastier.
Teaching you everything from how to cook with chili and spice to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Take it easy, because it's time for my ultimate slow cooking. Slow cooking is one of the best weapons in the chef's arsenal. Not only is it easy, it's also an incredible way to transform meat into mouth-wateringly melting dishes. Mastering the art of slow cooking is something every cook should learn. First up, my phenomenal slow-cooked beef short ribs.
Slow cooking is a brilliant way of getting lots of extra depth and intensity into your dishes. The secret is to lock in all those flavours at the start and let the ingredients do their thing as it cooks. These are beef short ribs, and there's basically 5 to 6 bones across there.
And as the short rib cooks, it sticks to that bone. The bone implants flavour, and the meat just sort of melts. Cooked slowly, gives it that nice level of intensity. Slice alongside the bone, straight down. You can see that marbling. That sort of disappears and disintegrates.
I'm cooking them in a roasting tray. Get it on the heat until nice and hot.
Season the beef short ribs beautifully. Olive oil in, bone on the top. We'll start colouring that in. Really important to give the beef short ribs a really nice sear. If you didn't brown the meat off, it goes in the oven and it looks like boiled meat. So you really want that nice, dark, rich colouring. Just cut the garlic in half, slide that down the side. That's going to give that beef an amazing flavour.
To give body to the sauce, stir in a heaped teaspoon of tomato puree.
So I'm just hitting the bottom of the pan with that tomato puree. And we call it cooking out the tomato puree. Otherwise, it just goes in there raw, and it gives this sort of tartness to the braised short ribs. Red wine in. Don't use an expensive bottle of red wine. There's no need.
Bring the wine up to the boil and reduce it. This burns off the alcohol and concentrates the flavour.
It makes a big difference when you reduce the red wine down by half, because it gives that nice, dark, rich intensity. Look at my garlic. That is just going to sweeten everything up. Incredible. Stock in. Beef stock, perfect. Chicken stock, fine. Just to about an inch underneath the beef short ribs. Bring it up to the boil.
To lock in all that flavour as the beef ribs slow cook, cover them so they braise from the bottom and steam from the top.
Into the oven, 2.5 hours. 170 to 180 degrees. In she goes.
The great thing about slow cooking is you do most of the work in advance and then put your feet up.
5 or 10 minutes before the beef short ribs come out of the oven, start your garnish. This is light cured pancetta. I want nice, thick lardons, nice, big, thick sticks of crispy bacon. These are delicious chestnut mushrooms. I'm not going to slice them, I'm just going to cut them in half. But look at the colour on those lardons now. All the white, raw fat has disappeared. The lardons have shrunk right down. And all we've got there now is the proper bacon. Mushrooms in. Beautiful. So the mushrooms get seasoned from the bacon.
I'm pan-frying these separately to the beef so they remain crisp and have a different texture.
Leave that to cool down. Now, this is like Christmas Day for me. When you unwrap that foil, wait to see what's underneath it. Wow. They smell incredible. Lift and place on your tray. Beautiful.
To make a fantastic, rich, deep sauce, press the soft roasted garlic through a sieve into the cooking juices.
Want all that nice pureed garlic coming through there. Because that is going to make the most amazing flavour. Scrape all of that off the sieve. Nice. And then just start sieving all that lovely braising liquor. Whoa. In. That smells delicious. Take your sauce and just glaze. Do them individually. They deserve that respect. Spoon on your bacon and your mushrooms. Beautiful. Be generous with these mushrooms. I'm telling you, they taste amazing. Flat leaf parsley. I want that freshness over those amazing ribs. Incredible. Never ever be embarrassed about going to your butcher and asking for cheap cuts, because the results are incredible. Amazing beef braised short ribs with bacon and mushrooms.
Mushrooms are one of my all-time favourite ingredients. I use chestnut mushrooms with the beef short ribs because I love their firm texture and nutty taste. But there's a huge range of other mushrooms that are great for slow-cooked dishes. And when it comes to buying them, there's one expert greengrocer who's a fountain of knowledge, Borough Market's Fred Foster.
Started off on my dad's stall in Pimlico, really. He had a salad stall.
With over 20 years of experience, he could actually write his own mushroom encyclopedia.
Mushrooms, as soon as you pick them, the moisture starts coming out of them. So you need to buy them when they're fresh. Certain products you smell for flavour, and they tend to be fruits. Mushrooms don't smell nice at all. They smell kind of metallic, really. So you have to use your eyes as your guide of what you buy with mushrooms. It's really, really important. Wild mushrooms are literally grown wild in the forests. They're just quality wherever they are. This is morel mushroom. A fantastic product, so hard to find in the wild. It's almost got an apricot-y type of flavour, earthy, woody, and of course, as you cook it, the flavour increases.
For extra flavour and texture, highly prized morels are ideal when added to slow-cooked stews and casseroles, as are the Trompette de l'Amour, which have a deliciously rich flavour. Another wild type to try is the chanterelle. Its subtle fruity flavour is delicious and perfect fried with butter, parsley and garlic.
When you're dealing with wild mushrooms, you need to clean them. It can be quite a slow process. It's with a soft brush. Don't use water. Never use water with mushrooms. It deteriorates the mushroom rapidly. Oyster mushrooms are very meaty mushroom. Just a lovely, silky, smooth flavour. Really nice. How do you tell whether it's fresh? Those gills are bright. Never cut an oyster mushroom, always tear it. Look at the whiteness of that. Beautiful. That would be grey if it was old.
Although also found wild, oyster mushrooms are more commonly cultivated along with a similar type, the enoki. Their delicate taste is great in salads and soups. Finally, Fred saved the best until last.
And of course, the pinnacle is the truffle. They are really, really sought after. The smell is so intense. That smell, it's hard to describe because it's such a unique smell. The more expensive the truffle, the more intense the smell. So that's why you use such a small amount on a dish. It's amazing the way they get these. They used to use pigs, of course, but they don't do that anymore. They use dogs now because the pigs used to eat them all.
This magical tasting fungi is by weight one of the most expensive foods in the world. It's phenomenal eaten raw, shaped over pasta or risottos, or a drizzle of truffle oil turns slow-cooked stews into something out of this world.
People are actually scared of mushrooms, aren't they? So it's amazing, really. They shouldn't be, because take away the fear and just close your eyes and taste them. They're just amazing. They are amazing.
Cooking all the ingredients in one dish helps lock in taste and get great flavours working together. Here are 3 recipes that turn simple ingredients into amazing dishes.
First up, a fantastically aromatic, melt-in-the-mouth treat, pork neck curry with mango salsa. For the curry paste, add chopped lemongrass, chilli, fresh ginger, garlic and kaffir lime leaf to a pestle and mortar. Next, put in aromatic ground cinnamon and coriander, a pinch of salt, black pepper, then bash it into a rough paste. Finally, add olive oil to loosen and your paste is done. Now onto the pork neck. Add a glug of olive oil to a hot pan and brown the diced meat carefully, making sure each side hits the heat, locking in that flavour. Remove, and in the same pan, cook sliced onions until brown around the edges. Add the curry paste and fry to release all the intense flavours. Then put the pork back in, along with the coconut milk and stir. Next, add chicken stock, palm sugar, more kaffir lime leaves, soy sauce, and fish sauce to taste. Then simply simmer for an hour. Slow cooked for succulence, spicy, super easy to make, and wonderful served with fresh mango salsa, pork neck curry. My next easy slow cook recipe is incredible spicy Szechuan chicken thighs. First, marinate the thighs with soy sauce and Shaoxing wine, which is made from fermented rice and tastes similar to dry sherry. Chicken thighs do a lot of work, so they need more cooking, but cooked properly, they're moist and they're the tastiest part of the bird. Next, add rice vinegar, water, then season and leave to marinate for up to 2 hours. Then chop garlic, chilli and ginger. Add olive oil to a hot pan and fry until softened. Add Szechuan peppercorns and orange zest. Next, add the marinated chicken thighs along with the marinade. Then throw in a pinch of sugar and fry the chicken until it's lovely and brown, and the sauce is deliciously thick. Finish with chopped spring onions, a glug of soy sauce and a few drops of sesame seed oil. Marinated for flavour, sweet and spicy chicken, a fuss-free wonder. My final slow-cooked dish that transforms simple ingredients into unforgettable food is simple beef brisket. Start by seasoning the meat well. Brisket is a cut of beef from the breast. It's inexpensive, but it's fit for royalty with long, slow cooking. Place it into a hot casserole dish with a little olive oil and brown on all sides. Next, make a tasty broth to flavour the meat. Into the dish, add chopped carrots, celery, a whole bulb of garlic cut in half, peppercorns, aromatic cloves and freshly ground nutmeg. Pour in hot water to braise the brisket. Bring to the boil and cover tightly. Then transfer the dish to a low oven and cook for 3 to 4 hours. Cooked low and slow, the results are amazing. Tender, melt-in-the-mouth meat. Fantastic with roast potatoes or in sandwiches with lots of mustard, but I like it best with tangy piccalilli. In the oven in under 10 minutes. Then all you have to do is sit back and wait. So easy and absolutely delicious. What's not to love about my succulent beef brisket? Coming up on my ultimate cookery course, how to start duck slowly for perfect results.
Start the duck breast in the pan cold.
And slow-cook caramelised figs with ricotta, a dessert to die for.
Incredible.
This is my ultimate cookery course, 100 recipes to stake your life on. Soon, I'll be teaching you a wonderful slow-cooked dessert.
Now look at the colour on them. The smell is incredible.
But first, 5 more of my 100 tips to make your home cooking easier. Starting with how to cook duck breast perfectly the slow way.
Duck breast. Never be scared about cooking this bird. Absolutely delicious, very healthy. First, oven on, 200 degrees. And then, salt, pepper. Now the salt will help to extract the water out of the fat. Non-stick pan, no oil, but start the duck breast in the pan cold. Skin side down, it feels and sounds a little bit weird. But as we put them into a cold pan and turn the heat up gradually, it starts to release the fat. If we put them into a hot pan, it seals them in and the fat stays in there. We want to render that fat down. 90% of that duck breast will be cooked on its skin. Keeps the duck nice and moist, but more importantly, it stays crispy. Once the fat comes out, turn the duck over. Nice, high, hot heat. Seal the duck. Now they're going in the oven, skin side down, 200, 6 to 8 minutes. If your pan's got a plastic handle on it, then transfer the duck breast onto a tray, but make sure you put the tray into the oven to get hot first. Cooking duck is like cooking a piece of beef. You can't slice it piping hot, all the goodness runs out. Just quickly turn it over, push your fingers in there, and it's slightly resistant, but still quite bouncy. And that confirms they're quite pink in the centre. But the important part now is leaving that to rest, let them cool down, and then we'll slice them. Keep that excess duck fat, and there you go. Next time you're sauteing potatoes, you just take them to a completely different level. Now, slicing the duck, just slice it at an angle, not too thin. If you slice it thinly, it goes cold quickly, so nice thick slices. Nice crispy skin on top, and a beautiful, plump, roasted duck. All the white fat gone, nice crispy skin, Absolutely delicious.
Another slow cooking tip is, when slow cooking stews and casseroles, fat will rise to the surface. To get rid of any excess oils, my tip is to remove them with kitchen paper before serving. This also works brilliantly on gravies and sauces. Many great slow-cooked dishes start by browning the meat. As the meat cooks, lots of flavours get stuck to the pan. To get it into your sauce, deglaze with wine, stock or vinegar. Never add soft herbs at the beginning of slow cooking. They're all too delicate. The tip is to add them at the end for that hit of fresh flavour and vibrant colour. A great tip when frying fish is to always fry skin side down to keep it crispy. And always lay the fillets away from you when adding to the pan to prevent hot oil from splashing towards you. Slow cooking isn't exclusive to just savoury dishes. It's a clever way to transform fruit into wonderful desserts, giving them an amazing sticky, jammy intensity. Invest a bit of patience and my next recipe pays off big time. Indulgent and bursting with flavour. Caramelised figs with ricotta.
Slow cooking can also take desserts to a whole new level. A gentle, long cook can really bring out that wonderful, rich, sticky sweetness and that depth of flavour in fruits. These are black figs. They are suited to slow cooking, roasting, better than the green figs because this outside skin is so durable. This is an amazing way of roasting figs and it's so easy, yet so delicious.
Lay your figs out in rows.
Take some rosemary and just peel that down. Get that really nice fragrant stem. Get your scissors, trim the edge. Almost where you've got a bit of a sort of sharp point. Bring your 3 figs together and just thread the top of each fig nice and gently.
Rosemary works wonderfully with sweet dishes. As the figs roast in the oven, the stalk will impart a lovely, subtle flavour.
Beautiful.
Dust the figs with icing sugar, then coat them with a generous splash of balsamic vinegar.
Leave them to sit there for 5 minutes and they sort of marinate.
I know it sounds odd to use vinegar in your dessert, but trust me, it gives the dish a fantastic sweet and sour taste.
I'm gonna make a really nice caramel. 4 or 5 tablespoons of sugar. Now, flatten that out and get it nice and even. When the sugar is even, caramel cooks evenly. It's changing now. You can see it melting from the outside in. The one thing you don't do is shake the pan rapidly. You see it almost like sort of a lake defrosting and it's hitting to the centre, bubbling. It's still not dark enough yet. It's getting there. Turn the gas down and stay in control.
Let the sugar melt until it turns a dark amber colour.
The secret behind any good caramel is just stopping it from overcooking. Lovely. Take that off the gas. Knob of butter in there. Just gently whisk in. The butter is cooling the caramel down. You'll see it changing colour to like a cafe au lait.
Next, add a glug of the balsamic vinegar.
Nice. Beautiful. Got that nice, dark richness of the caramel. A little touch of water in there. That way the caramel doesn't go too thick.
Now put the caramel back on the heat.
Take your figs and sort of place them in gently. Lovely. And then just add all that lovely little marinade. Don't waste that. It's amazing stuff there. Now, ice and sugar and balsamic vinegar. There's something so tasty. Baste those figs because the skin gets nice and crispy on the outside and the fig sort of just absorbs the caramel. It's delicious. So easy. Now, into the oven. 190 for 10 minutes. almost doubled in size. Now look at the colour on them. The smell is incredible. Onto your plate. They're a lot heavier because they've actually started absorbing that caramel.
Now douse the figs with caramel and serve with ricotta cheese.
The freshness of that ricotta goes brilliantly well with the figs. I'm going to finish that now with some zest and then some little nibbed almonds and the rich, creamy jam texture of the fig with the ricotta goes brilliant. That is an amazing way of slow roasting fruit and taking figs to a completely new level.
Follow my ultimate cookery course crammed with key lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, more slow-cooked favourites. A trio of fantastically easy-to-prepare slow-cooked suppers. How to get incredible meat without breaking the bank.
Don't be scared of them. They're really economic, but full of flavour.
And my ultimate slow-cooked pork recipe, guaranteed to deliver every time.
That is amazing.
Gordon's back on Monday here on 4, looking after the kitchen, of course, in our brand new series Hotel GB. Doors open at 9 p.m. Formal dress, please. Next, though, come dine with me.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head. Cut through it, hand on the knife. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
And that makes the fish cake nice and fragrant.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Make sure those blades are taken out of the claw as well.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
Taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Just getting tastier and tastier.
Teaching you everything from how to cook with chili and spice to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Now it's time to settle down and enjoy some slow-cooked favourites. One of the brilliant things about slow cooking is there's often very little preparation required, and it's the oven that does all the work. My first recipe is packed with strong, confident flavours, and with the oven taking the strain, is a pleasure to make. Delicious slow braised stuffed lamb breast.
One of the secrets to slow cooking is to be robust and really get stuck in. Big, bold flavours work brilliantly well, so don't be precious. This is gutsy cooking at its absolute best. These are lamb breasts, a beautiful cheap cut, and it's sort of tucked alongside the rib. They've been boned out, the skin has been taken off. I'm going to roll them, stuff them, and braise them.
Braising simply means cooking in liquid on a low heat, making the meat divinely tender.
Now, open them up and give them a really good season. Season them both sides, inside and out. Really important. Doesn't look like a real weighty, dense cut of meat, but once it's beautifully slow braised, it's just like melting lamb. It's incredible. I'm going to season the breasts with some dried oregano. Bit of heat in there, some chili flakes, lemon zest, put some amazing salted anchovies in there now. They almost melt inside the lamb. So the balance of flavours work beautifully. Now, pull it down towards you and roll that nice and tightly. That's what I'm looking for. String. We just need to tie them 3 times. 1 at each end and 1 in the middle. I fell in love with this dish years ago when I first started working in Paris because we had all the lamb in from the Pyrenees. Nice thing is, they can be done the day before. Pan on, olive oil in, get that oil nice and hot. Lamb in. Really important to get some nice colour on there. Whilst they're browning, slice the onion. The lamb's going to be cooking for 2.5 hours, so don't slice the onions too thinly, otherwise they'll burn. Garlic, and leave whole. Got a colour on them. Look at that. Beautiful. Take them out. Onions in and garlic. Straight in. Lovely. That's the secret about slow braising. You never change pans. Why? All the goodness is in that one pan. A few chili seeds in there. Oregano. Nice pinch. A little bit of lemon in there. I'm going to do the onions what I did to the lamb. Next, my capers. Fry them off. Get them exploding at the bottom of the pan. They get nice and crispy. Next, my black olives. Now, white wine. Bring that up to the boil. Deglazing the pan as well. Rinsing the bottom of that pan. And now the flavour in there is just extraordinary. Now, we add our tomatoes. Let's puncture those plum tomatoes.
Then simply place the lamb breast back in the pot and remember to taste.
That's nice. Lid on. Into the oven. 170. 2.5 hours, and forget about it. Whoa, beautiful. All that has reduced down to this amazing, nice tomato sauce. And the lamb has kept its colour. Look at that, it's braised beautifully. Very carefully, get your little bits there. Slice off, pull off the little bits of string. This is why I get really excited. The secret is not to slice it too thinly. Look at that. You can smell the lemon. It's hard to believe when you slice through the centre there that that is a very cheap cut of meat. I'm salivating. I love this. I mean, it's just incredible. Pick up the tomatoes and the olives and the onions. An amazing, rich sauce. Take your lamb and sort of just sit it on. It looks incredible. And that, for me, is why chefs get so excited with cheap cuts, because the end results are incredible. Delicious breast of lamb with lemon, anchovies, chili and oregano. Slow cooking is a fantastic way to develop delicious, deep flavours. Here are 3 of my easy one-pot wonders. Minimum preparation, long cook and an amazing, wonderful taste.
First up, easy bollito misto, a classic Italian mixed meat dish. I'm starting with some Italian fennel sausages. Fry them until coloured, making sure all sides are nicely browned. Set them aside, then slice chorizo, a spicy Spanish sausage with a wonderful smoky taste, and fry it so it releases all its incredible flavour. Next, chop carrots, celery, garlic, and add to the same pan. This keeps in all the flavour. Stir in the puy lentils. These are excellent for slow-cooked dishes because they retain their firm texture and shape. Next, add a bay leaf and some fresh thyme sprigs. Then the sausages go back in, along with chicken stock. Simmer until the lentils are tender, then season to taste. Finally, sprinkle with chopped parsley and serve. Simple to prepare, a cinch to make, and packed full of delicious, hearty flavours. My twist on an Italian classic. Magnificent, easy bollito misto. My next everyday, effortless dish is slow-cooked aubergine. Dice the aubergine and fry in hot olive oil until coloured on all sides. Then add a finely sliced onion and chopped garlic. Cook until tender. Add cooked butter beans and pomegranate molasses, which is a sweet, thick and gloriously tangy reduction of pomegranate juice. Season. Next, add a can of chopped tomatoes. Bring to a simmer and cook until the aubergine has a gloriously soft and silky texture. Stir through chopped mint, pile onto toasted bread, and finally, for a lovely salty tang, crumble over some creamy feta cheese. Minimum preparation, but slow cooked for maximum flavour. Aubergines like you've never tasted before. One more dish that uses time to transform a humble ingredient is perfect slow cooked beef. Start by frying the beef shin in hot oil, seasoning as you go. This is a very economical cut of beef. As it slow cooks, it also makes the most delicious gravy as the marrow thickens and flavours the sauce. In the same pan, sauté chopped carrots, peeled whole shallots, sliced celery, peeled and chopped ginger and garlic. Next, add tomato puree and cook for a few minutes. Add the shin back into the pan with a glass of dry white wine and the juice of an orange. This deglazes the pan, adding incredible depth of flavour. Pour in chicken stock, season and simmer for an hour and 20 minutes. This dish is brilliant finished with gremolata, a dry Italian salsa made with chopped herbs. Simply chop parsley and garlic together and mix in the zest of an orange or lemon. When the beef is cooked, rich, unctuous and beautifully tender, scatter over the lovely fresh gremolata. Simple, satisfying and crammed full of wonderful tastes and textures. Delicious. Fast to prepare, cheap and easy to make, slow cooked to perfection. 3 amazing dishes I guarantee you'll make time and time again.
This is my essential guide to kitchen equipment. Everything you need to know about the basic kit that will get you cooking fantastic food. Casserole dish. Absolutely essential when it comes to good home cooking. Why? So versatile. The beauty of this thing is the fact that you can actually use it on the hob or start it on the hob and finish it in the oven. More importantly, cast iron, it conducts the heat, so you can have the gas on absolute minimal or the oven down to its absolute lowest setting and the thing will just cook naturally.
Casserole dishes are surprisingly versatile and a great investment. You only need one, and if you look after it, it'll last you a lifetime.
Brilliant for one-pot wonders.
Coming up on my guide to slow-cooked favourites, more easy tips to refine your kitchen skills.
If you don't skim all that off, the stock becomes very cloudy.
The insider's guide to brilliant buys.
It's gone out of fashion a little bit, but it should be enjoyed by everybody. It's a fantastic piece of meat.
And braised pork belly, a recipe to stake your life on.
That is amazing.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. I'm teaching you my slow-cooked favourites.
Next up, my guide to getting the best value from your butchers.
One of the biggest bills in the kitchen is going to be for meat, so it's crucial you keep costs down. But that doesn't mean sacrificing flavour, especially when you use some slow cooking magic to get the best from cheap cuts. To get value for money, it always pays to ask an expert. And 5th generation award-winning master butcher, Danny Lidgate, is a man in the know.
One of the great things about going to a butcher is they're going to have more cuts available than most supermarkets. So you're going to see things that people don't know about. So one example might be the beef ribs, a great product for slow cooking in the oven. Especially cooking on the bone, you're going to get more flavours from the bone. There's some really nice pieces of juicy meat. These are only used for mince in the past. Now people are using it for braising or slow braising or even barbecuing it with some really nice marinades. The oxtail are less popular now than maybe they used to be. Small little muscles make up the tail. Once that's slow cooked, they all fall apart. Really tender, juicy meat.
Also, oxtail is sublime in stews, curries and soups. Another great cheap cut for slow cooking is one you saw me using earlier, lamb's breast. It's one of the least expensive cuts of lamb, and it's also delicious slow roasted or stewed.
Here we have the shin of beef. where you can see in the shin it's made up of lots of little different muscles. These are always moving, always doing work. So slow cooking will give the best end results. It's gone out of fashion a little bit, but it should be enjoyed by everybody. It's a fantastic piece of meat. Here we have some ox cheeks, and when they're trimmed, you end up with a really lean piece of meat. Obviously with the cheek, the cow's always eating, munching on grass. This means they need a lot of cooking. But essentially, it's a really nice, healthy, lean piece of meat with fantastic flavours.
Ox cheeks also make an incredible ravioli or ragu. And if you're a pork lover, why not try pork neck? It's a succulent alternative for a slow Sunday roast.
Here we have a muscle from the shoulder. It's called feather blades. The reason it was called feather blades is because when it's cut, each piece looks like a feather. The gristle tends to be slow cooked, and the more it's cooked, it will turn gelatinous, giving a lovely jelly and juicy liquid to the meat. Fantastic for casseroling, pies and stews.
There are so many cheaper cuts, which are brilliant for home cooking.
It's important with all these forgotten cuts to find out how to cook them. Don't be scared of them. They're really economic, but full of flavour. And the end result is a fantastic meal.
As a chef, one of the biggest kicks I get is taking an ingredient that doesn't cost much and turning it into something that looks and tastes like $1 million. My next recipe turns what used to be a decidedly unfashionable cut of meat into the star of the dish, fit to grace any table. Slow roasted pork belly with fennel.
Slow roasting works better on fattier, tougher and unfashionable cuts. Whether it's a cheek or even a neck or this amazing pork belly. It's a fantastic way to transform cheap cuts into amazing melting perfection. Take a very sharp knife, bring the pork belly towards you so you're over it and you've got all that pressure and weight. Using the tip of the knife, I'm just sort of nicking it and go across the pork belly. Long strokes with the knife. Take your time. Turn it 180. This time, what we're doing is just sort of cutting those nice little sort of diamonds. But as that starts roasting on top, it starts getting nice and crispy. Take little handfuls of salt and just sort of rub it in. Bend it over and in all those cracks. Really helps to get a nice, crisp crackling on top. Roasting tray, get it really nice and hot. Take a whole bowl of fennel.
To intensify flavour and to keep the meat succulent, I'm braising my pork belly with strong, vibrant spices and vegetables. Crush and peel 3 whole cloves of garlic and add to the fennel.
Olive oil in. Fennel in. I like the nice, strong aniseed flavour that goes with that nice, rich, dense pork. Fennel seeds. Delicious. Star anise in. And just a couple of cardamom seeds. And wow, they're like little bangers, like little firecrackers. Incredible. Lovely. Fresh bay leaves. Get your pork skin side down. Just sear the top of that fat. That locks in all that amazing flavour. Then I'm going to flip it over and get it nice and crispy. And then I want fennel seeds embedded in those little cracks. Now, some white wine. The minute that white wine hits that pan, you can just smell that light fragrance from the fennel.
Allow the wine to bubble away and reduce until the alcohol has burnt off.
Time to add the stock. Now, the stock goes in just underneath the skin, so it roasts on top. All that meat under there is going to be submerged, because what happens in the oven, the top goes crispy as anything, and the stock reduces and braises at the same time. Really important that you bring that back up to the boil before it goes in the oven, otherwise it will never boil, never get up to temperature. It smells incredible.
Slow roast the pork belly at 180 degrees for 2.5 hours.
Look at that. You've got that nice, crispy skin on top. You can see how much of the stock has evaporated. Put that onto the board. It looks stunning.
To make a delicious rustic sauce with the flavour-packed contents of the roasting tray, first get rid of the excess fat.
Take a couple of slices of bread. It's like a perfect sponge because you just lay that
on top and drag it almost like a net. And it just absorbs all that fat. If you want the perfect fried bread, trust me, stick that in a frying pan. A nice teaspoon of mustard, whisk that in.
And then simply simmer for a few minutes before pouring into a serving jug.
With your pork belly, always use a nice serrated edge knife. You can hear that. Wow. And that is amazing. Incredibly tender. That belly of pork is gonna almost melt in your mouth. You've got that sweet meat under that crispy belly of pork. What an amazing way to cook a very cheap cut of meat. Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
First, how to make a fantastic chicken stock, a classic slow cook recipe that gets amazing flavour from simple ingredients.
Chicken stock, the vital ingredient to good cooking. It transforms sauces. It's a fantastic base for soups, and more importantly, it's so easy to do. A little bit of love and care at the beginning, and it cooks itself. Right, step one, chicken carcass into a high-sided pan. An onion, doesn't need to be finely chopped. The vegetables flavour the stock. Onion in. Then from there, cut your leek into nice big solid chunks. Roughly same size as the onion. So all the vegetables cook at the same time. And then add carrot. Celery in, garlic, and then a nice sprig of thyme. That helps to really give depth of flavour to the chicken stock. A couple of bay leaves and some fresh parsley. And then peppercorns. Pan, and just lightly crush them. And a little pinch of salt. And now just cover the vegetables and the carcass with cold water. Just cover the chicken and the vegetables. Bring it up to the boil as quick as you can. Now, as it comes up to the boil, a really nice skim. Take the base of the ladle and swirl that around. That pushes all the grease and the impurities to the side of the pan. Then get your ladle and just tilt it. If you don't skim all that off, the stock becomes very cloudy. People's impression of cooking stock, then it needs to cook for 3-4 hours at a time. This is one chicken carcass. Let that boil away gently for 30 to 40 minutes maximum. Now, we're going to pass it off. Take a sieve, place that over the pan, and then just pour that in. It smells amazing. It's aromatic. The colour is absolutely beautiful. And there you have the most amazing stock.
When you need to season meat in flour, a great tip is to place it in a plastic bag to dust it evenly. Using flour also helps the sauce to get nice and thick during cooking. When browning meat, fry it in small batches. Don't crowd the pan, otherwise it won't sear or colour properly. When slow roasting meat, line the bottom of the roasting tray with chunky vegetables like onions, fennel and carrots. They act as a trivet to keep the meat from boiling in its own juices. Plus, the veg can be the base for your gravy later on. After slow cooking, baked-on residue can be tough to remove, but if you boil water in the pan, it will dissolve and break down. Then simply pour out and wash with soap and water. Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons. Top tips and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate guide to brunches.
Just looking at that, it beats any omelette.
More essential cooking tips.
We're going to be slicing around the seeds.
And more flawless recipes to stake your life on.
Delicious.
9 o'clock next Monday night, and it begins. Hotel GB opens its doors. Gordon Ramsay, head chef, Kirsty Alsop, concierge, Phil Spencer, maitre d', I'll take a twin. Come dine on a tight budget. Next on 4.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
Cut through it. Hand on the knife.
From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
That makes the fish cake nice and fragrant.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Make sure those blades are taken out of the floor as well.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
Tasting as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
It's getting tastier and tastier.
Teaching you everything from how to cook slowly, to food on a budget, TV dinners, and my ultimate fast food recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Now for the perfect way to ease yourself into the day. It's my guide to brunches. Brunch is simply a delicious combination of breakfast and lunch. And for me, it's all about getting up late and having a wonderful, lazy start to the weekend with fantastic food. More exciting than breakfast and a lot more enjoyable to cook, brunch is ideal for sharing. First up, my simple and delicious frittata.
Eggs are great, they are so versatile. And once you've mastered how to cook them, trust me, the door then opens to a wide range of delicious options. This is like a triple omelette, but a lot more ingredients than a normal omelette. We'll start off with some lovely smoked bacon. Slice the bacon in. No salt, a little touch of pepper. Start off on a high heat, get that bacon really nice and crispy. Otherwise, you just boil the bacon and it's got that soft, unpleasant texture in the frittata. Turn down the gas and now start adding your veg.
Roughly chop a red pepper and add it to the pan.
The peppers and the bacon take the longest, so they've always got to go in first. Now, soak them off. And the peppers have been cooked now from that sort of rendered fat from the bacon. And then the spring onions. Just bunch them up and slice them. I want them on an angle so they come like little green diamonds. Spring onions in. Now, for the eggs. Cracking the eggs. For that size pan, 7 or 8 eggs. I want to fill it right to the very top. And more importantly, when I turn this out, I want it like a gatto, nice and thick, so we can slice through and see all those wonderful veg. I'm going to season the eggs with some Parmesan cheese. Be quite generous, because it adds a really nice saltiness. Fresh ground pepper, and then whisk. Whisk up those eggs nicely.
Then add peas to the pan. And to give the dish a wonderful aromatic freshness, some fragrant chopped basil.
I want to chop that sort of roughly, because I want to see those flecks of green going in. I want it looking charming. And how many times have you seen a dull omelette? Frittatas, in my mind, really help encapsulate the magic of having savoury eggs, cooked beautifully, but with texture. Now, just before we add the eggs, I've got this beautiful little goat's cheese, and it's strong and powerful. So I want to slice it into little chunks and then just have it dotted around. I want to discover these little pockets of creamy goat's cheese. Now, slowly add the eggs. Fill that right up. And get your spoon. Now just let all that egg go down to the bottom. Bring it back up to the boil and sort of clean around the sides. And then some of this delicious salty, creamy goat's cheese over the top. Now, I want it melting like a perfect slice of cheese on toast. Nice. Now, from there, turn the grill on for 4 to 5 minutes. Now, just looking at that, delicious. Take a little paring knife and just make sure it's released from the sides. Just take your pan and tap. That will hopefully release the frittata from the bottom of the pan. Now, put the board over the pan. Turn that gently and just shake. Say a little prayer and lift off the pan. Beautiful. Now, from there on, there it's there, look. Now, slice through. You can see how soft and creamy that is in the centre. And that goat's cheese is just melting, almost like a little sauce inside. So exciting, but more importantly, so easy to do. It's got texture, it's got creaminess, and that for me will beat any omelette for brunch.
Serve with a stack of hot buttered toast and a steaming pot of coffee. This easy frittata turns the humble egg into the perfect dish for kicking off the weekend.
Eggs are really versatile, protein-packed and delicious.
Here are 3 more of my favourite recipes to give your brunches a tasty twist.
First up, North African eggs.
Add olive oil to a hot pan and fry finely chopped onions and red and green peppers. Then chop garlic and chilli and cook until softened. Chilies work brilliantly with eggs, giving the dish a lovely hot kick. Next, add fresh chopped tomatoes, then cumin seeds, and fry until the seeds are fragrant and the tomatoes are lovely and soft. Season. Next, make wells in your spicy sauce and crack in your eggs. Then cover and cook on a low heat for 5 minutes so the whites are set and the yolks are still lovely and runny. To finish, slice spring onions and coriander and simply sprinkle over. Fresh, spicy and deliciously different. Easy North African eggs, ready in under 20 minutes. A dish worth getting up late for. Next, eggs made super indulgent for brunch. Cheat souffle with 3 cheeses. Mix together flour, sugar, baking powder, and season. Make a well in the centre, then simply beat 6 eggs together. Pour into the well and whisk into the flour. Then whisk in milk, making the mixture lovely and light. Next, add the 3 cheeses: cottage cheese, grated Monterey Jack or cheddar, and cream cheese. And then, for extra richness, knobs of butter. Then butter a baking dish and pour in your rich cheesy cheats souffle mix. Now put in a medium oven and bake for 40 minutes until rich, golden and puffed to perfection. A stunning, fuss-free souffle that's ideal for brunch. My next easy egg dish is a salty and succulent prawn and feta omelette. Pour olive oil into a hot pan, add chopped tomatoes, spring onions and fry. Season. Next, add cooked prawns and a sprinkle of chili flakes to give it a lovely kick of heat. Cook through and set aside. Next, beat 4 eggs. Add olive oil to your frying pan and pour in the eggs. Sprinkle on freshly chopped oregano, which works brilliantly with eggs. Then spoon over the spicy prawns, crumble over creamy feta cheese, and grill for a couple of minutes. This is eggs to the nth degree, packed with different tastes, textures and flavours, all working wonderfully together, perfect. One super versatile ingredient, 3 mouth-wateringly different recipes. Brunch has never been better.
Nice. Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
First up, red pepper. As you've seen, great for frittata and North African eggs, but you need to know how to cut them properly.
I absolutely love these peppers. Now, they have the most amazing sweet, delicious flavour with a really nice crunchy texture. And the most exciting thing about the peppers is that they're just as delicious raw or cooked. To identify the perfect pepper, it must be smooth and firm and not a wrinkle inside. Now, how to cut the perfect pepper. Stalk off, pepper down, and get the knife, start from the top and slice all the way round. Basically, we're going to be slicing around the seeds. Look, no faffing around, like this little perfect Christmas tree of seeds, and you haven't got the mess all over your board, and more importantly, it's twice as quick. Discard that. Now, we're going to cut it into a julienne. Flatten the pepper, skin side down onto the board, because it's a lot easier to slice through the pepper, and just lift the knife up and down. And basically, julienne is a chef's word for strips. These are absolutely perfect for sautéing. And that's what we're looking for there. Crunchy, delicious, and more importantly, no seeds. Beautiful.
Many great brunch recipes start with a delicious fresh egg. My tried and tested way to tell if an egg is fresh is to simply place it into a bowl of cold water. A fresh egg will sink and a stale one will float. If a small piece of shell goes into the bowl when you're cracking eggs, my tip for removing it is to simply use a larger piece to fish it out. It works like magic. For prize-winning fried eggs, fry them in oil, adding a tablespoon of water, then cover. The water steams the top of the egg to perfection. Toasted bagels are brilliant for brunch. My tip to make sure you always have them on hand is to stock up your freezer. But make sure you slice them first. That way, you can pop them straight into your toaster. Coming up on my ultimate cookery course, my buying guide to marvellous eggs.
Free-range eggs are the best flavoured eggs, and the flavour is tremendous.
And spicy pancakes, a spectacular brunch fit for any lazy morning.
The smell is incredible.
This is my ultimate cookery course, 100 recipes to stake your life on. I'm about to show you my recipe for delicious spicy pancakes.
Tuck it underneath there, pull it back, and roll.
But first, here's
my guide to buying beautiful eggs. Knowledge is crucial. The more you know about where your ingredients are from and how they're produced, the better.
In my home kitchen, I use eggs in abundance. They are so versatile, and getting to grips with them will make your cooking sing.
Good girlies. Oh, chickets.
With a decade of experience under her belt, Helen from Harrow's Farm in Hertfordshire is a real egghead and has some valuable tips to share.
The hens we keep are designed to lay probably 300, 350 eggs a year. Free range means that the bird must have access to the outside at all times. Chickens love grass, they peck at whatever's on the ground, and it makes the eggs a lovely rich golden colour, and the flavour is tremendous. To tell if an egg is really fresh, crack it open, put it on a dish, and you will see that it sits up really quite high and the white is really nice and tight around the side of the yolk.
There's a vast range of eggs out there to experiment with. Why stick to what you know? Try livening up your brunches with something different.
This is a bantam egg, They are miniature chickens. The yolks are quite large compared to the whites of the egg, and they're absolutely delicious making scrambled eggs of them because they're much more creamier altogether than, say, a chicken's egg. This is the duck's egg. These ones are sort of an off-white colour, but they can be sort of creamy, greeny colours.
Compared to chicken eggs, the duck's yolk is richer and creamier, and the white is fluffier when whisked, which is why they're so incredible for baking.
This is the goose egg. This is quite a large egg. It's probably equivalent to 3 chicken eggs. The geese literally lay for about 12 weeks. From my few geese, we've had about 120 eggs. They're amazing layers, but just for the very short season. The amazing thing is the colour of the yolks of these. They are usually quite orange. The geese don't actually eat anything other than grass. They are just grazers, and that makes a huge difference to the colour of the yolk.
Another fantastic egg is the quail egg, tiny but incredibly tasty. They only take a minute to soft boil and are delicious dipped in celery salt. If you've got a big appetite or you're making a brunch for a big group of friends, you could try the giant rare egg from South America, the equivalent of 10 hen eggs. They're great scrambled or as a massive omelette. Another interesting option is the pheasant egg, small but rich in flavour. They're perfect for homemade Scotch eggs or hard-boiled in a salad.
You can keep eggs in your fridge, but ideally, when you go to use them, take them out, bring them up to room temperature, because you'll find that they will cook better. Just make sure that there's no cracks in them, and then you'll be assured that they're nice, healthy, tasting eggs.
Brunch should be a laid-back affair and a treat, so the dishes need to be easy to cook, but never boring. My next recipe takes the humble pancake to a whole new level of flavour and excitement. Soft, fiery and irresistible. Spicy pancakes.
One of the secrets to good cooking is learning to use your imagination. When it comes to brunches, you don't have to stick to the old standbys. These delicious, spicy pancakes are a really great alternative, but more importantly, so easy to do. Start off by toasting your cumin. It's a dry roast, basically. Non-stick pan, just a touch of seasoning. The salt helps to dry out the cumin even more. And then fresh ginger. Slice them nice and thinly. Stack it back up, and then just slice nice little thin slices in there. And then keep that bunched up. Shake the chilli.
Removing the seeds will prevent things getting too hot.
Now, garlic. Nice. Now,
add olive oil to your toasted cumin seeds, and in with the garlic, ginger and chilli.
Lovely. And it feels strange when you talk about garlic for breakfast, but the time I spent in India, everybody was eating something savoury for breakfast. It was extraordinary. Into your bowl.
And set aside. Next, the pancake filling. Add olive oil to a hot pan.
Mustard seeds in. Now they'll start dancing the minute they hit the pan.
Then finely slice an onion.
Onions in. A little teaspoon of turmeric. Sprinkle that in, and look at the colour. An instant change. Leftover potatoes, just slice them. The smell is incredible. Potatoes in now. Spread the potatoes across the pan. I want the potatoes stained. I want them sort of absorbing all that really nice turmeric, acting like a sponge. Season those potatoes, and it really helps to bring out the spice beautifully. They're ready. Turn off the gas and let them sit there and absorb all those flavours.
Back to the pancake batter. Add plain flour to your cooled garlic, chilli, ginger and cumin seeds.
Touch of salt and pepper. Nothing worse than the bland pancake. 1 whole egg, milk. Hold the jug with one hand and whisk with the other. The secret is to get that really nice, smooth paste, but whisking that egg first. That brings it together, and then your milk in. Don't put all the milk in, because then you're going to get a lumpy pancake mix. And if you put less milk in, it really helps it not going lumpy. Look at that. Milk in. And the secret for me is to have a nice thin mix. Now, just a little teaspoon of oil. That helps to bring a nice crispy edge to the mixture. Now, just taste. That's the texture. Pan on. The larger the pan, the better. It helps to create a nice, thin, even surface. I want that mix going all the way around the pan. Before you put the mixture into the pan, make sure you give your pancake mix a really nice stir. Pan is nice and hot. Turn down the gas. A touch of olive oil in. Get that nice. Whisk with one hand. Pan to the mix. In. 1.5 ladles. And then roll it around. So it's really nice and thin. I want to see the ginger, the garlic. That's what I'm looking for. In there. Now back onto the heat. It only starts to remove from the bottom of the pan and lifts itself up once it's cooked. These little bubbles confirm that it's just starting to lift off the pan. A little shake, that releases it. And then just shake it to the end. And toss. If you haven't got the confidence of tossing, then use a spatula and turn it over. Now, that's exactly what I want, that nice sort of crisp edge around the side. The colour on the pancake is so important. Now, roll it round and just let it slide out beautifully. Now, for the exciting part, filling them. Take your potatoes and just sort of have a really nice imaginary line. And then just very carefully roll that nice and tightly. Tuck it underneath there, pull it back and roll. Beautiful.
The delicious pancakes are ready to eat, but with a simple dipping sauce, they'll be a real treat. Just mix chopped coriander with natural yogurt.
That's a really nice cooling agent. Sit that on the side. And that, for me, is a great brunch. Delicious, spicy pancakes. Amazing.
Follow my ultimate cookery course, bursting with valuable lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate guide to more beautiful brunches, mouth-watering, easy pancakes.
Incredible.
And the king of brunch, glorious steak sandwich.
Beautiful. Now that's what I call a steak sandwich.
Monday night from 9 o'clock it begins, and it continues each and every consecutive night next week. Gordon Ramsay himself, head chef, and more familiar Channel 4 faces running Hotel GB. Come Dine With Me is next, and what goes on in the bedroom should stay in the bedroom.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head. Cut through it. Hand on the knife. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes, and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook. That makes a fish cake nice and fragrant.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Make sure those blades are taken out of the floor as well.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
Taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Getting tastier and tastier.
Teaching you everything from how to cook slowly, to food on a budget, TV dinners, and my ultimate fast food recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, now it's all about outstanding brunches. I love brunch. It's a great way of relaxing with friends and family, not taking yourself or anything else too seriously. And brunch dishes should reflect that. Spicy, sweet or savoury, anything goes. And one of my all-time favourites, a dish that always creates a stir, is the daddy of all brunches, steak sandwiches.
For me, the secret of a great brunch is fun and casual. Fuss-free cooking and everyone helping themselves. This is the ultimate steak sandwich. You want the Rolls Royce of beef. It has to be fillet. Now, season it beautifully. I like to open up the top of the pepper mill to increase the size of the pepper in the steak, so it gives that bit of heat. Nice little chunks. You just roll now, nicely, all the way around. Now, slice the garlic in half. Pan nice and hot. Olive oil in. Hold the steak and just place it into the pan. Don't drop it. At the front of the pan. We're going to tilt the pan forward to cook the back of the steak, dual purpose. Now, roll it back and sear underneath. Next, my garlic. And roast that garlic. Thyme, fry that thyme. I want to hear it. We're not looking for a lot of colour because you're going to dry out the fillet. So, just one end, turn it back down and sear the other end in. Lift up your thyme, place it on top of the garlic. There. Lift up your fillet and sit that on top of your garlic. Butter in. Take a spoon, tilt the pan gently, lift up and baste. I've got that scented garlic, thyme flavour. The steak's going to cook evenly because it's sat on a little bed in the oven for 8 to 10 minutes. Pan on. For the relish, you think of a steak sandwich, you think of a sort of nice heated tomato relish.
To make the relish, finely dice a red onion.
3-finger rule. 1 in front, 2 behind. Through and chop. Wow.
Next, roughly chop a chilli, keeping the seeds in for extra heat.
Start off with the olive oil. Into a pan. Onions, chilli. Generous with the olive oil. I want a nice sort of rich, silky relish. From there, take your tomatoes. You can just use red tomatoes, but these yellow and red make the perfect combination. Now, put your salt in, pepper, and then roast those tomatoes off. Take a wooden spoon and just sort of break them up. Once the skins blister, the whole tomato just starts to release all that really nice, sweet texture. A little teaspoon of sherry vinegar gives that nice, acidic balance to the sweetness of the tomatoes. Turn down the gas and just let them sort of stew perfectly. Now, a steak sandwich would not be complete unless it had the most amazing mustard mayonnaise.
Simply add 3 tablespoons of mayonnaise to 3 teaspoons of whole grain mustard.
Now I've got the relish almost down to like a really nice jam. Now, I want to make that relish a little bit more fragrant. Some basil. Slice it through and sprinkle that basil in there. Beautiful. Look at this. There she is. My crown jewels. Time to take it out. Smell is incredible. And just baste one more time. The fillet. Touch, it's quite soft in the center, so it's just coming up to mid-rare. Let it rest
the same time you cooked it. And it will be nice and pink evenly throughout the steak.
To make my sandwich, I'm going to char grill some sliced ciabatta bread.
Season it nicely. Just a little drizzle of olive oil. I want to get that bread nice and crispy. Pan nice and hot. Bread in. Push it down. Smell is amazing, that sort of charcoal flavour. Once you've got those marks on the bread, it just stops the bread from becoming soggy. And look at this here. It is stunning. On. Slice it gently. One beautiful slice. Wow. It's nice and pink all the way through. And the beef is so soft. It's almost like slicing through butter. Let the knife do the work. Take a little bit of mayonnaise, spread that with the back of the spoon on both sides. Next, lettuce. Take that beautiful slice of beef. Oh, and then relish on top of that beef. And just slice the sandwich in half. Beautiful. Now that's what I call a steak sandwich.
Trust me, serve this sublime sandwich for brunch and you'll put a smile on everyone's face.
Next up, my guide to buying the best beef and steaks.
If you want the ultimate brunch, you can't do any better than start with a perfect steak. And one man who really knows his steak is Master Butcher, Danny Lidgate.
Steak is my favourite type of meat, and I think it's really good to enjoy different varieties of steak. When choosing a steak that you want, you need to look at exactly what you want out of it.
For my ultimate steak sandwich, I use the fillet because it's the most tender.
The fillet does the least amount of work than all the other muscles. It's tucked away in the rib cage. This means that when you're buying a fillet, it's incredibly soft, like butter. It's the most expensive, but you get what you pay for.
There's a wide array of cuts to choose from, all different in taste and texture. If in doubt, ask your butcher.
This would be the rump section where the rump comes from, which is basically the backside. Take the bone out, and what you're left with is a wonderful steak. Rump steak, characteristically, a little bit tougher than the sirloin, or a little bit chewier than the ribeye, but a really strong flavour for the steak. Again, when buying rump, look for the marbling, try and get some fat covering on the steak. You can always cut it off after it's cooked.
Rump's one of the best value steaks. I love it thinly cut and flash fried, in stir fries, or simply marinated and whacked on the barbecue. Another great value but delicious cut is the hanger steak, known as the butcher's cut because they often keep it for themselves. It's great marinated and cooked quickly.
With the sirloin, which is basically the back of the animal, a nice sirloin like this, really well marbled, don't buy too lean. So once the sirloin's trimmed up, it looks something like this. Not too much fat, but you need a little bit to cooking it. Next to the sirloin is the rib. Really popular now with ribeyes. Small, nice, really tender, juicy steaks. It's really especially good for barbecuing or grilling. Fantastic. Probably my favourite steak would be a ribeye.
Ribeye is especially delicious because the marbling in the meat loads it with flavour. For a full-on steak experience, try the T-bone steak, with a small tender fillet steak on one side of the bone and a larger flavoursome sirloin on the other. Take your butcher's advice and you won't go wrong. The final word has to go to Danny.
When buying meat, knowledge really is power, so it's important to ask as many questions about the meat you're buying. Find out the breed, how it's aged, and decide exactly what you want to do each particular job. That should then give you a really amazing end product.
The great thing about brunch is there are no rules. The only thing I insist on are, it's got to be fuss-free, easy to cook, and so delicious it puts you in a good mood for the rest of the day. And for me, pancakes always hit the spot.
Here are 3 of my deliciously different recipes certified to liven up your mornings. First up, fluffy blueberry and ricotta pancakes with yoghurt.
Start by adding 125 grams of plain flour, a teaspoon of baking powder, a pinch of salt, a tablespoon of sugar, then create a well in the centre. Separate 2 eggs and add the yolks, keeping the whites for later. Beat the yolks into the flour, pouring in milk gradually to form a smooth batter. Next, fold in 125 grams of creamy ricotta cheese and 100 grams of fresh blueberries. Now whisk your egg whites until they almost reach soft peaks. Then gently fold into the pancake mix, keeping in the air to make sure the pancakes are extra light and really fluffy. Add olive oil and butter into a hot pan, then spoon in the mix to make small pancakes, cooking until golden brown on both sides. To finish, top with Greek yogurt, fresh blueberries, and drizzle over lovely runny honey. Sweet, savoury, fruity and delicious, made in 15 minutes, perfect brunch pancakes. My second simple pancake brunch recipe is succulent crab and mascarpone crepes. For the filling, put cooked white crab meat into a bowl. Add in mascarpone, the zest and juice of a lemon, finely chopped chives, and for a spicy hit, cayenne pepper. Stir and set aside. For the pancake batter, simply add flour, salt, an egg, and milk. Then whisk into a smooth mixture. Add oil to a hot non-stick pan. Ladle in batter to cover the bottom and swirl it around, spreading out nice and thinly. When lovely and golden, flip over. Turn out and spoon the delicious crab mix into the centre of the pancake and roll. Finally, sprinkle with some chopped chives and devour. My second pancake recipe, crab and mascarpone crepes, a fantastic easy brunch cooked in minutes. When you want your pancakes sweet and zingy, this recipe is perfect. Coconut pancakes with mango and lime syrup. For the lime syrup, simply add water, caster sugar, the zest and juice of a lime, and simmer for 10 minutes. To make the easy pancake batter, put flour, baking powder, and desiccated coconut into a bowl. Then crack in an egg. Add coconut milk and whisk into the batter until well combined. Sweeten with runny honey. Now you're ready to fry. Add melted butter to a hot pan. Place in heaped teaspoons of batter. Flip and cook until golden. For a lovely vibrant wake-up, serve with sliced fresh mango and drizzle over the gorgeous citrusy syrup. Sweet, sticky and utterly irresistible. Ready in under 20 minutes, the ultimate indulgent pancakes. Fast to prepare, easy to make, 3 effortless recipes guaranteed to bring some sparkle to your brunches.
Incredible.
Coming up on my ultimate guide to brunch, tips on making the most out of fruit, and an incredible homemade crumpet.
Something delicious and something you're dying to tuck into.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. I'm teaching you all about brunches, the most laid-back meal of the week. And if you want to take it easy, having the right equipment makes all the difference. Here's my guide to the best kitchen equipment.
Everything you need to know about the basic kit that will get you cooking fantastic food. Chopping boards.
For brunch, one of the most useful things is a great chopping board. Get the right one and it'll be your friend for life.
I prefer a sort of heavy-duty one because they're so much more durable. They can be flipped over the minute you want to go from vegetables to prepping fish or meat. Always keep a little J-cloth underneath that actually stops the board from sliding.
Care for your wooden board by rubbing it with oil every so often. Any cooking oil will do.
Wooden boards, for me, are always the best. Easy to clean and long-lasting.
When you do wash your wooden board, never let it stand in water or put it in the dishwasher, as it may split. Buy the best you can afford and take good care of it. For brunch, I love something sweet, and I've always been a fan of classic British crumpets with butter and jam. But Once you try cooking them at home, you'll never want to buy them from shops again. This is another great recipe you can stake your life on. It's my homemade crumpet.
Whether you're cooking for 2, 3, or even a gang, some of the best brunch dishes are always the simplest. These crumpets are absolutely delicious, and it's a great end to a fantastic brunch. First off, we're going to make the mix. When you think of growing up, the smell and the taste of amazing crumpet, it never leaves you. To make the mix, the secret is to bring the milk up to the boil, but do not boil it. The minute it boils, turn it off and let it sit there. Now, flour in, a nice pinch of salt in. Now, add half a teaspoon of bicarb. That gives it aeration and really lifts the mixture up, all those lovely little holes. A nice pinch of sugar. And then a teaspoon of yeast, dry yeast. Now, once the milk's boiled, turn it off and add some warm water. About 10 tablespoons, 150 ml. That cools down the milk, but more importantly, it doesn't destroy the yeast. Half of the milk in first, stop, and give that a really good mix. Now, the rest of it. You can just see that there's no lumps through there as it drips through the whisk. Now, we're looking for it to double in size and get nice and light.
So pop in a warm place whilst you get on with the delicious topping.
Beautiful strawberries, but caramelised, almost like a very quick strawberry jam. Pan on. Just slice these in half. Some sugar, a couple of tablespoons. We're going to take the sugar to a nice light caramel. It's just starting to change colour now. Turn the gas down, and we're going to add the strawberries. Beautiful. It's sweating the strawberries down quickly, and the caramel's breaking down. A wonderful glaze on the strawberries. Some lemon grated into the strawberries. Gives it that kind of freshness that really starts to break down the strawberries. Nice. Gas up. Smells incredible. Some lemon juice. Touch of balsamic vinegar in. That gives it that really nice, delicious tartness. Now, off it goes. As the strawberries start to cool down, it will naturally thicken and set beautifully. Nice. Now, for the crumpet. It's almost doubled in size, but be very careful you don't knock the bowl because it can sort of push out all that air. It's aerated, it's nice, it's light. Just see the texture. She's ready to go. Touch of oil in. In we go.
Instead of making normal small crumpets, I'm making a giant one, ideal for sharing.
Now, turn the gas down. You can just start to see a traditional crumpet-style cooking process. We want those nice, tiny little holes on top and that crispy, crunchy base. Right now, it's time to add the butter. Just slide the butter down the back. That gives it a really nice, nutty flavour at the end. Fish slice. And flip. Beautiful. Take that out. Take the jam. Spoon it over. The secret is for the juice to sort of run inside all those little holes. Think of that tartness of the balsamic vinegar. The strawberries, beautifully soft and almost pureed, wrapped with that delicious caramel. Now, finish that with a nice ball of creme fraiche. Let that sit there. And that is an amazing way of finishing off a traditional brunch with something sweet, something delicious, and something you're dying to tuck into.
Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
Fruit can be a great healthy option for brunch, and knowing how to get the best out of it can make all the difference. First up, how to peel and cut a mango the easy way. Holding its stalk end up, cut either side of the stone, cut all the way into the flesh, making squares without cutting through the skin. Then turn it inside out and carefully cut your pieces off. A great tip to check if a pineapple is ripe is to pull a leaf out from the top. If it comes away easily, it's ripe and ready for slicing. My tip to get the flesh out of a kiwi is to simply cut the fruit in half and scoop it out with a teaspoon. Try it, it really works. If you have fruit that's not perfectly ripe, the tip is to put a banana in a paper bag, then add your unripe fruit. Put it in a dark place and the banana will speed up the ripening process of the other fruit. You can make a grapefruit puree to accompany a brunch pancake or a crumpet in a blender. To clean it afterwards, add a cup of warm water and run the machine for a few seconds. Empty out, then simply repeat with a drop of washing up liquid, then rinse. Follow my ultimate cookery course, bursting with valuable lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate TV dinners. Great top tips for easy food in a flash.
I've got 2/3 ingredients and 1/3 of the mixture. That's the secret of a good fritter.
My guide to perfect pasta.
Look at that. It's sad to eat it.
And more incredible dishes to stake your life on.
Amazing.
Gordon's back tonight in charge of the kitchen in Channel 4's Hotel GB, brand new and open from 9 o'clock tonight. Come dine with me next.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
And slice round, wasting nothing.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
That's nice. Make it for more difficult service.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
And every time you make, taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Just getting better and better and better.
Teaching you everything from how to cook on a budget to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Right, put your feet up for my perfect TV dinners. Like all chefs, good food is my life. And for me, TV dinners are all about recipes that are fuss-free, quick and easy to make, so however busy you are, you can always knock up brilliant food. My TV dinners need minimum shopping and rely on the staple ingredients you already have in the cupboard, so you can enjoy incredible dishes whenever you want. Starting with my delicious mushroom and leek pasta.
This fantastic, fast and simple pasta dish, made with everyday ingredients, just goes to prove you can eat good food whenever you want. Really important to put the water on first, so you can just have it gently simmering away, ready for the pasta.
While the water comes to the boil, start the sauce by slicing mushrooms.
First off, fingers, one in front, two behind. Up and down.
Then add olive oil to a hot frying pan.
I want that nice colour on the mushrooms. Off the heat, literally 10 seconds. And when you toss something, really important, you get all the ingredients at the end of the pan, push down and pull back. That noise, that's all the water coming out of the mushrooms.
Next, finely chop a fat clove of garlic. Then prepare your leeks,
just take your knife and go down through the centre, turn it over, and again into quarters. So you've got all that opening up, and then just rinse the top of that to get rid of any potential dirt or sand. It just breaks up into nice little quarters. Add all that leek into those mushrooms. Beautiful. And now, the secret is to get rid of that water inside the leek. As it cooks down, all the water's gone, you just left that really nice, intense flavour. Garlic's gone nice and crispy. Now, we're going to add a touch of chicken stock in there. Beautiful. Lasagna sheets. Just going to drop the sheets into the water.
Lasagna sheets are an unusual choice for a dish like this, but they work brilliantly. Although any type of pasta you've got in the cupboard will do.
And just twist that pan. That stops any pasta actually sticking to the bottom of the pan. Chicken stock will reduce down by half, and it's almost deglaze the bottom of the pan, basically washed all that wonderful flavour off. Turn the gas down and add a couple of tablespoons of cream. This just enriches the dish. Bring it back up to the boil and let it simmer for 3 to 4 minutes. Now, the secret with the pasta is just taking it out a little early, so you've got that nice texture. Hold up the sheet and just nip it. If you can feel your fingers in the centre, it's ready. Turn the sauce down and lay these beautiful sheets of lasagna into that sauce. I'm just going to turn the gas off now and let the pasta sit in there and absorb that amazing sauce.
Finish with chopped fresh tarragon.
It's a delicious herb that goes brilliantly well with mushrooms and leeks. Just let that sit and almost sort of infuse.
To serve, I'm making a quick bruschetta by toasting fresh ciabatta bread.
2 nice slices, drizzle that in olive oil. A little bit of garlic. Just rub the bread. The crust as well. The crust is what really takes that garlic. Now, pan for the bread, a little touch of olive oil. As it starts to smoke, bread in. But look at the pasta now, it's been stained by that amazing sauce. To serve, I want a nice spoon of my mushrooms, leeks and cream. Then I'll take my pasta, just twist it and let it sit on top. That tarragon has just lifted everything. Bread on. And that's the beauty about something so simple that can be done in 20 minutes with everyday ingredients. A stunning pasta dish.
Adding easy and versatile dishes like this to your repertoire is what cooking at home is all about. So you can always make great tasting food at the drop of a hat.
With foolproof pasta recipes up your sleeve, you'll always be able to knock up a fantastic lunch or supper.
Here are 3 more of my super fast pasta dishes that are bursting with flavour and cook in minutes. Kicking off with farfalle with ricotta, pancetta and peas. Start by frying lardons in a large pan. These smoked chunks of bacon have a delicious deep salty flavour that makes them perfect with pasta. When the lardons start to brown, add finely chopped garlic and turn off the heat. Next, add farfalle to boiling salted water. Named after the Italian for butterflies, this bow-tied shaped pasta has a large surface area, great for sticking to sauces. Just before the pasta is ready, add frozen peas to the boiling pasta water. Then when the pasta and the peas are cooked, drain and add to the lardons and the garlic. Spoon in creme fraiche and dot with lumps of creamy ricotta cheese. Season, then serve. Ready in just 12 minutes. Farfalle with ricotta, pancetta and peas. A delicious quick and easy supper that's ready when you are. My next pronto pasta dish is tagliatelle with quick sausage meat bolognese. First, boil dry tagliatelle in salted water. These long, thin ribbons of pasta come curled up in nests and take around 10 minutes to cook. Then add olive oil to a hot pan and fry finely chopped onion, thinly sliced garlic, and sweat until soft. Next, remove the meat from your sausages by cutting open their skins and crumble into the pan. Fennel or Sicilian sausages are perfect for this dish, but any flavoured sausage will do. When the meat has browned, add half cherry tomatoes. Season. And add a few spoonfuls of the pasta cooking water as the starch thickens the sauce and helps it stick to the pasta. Drain the tagliatelle and add to the sausage meat sauce. Finish with freshly grated parmesan. Perfect when you're really busy but still want great tasting food fast. My amazing tagliatelle with quick sausage meat bolognese. My final pasta dish that's ready in a flash and packs a real flavour punch is spaghetti with chilli, sardines and oregano. First, for the crunchy topping, heat olive oil in a frying pan. Add chopped garlic and breadcrumbs. Cook over medium heat until the breadcrumbs are golden. Season and drain on kitchen paper. For the sauce, add the oil from your sardines to a hot pan. Fry finely diced chilli and chopped garlic. Next, cook dry spaghetti in boiling water. Then, chop tin sardines into chunks and add to the chilli and garlic. Tin sardines are a brilliantly versatile ingredient to have in your cupboard, packed with protein, full of super healthy omega-3 oils, and delicious. Next, drain your pasta and combine with the sardine, chilli, and garlic mixture. Add leaves of fresh oregano and mix in handfuls of rocket. To serve, pile high and top with the crispy garlic breadcrumbs. Ready in under 15 minutes, spaghetti with chilli, sardines and oregano. Healthy, hearty and full of flavour, perfect pasta in moments. Whether you're rushing to put your feet up in front of the telly and need something fast and tasty for the family, or simply want something delicious to enjoy, these are 3 amazing pasta recipes you can learn by heart and cook in minutes.
Beautiful.
Now, here are 5 more of my essential cooking tips, starting with how to cook an ingredient that's perfect for a quick and easy TV dinner: chicken breasts.
This has to be the most popular part of the chicken. Now, it's very versatile, incredibly tender, very lean, hardly any fat whatsoever. The secret is cooking it without it becoming dry. The first thing is to season it properly, both sides. 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Get the pan nice and hot. The secret now is to get a really nice colour on the skin. Really nice colour. No colour, no flavour. Skin side down. Tilt the pan so it cooks the back of the chicken breast where it's really nice and round and very fat. Let the pan do the work. Chicken breast normally takes between sort of 10 and 12 minutes to cook properly. Now we've got the colour on the skin. The skin's nice and crispy. We're going to deglaze the pan. Deglaze with masala. Now, masala is a sweet, fortified Italian wine. You can also use white wine. Masala in. Flambe. Burn off the alcohol, which gets rid of that really sort of harsh alcoholic flavour. Roll the chicken around the masala. Deglazing the pan basically means washing the pan and lifting off all that flavour stuck to the bottom of the frying pan and putting it into the sauce. Now, chicken stock. Bring that up to the boil and let it simmer for 3 to 4 minutes. Really important to leave the chicken breast skin side up. The skin's nice and crispy, and it's important now the chicken cooks from underneath. As it starts cooking, it absorbs the stock. So in the centre of the chicken, it stays nice and moist. Now the stock and the masala is reduced down, you can have the confidence to allow it to almost disappear. And look, the combination between the masala and the chicken stock is quite sweet, so it finishes the chicken with this really nice, delicious glaze on top. And there you go, a delicious, succulent chicken breast with the most amazing, flavoursome skin. Phenomenal.
soups make stunningly simple meals. My tip for adding incredible depth of flavour is to always keep your leftover parmesan rinds. Store them in the freezer, then add to the pan as the soup cooks and leaves to infuse. Then remove before serving. It's less waste and more taste. Another tip to take homemade soups to the next level, whisk in cubes of cold butter just before serving to get a glossy, velvety texture and a beautifully rich taste. Another fantastic standard for a fuss-free weekend eat is the classic baked potato. My tip for a great crispy skin is to use salt to your advantage. Simply add it to the outside before cooking and the salt will draw out the moisture in the oven as it bakes. A touch of salt gives you an amazingly crisp skin on chicken and fish too, as well as highlighting the flavour. Home-roasted nuts make a delicious TV snack. My tip for peeling them with ease is to simply toast them in the oven for about 10 minutes, wrap in a tea towel and rub until the skins are removed. Perfect sprinkle with sea salt and serve with a glass of wine. Coming up, more essential kitchen knowledge to make sure your TV dinners don't repeat on you.
Really important to sieve the flour. That stops the mixture from having any lumps in there.
My guide to buying perfect pasta.
We make the best pasta in the world, Italy.
And a stunning sweet corn fritter that's as easy to make as it is delicious to eat.
Amazing.
This is my ultimate cookery course, 100 recipes to stake your life on. Coming up, I'll be showing you my amazing sweet corn fritters.
That is such a delicious recipe.
But first, the key to whipping up my ultimate TV dinners is having a well-stocked store cupboard, and even with the basics like tin sardines, tomatoes, pasta or rice, it always pays to know how to buy the best.
Next up, my shopping guide to all things pasta.
When it comes to the sacred Italian staple, you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone who knows more than pasta supremo Antonio Saccomanni.
I love pasta so much, I have to eat it at least once a day.
He's been selling perfect pasta in London Soho for over 35 years and eating great pasta for a lifetime.
We make the best pasta in the world, Italy. Take away the pasta in Italy and the people died, you know, that's it. For a good, very good pasta, you need two ingredients. You need a good egg and very good flour, and that's it. This is durum wheat flour. Look at that, it's so soft. This it cooks so quick. Couple minutes in a boiling water, this thin like this. Couple minutes, it's cooked. This shop is not big enough to store all the type of pasta. This is the famous spaghettoni al bronzo. This is penne, different shape. It's called fusilli, orecchiette, orzo, troffiette.
Antonio's right. There's a mind-blowing array of incredible pasta types that are great to keep in your store cupboard. Here's my quick guide to some of the different shapes and sizes and how to use them. Small shapes like farfallini are perfect for making simple stews and soups more substantial and add an extra texture to dishes like the classic Italian pasta soup minestrone. Short tubes like penne are great for thick cream or tomato-based sauces, as the rigid edges hold more sauce for an incredibly flavour-packed mouthful. Long and thin, like the store cupboard essential spaghetti, the classic shape was invented in Naples, but every Italian region has its own spaghetti dish, from bolognese to carbonara, or my favourite, alla vongole, which is spaghetti with delicious steamed clams. Flat noodle-shaped strands, like fettuccine, are perfect with a simple drizzle of olive oil, or in rich buttery dishes, as a little sauce goes a long way, coating the pasta evenly, stopping the strands from sticking together. Then pasta sheets, not just great for lasagnas, but amazing rolled into tubes and filled to make delicious cannelloni, or used in quick supper dishes like my mushroom and leek pasta. Finally, specialty pastas, like this spaghetti made with squid ink. It has delicately sweet taste and an amazing jet black colour, great for when you want a delicious dinner that's a little bit different. Whatever shape you go for, always look out for the pastas that have been bronze cut. It means the dough was pressed through a bronze cutting die, which has a subtle rough texture which helps the sauce stick. As well as all the dried types, pasta also comes fresh, which is brilliant for TV dinners because it cooks super quick and tastes incredible too.
And In this shop, we make pasta every day. Look at that. That's beautiful. It's sad to eat it. This pasta is really, really yellow because we use good quality of eggs. You can smell the eggs. They come through. It's so good, so fresh. You can even eat it raw like that. It lasts in the fridge 2 or 3 days. You can even freeze it and it won't change taste.
Whether fresh or dried, pasta's so versatile and quick to cook, it's the perfect TV dinner. So go out, stock up on new shapes, and you'll soon be turning out dishes that would make Pasta Pro Antonio very proud.
It looks so nice, so good, so healthy. You know, that's it. Can't resist.
We all lead busy lives, but that doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to cooking great food. For me, the secret is having recipes you can depend on and a store cupboard full of staple ingredients that can be transformed into quick, delicious dinners on demand. So, shop smart, stock up, and whether you're feeding 2 or 20, you'll always be ready to cook up something incredible. My next tasty dish uses simple and cheap store cupboard ingredients with stunning results and takes minutes to make. Sweet corn fritters and yoghurt dip.
It's brilliant to have a number of great recipes up your sleeve to rely on. And let's be honest, we've all got a tin of sweet corn somewhere, so I'm going to show you how to make the most amazing fritter. First off, the mixture. Take your flour, sieve. Really important to sieve the flour. That stops the mixture from having any lumps in there. And just before you get to the end, I want to put half a teaspoon of baking powder. The baking powder gives the mixture some lift in, and just sieve that through. A touch of salt and pepper. Next, an egg. And about 4 tablespoons of milk. And give that a little whisk. Now, just put a little drizzle of olive oil in there. That helps to relax the mixture. Whisk that in. Make sure we got rid of all those lumps. So look, I want a nice smooth, almost like a cake mixture. Okay.
Next, take the seeds out of a chilli to lower the heat.
Roll the chilli, so give it a really good shake. Tap them out. Slice in half, into quarter, and each quarter in half, and chop through. It's a really nice, quick way of slicing a chilli into the mixture. Spring onion, take off that outside layer of the spring onion, top and tail, slice it at an angle. So I've got a bit of texture running through the mixture. Want that nice crunch in. Coriander, just slice through, nice and gently, and get that in there. Next, the sweet corn. Now, drain it from the tin and just pat it dry so it doesn't make the mixture too wet. Give that a nice mix. You can see now I've got 2/3 ingredients and 1/3 of the mixture to bind together. That's the secret of a good fritter, so you're biting into excitement, not sort of dough. Pan on, olive oil in, nice and hot. Get a nice big dessert spoon. You know, there's one nice portion in.
Space the fritters evenly around the pan in a clockwise direction, so you always know which one to turn first.
Just with the back of your spoon, sort of spread them out a little bit. Okay. Palette knife. Just check. You're happy with the colour? And turn over. Beautiful. Now, for the chili yoghurt dressing.
Deseed and finely chop a red chilli and add to a pot of natural yoghurt.
And then some fresh lime.
Finish with chopped coriander.
Coriander in, and give that a nice mix up. That chili just lifts it. The lime gives it that nice tanginess. The fritters, they smell amazing. And with the sauce, it tastes fantastic. That is such a delicious recipe using a tin of sweet corn from your cupboard. Amazing.
Follow my ultimate cookery course, bursting with valuable lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, my ultimate simple suppers. Easy and delicious spicy tuna fish cakes.
Who would have thought something as delicious as that can come out of a can?
Buying herbs to add great flavour fast.
Broadly speaking, you get harder herbs and softer herbs.
And more incredible recipes to stake your life on.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
And slice round, wasting nothing.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
It's nice. Make it a bit more difficult service.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
And every time you make, taste it as well. Every day it changes.
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
I'll be holding you by the hand.
Just getting better and better and better.
Teaching you everything from how to cook on a budget to baking, real fast food, and my ultimate feast recipes.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with cooking tips, information, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
So, sit back and enjoy my delicious, simple suppers. One of my essential mantras for becoming a better cook is, it's all about building your confidence. And the way to do that is with practice. The key is to have a repertoire of easy dishes you want to cook and eat time and time again. And soon, you'll be on your way to becoming a kitchen demon. My first dish keeps it simple, but delivers big time on flavour. So, it's sure to become a regular quick supper fix. Spicy tuna fish cakes.
I love this recipe. Why? Because it turns this humble ingredient, a can of tuna, into something delicious. Just open up and drain the tuna into a sieve. Just lightly flake that. Don't press it too hard, otherwise you'll dry out the tuna. Now, these are water chestnuts. Just slice them nice and thin. You can buy them anywhere, any supermarket. Chestnuts in. Fresh ginger. Get rid of that rough skin on the outside. By grating the ginger, you get all that really nice sort of juice in. Take your spring onions and just slice on an angle. I like the texture of the water chestnut with a spring onion. A touch of fresh coriander. Lovely.
Next, remove the seeds from a chilli to reduce its heat without losing any flavour. And finally chop.
Chilies in. Kaffir lime leaves. Roll them up, nice and tight. Run your knife down the centre once and just chop. And that makes the fish cake nice and fragrant. Touch of salt, touch of pepper. Fish sauce. Just lightly season the tuna to bind all those wonderful ingredients. 2 whole eggs. And give that a nice little whisk. And then add your eggs. Get your hands in there and start mixing. Get the mixture, roll it from hand to hand into the palm, pat them down nicely.
To cook, add a little groundnut oil to a hot pan.
Like the face of a clock, we're going to go from 12 all the way round. First one in.
These fish cakes only take a few minutes to cook, so keeping track of the order they go in the pan means you know which one to turn first.
Give the pan a nice, gentle little shake. Make sure that nothing's sticking to the bottom. Spatula, 2 fingers on top, turn them over. Beautiful. That crackling noise is something you always want because the tuna's already cooked, so we just Lightly frying them to get the nice crisp outside. And gently take them out. They smell incredible. Let them sit there. We're gonna make a really nice, delicious, simple dipping sauce. Start off, a little pinch of sugar. Fish sauce, 2 tablespoons. That gives it the saltiness. 1 tablespoon of rice wine vinegar and some fresh lime juice. Squeeze all that lime in there. Your fresh coriander. Lots of coriander. And in. Give that a little mix. And then you have the most amazing spicy tuna fish cakes. Who would have thought something as delicious as that can come out of a can?
A simple supper in minutes that's so mouth-wateringly easy and delicious, you're guaranteed to cook it again and again. When it comes to simple cooking, there are 2 basic bits of kit I'm never without that will save you time and effort in the kitchen.
A grater and a peeler. The swivel peeler, a stainless steel one. Absolutely incredible. It's almost like a lifesaver in the kitchen because they are so quick, so light. Swivel blade, so you've got so much more flexibility. You can actually go around the vegetable. And we call it a speed peeler in the professional kitchen because it does literally, absolutely, rapidly peels your vegetables. You have minimal waste.
Good peelers cost from a couple of quid and are great for everything from peeling veg to finely slicing cheese and making shards of chocolate. A good comfortable grip and a sharp stainless steel blade ensures you'll always work fast. The box grater is another great versatile kitchen tool, and with its planes for coarse grating, fine grating and super fine, as well as blades for slicing, it's perfect for everything from pureeing ginger and zesting lemons to shredding onions super small so they can caramelise in a flash, and be sure to get a solid handle to hold it firm.
And it's got such volume inside, it doesn't crush everything up. So I always prefer to grate onto a tray or into a bowl so you don't have to move it again. Grating onto the board, you've always got to lift it up and place it in. So place the grater into a bowl and grate.
2 simple but essential speedy bits of kit guaranteed to make your life in the kitchen easier.
Bread is a brilliant base for delicious, super fast lunches and suppers.
Here are 3 of my deliciously simple recipes that transform a humble bit of bread into a gastronomic treat. First up, flatbreads with fennel and feta. Add olive oil to a flatbread. Then place in a hot frying pan and toast until crisp and golden on both sides. These deliciously versatile breads are made without yeast and are available in good supermarkets and local Middle Eastern shops. Next, thinly slice fresh fennel and scatter over the toasted flatbread. Then, toast aromatic fennel seeds in a hot, dry pan and sprinkle on top. Crumble over wonderfully tangy feta cheese. Finish with a drizzle of sweet and sticky pomegranate molasses. Bread transformed before your eyes. Flatbreads with fennel and feta, simple, delicious, and ready to eat in minutes. My next recipe that turns a hunk of bread into a stunning dish is bruschetta with garlic, tomatoes, capers, and pecorino. Start by slicing a baguette diagonally to get a large surface area so it holds more of the delicious topping. Drizzle the bread with extra virgin olive oil, then place it oil side down onto a scorching hot griddle. When the bread is beautifully charred, remove and rub with a peeled clove of garlic, paying attention to the edges. Next, half sweet cherry tomatoes and rub the juices into the toasted garlic bread. Then simply crush on top. Next, slice and scatter over tangy caper berries and use a veg peeler to add shavings of salty pecorino cheese. Finally, drizzle with extra virgin olive oil and add a twist of black pepper. Fantastic fresh flavours in the flash of a griddle pan. Toast has never tasted so good. Perfect for a simple light supper or an easy lunch. My next dish is a cannellini bean crostini with anchovy and olive oil. First, for the topping, heat olive oil in a frying pan. Add tinned cannellini beans along with the juices. Once heated, gently mash the beans with a fork. Then add sliced black olives, roughly chopped parsley, and a splash of sherry vinegar. Season and leave on a gentle heat. Next, half a fresh ciabatta and splash with extra virgin olive oil. Heat a griddle pan until smoking and toast the bread oil side down, pressing it into the pan to char evenly. To serve, top the toasted ciabatta with a cannellini bean mixture and finish with chopped anchovies. Packed with bold flavours, so easy you can almost make it blindfolded. Ready in under 10 minutes, but eaten in seconds. 3 different breads, 3 fantastic recipes, proof that even when you're pressed for time, you can still eat like a king.
Incredible.
Still to come on my ultimate TV dinners, more great kitchen tips.
Never stir caramel. Now I've got the colour I wanted.
Everything you need to know about shopping for herbs.
They should just spring back. It means they're nice and healthy.
And a simple but delicious dessert guaranteed to impress.
Beautiful.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. These are my perfect TV dinners.
Next up, my guide to getting the best ingredients for your money. My shopping mantra is very simple. First, rely on your senses. Make sure whatever you're buying, it looks, smells and really feels good. And if you get the chance to taste it before you buy it, then do it. Second is to recognise that knowledge is absolutely crucial. The more you know about where your ingredients are from and how they're produced, the better. So don't be scared. Ask lots of questions and learn.
And when you want a simple supper, herbs are perfect to use in your cooking. They add vibrancy and an amazing depth of flavour, and once you get the hang of them, they are so quick and simple to use. And one woman who really knows these chefs' best friends is expert herb grower Lorraine Melton.
I love herbs. I love the way you can cook with them. I love the smell of them.
She's been growing an incredible array of herbs in the wet Cambridgeshire countryside for over 20 years and can smell a bay from a basil at 50 paces.
We grow about 150 varieties of herbs. It's always interesting to grow new varieties, see what they taste like, see what they smell like. It gets a bit addictive after a while. Broadly speaking, you get harder herbs and softer herbs. Softer herbs are things like parsley, basil, rocket, coriander. We grow 2 main types of parsley. We've got flat leaf parsley and curly parsley. Flavour-wise, I think they're very similar, although a lot of people would say that the flat leaf parsley has got a stronger, more aromatic flavour. This is your common basil, sweet Genovese. This is a purple variety called Reuben. We do Greek basil, Thai basil, holy basil. When you're looking for a basil, you want a bright, fresh basil, nice leaves, no blemishes, and nice, strong stems. It's got a lot of oils in it, and it's very strong smelling. It just tastes of summer, basil.
Lorraine certainly knows her stuff, and she's right. Soft herbs are delicate, so for maximum flavour, always use them at the end of cooking, or simply add as they are to cold dishes. Here are my top 5 soft herbs that I could never live without. Basil, as Lorraine said, it comes in many types, all with an amazing sweet pungent flavour. Great blitzed in pestos, sprinkled whole over mozzarella, and showing its versatility, it even makes a wonderful ice cream. Parsley, beautifully earthy and intensely fresh. Use both the leaves and the stem for great depth of flavour in savoury dressings, soups and salads. Coriander, for an amazing hint of citrus. Often used in Thai dishes, coriander is perfect in curries and chutneys, but it bruises easily, so treat it with care. Tarragon, a staple of French cooking. This has long, soft green leaves and a distinct aniseed flavour, great with chicken or in rich, creamy sauces. Finally, chervil. Both mild and sweet, a perfect pairing with fish, an incredible mix simply with melted butter for a quick sauce. Those are my favourite soft herbs. What about the hard ones?
The harder ones tend to be a more woody plant. Things like thyme, rosemary. You've got your common thyme, which is your ordinary, general, bog standard cooking thyme. And then you've got things like lemon thyme. We do an orange thyme, which is actually one of my favourites. It smells like thyme, but it's got a deep sort of musky scent as well, which is just going to give you a slightly different flavour in your dish.
Hard herbs, like thyme, can take more intense cooking than soft herbs, so they're great in stews, roasts, or pan frying. Choose the right one and you can add wonderful depth of flavour to your dishes. Here are my top 5 I use day in and day out. Rosemary. Amazingly robust with great bittersweet green leaves. It's a classic paired with lamb. Delicious sprinkled over specialty breads like focaccia, or great as toppings for fruity sorbets. Lorraine's favourite, thyme. A heady, aromatic, pungent herb which adds delicious flavour to a Sunday roast. It's amazing with wild mushrooms and is perfect in marinades. Oregano. Warm and full of delicious aromatic oils. A staple of great Italian dishes and perfect sprinkled on pizzas or in pasta sauces. Sage, a strong tasting herb with a deliciously bitter flavour, incredible in stuffings and with rich meats like pork or duck. Finally, bay, bittersweet and spicy. It's delicious simmered in soups, stocks and risottos, and just as good dried or fresh.
Growing herbs is a lot easier than people think it is. On window boxes, in balconies, and it's great. You can just open your window, put your hand out and snip some off. When you're out looking for herbs, make sure they look nice and healthy, no blemishes, stems look strong. They should just spring back, so nice springy sort of herbs. Smell, obviously, is quite important. Not all things smell, but obviously if you think it's one that's going to smell like lemon thyme, it should have a nice, fresh lemon scent. And obviously the final one is taste. You can tip a bit off and taste your herbs and you can see what they taste like then.
Whether bought from a supermarket or picked from your window box, herbs are a great way to add fresh flavours to your dishes. Perfect for delicious, simple suppers. Even if you've got a super busy lifestyle, it doesn't mean missing out on delicious desserts. They just have to be simple to make. When it comes to cooking at home, puddings should always be a pleasure and never a chore. And homemade puds are 100% guaranteed to impress. My next recipe has only 2 main ingredients, but simplicity doesn't mean food can't taste out of this world. Incredible griddled pineapple with spiced caramel.
If you're making a dessert for 1 or 2, it's got to be quick and easy. This sumptuous, delicious griddled pineapple fits the bill perfectly. Pineapple. Way of testing it's nice and ripe. The top of the leaves come out. Perfect, ready to go. Always cut a pineapple with a straighted edge knife. Slice off the bottom. Turn it back over and slice the top part. Now, keep that for later. Look at the core, the centre of the pineapple, and slice down. Directly in half. Slice that in half. Take each quarter and slice them. It smells incredible. Lay it down flat and just slice that core off. So you've got this perfect sort of boat of pineapple. Slice underneath, but stop as you get right at the end.
Slicing around the skin will make the pineapple easier to eat, but leaving it attached gives you more control as it cooks. Next, heat a griddle pan as hot as you can.
Start off in the corner and push it down. So you really mark the pineapple. 2 minutes on each side, and then just turn them. Really nice colour there, like that. Beautiful. I'm going to sprinkle them with a little touch of sugar. That's going to glaze them. Now, slice the top. Take out these beautiful glazed slices of pineapple. Like that.
Next up, the spiced caramel.
Now, start off with your pan. Nice and hot. Sprinkle 4 tablespoons of sugar in there. Just flatten it.
Then add the seeds from a fresh vanilla pod.
In a small dusting of Chinese spice. Never stir caramel. Let it sort of bubble and transform. Here she goes. Now I've got the colour I wanted. That's the perfect colour. Off with the gas. In with the butter. And then a couple of tablespoons of cream. Lovely. And then give that a little whisk. Add the rest of your cream. Nice. And just drip that spicy caramel over your pineapple.
Wow.
Simple, elegant, and seriously impressive. Griddled pineapple with spiced caramel. A delicious treat all to yourself that tastes even better shared.
Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
First up, the proper way to chop fresh herbs to get maximum flavour.
Chopping herbs, the secret is to chop them, not bruise them. Now, basil. This is a soft herb, so treat it with some respect. When people go mad chopping herbs, all the goodness comes out on the board. I want the goodness left inside the basil. Place them all inside one another with the largest leaf at the bottom, and it's almost like rolling a cigar. Large one at the bottom, small ones in the centre, and then look, place them down together, just roll them. Nice and gently, don't bruise them. Step 1, rolled, ready to slice. Sharp knife, imperative. Fingers tucked in. The bottom part of your knuckle is the guide between you and the herbs. That there stops you from cutting your finger. Really important to get comfortable with the knife and just practice rolling the knife across the board and relaxing that wrist. It's all in the wrist action. So, herbs up, fingernails tucked, underneath, and just up and down, up and down. And there you have a chopped basil that's not bruised and smelling very fragrant. Right, coriander. So you get the bunch of coriander, hold it down, and just lightly shave the leaves off the stalks. Bunch them up together, and then just, again, let the knife do the work. Tuck the fingernails in and just chop once, and once only. Don't hack it, just chop it. You can always identify when you've bruised a herb, when you've removed the herbs off the board, and there's a big green patch. Mmm, full of flavour, and none of the goodness is left on the chopping board.
A great tip for using leftover herbs: simply chop finely, mix into butter, roll up in cling film and freeze. Then when you want a herby hit, cut into slices and melt over steaks, chicken or veg. Asparagus is great for a simple supper. To prepare, always remove the lower woody stem by gently bending, and the asparagus will snap at the perfect point. Then boil or steam and serve with a little of my herb butter. For a cracking soft-boiled egg, simply place your egg in boiling water, add a splash of vinegar and cook for exactly 8 minutes. Then plunge into ice water. The vinegar helps the shell peel off easily, and the ice water stops the egg from cooking, giving you the perfect runny yolk. For fuss-free salad dressings, simply add the ingredients into a jam jar. Screw the lid on tightly and shake to combine in seconds. There's no need to wash up a whisk, and the jar's ready-made to store any leftovers. Follow my ultimate cookery course, bursting with valuable lessons, top tips, and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, it's all about special occasions. Stunning shellfish that will really make an impression.
You said, can he go back home?
More top kitchen tips.
There's so much more flavour in spinach when you saute it.
And show-stopping dishes to blow your guests away.
That is a saddle of lamb at its absolute best.
Gordon and many of Force's major celebs are running a real hotel where you can come and stay, jostling for a position like you've never seen them before. What could possibly go wrong? And Hotel GB continuing at 9 tonight and every night this week.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head. That is amazing. Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
The most important thing is to get your technique right.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Put a little bit of rock salt in the garlic breadcrumbs.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
What cheese is in the macaroni now?
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
Holding you by the hand.
Just getting better and better and better.
And teaching you everything from how to cook with chili and spice to baking, one-pot wonders and real fast food.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with quick cooking tips, know-how, and 100 recipes to take your life on.
Now, get ready, because this one is all about cooking for special occasions. When you're cooking for a special occasion, you want to nail some key things. 1. Your recipes need to be bulletproof. You don't want a disaster on the big day. 2. As well as tasting phenomenal, they have to be easy to serve so you can relax and enjoy yourself. 3. When you're out to impress, food needs to look great too. My first recipe fits the bill perfectly. Stuffed lamb with spinach and pine nuts.
Stuffed meats are perfect for special occasions. They look impressive, taste amazing, but more importantly, they are so simple to do. Pan on for the stuffing. It's a saddle of lamb, basically a sort of Rolls-Royce cut, perfectly shaped, and it suits stuffing to an absolute T.
For the stuffing, finely chop an onion.
Garlic, nice thin slices. Oil in. Onions and garlic in. Just salt and pepper. Make sure the stuffing is beautifully seasoned so it helps to season the inside of the lamb. Now we've got the colour on those onions. We're going to throw in some pine nuts. And that helps to give a bit of a texture. Here's where it starts getting really exciting. Spinach in. And just lay the spinach over the pine nuts. It looks like a lot of spinach, but that's going to condense and disappear almost instantly. There's so much more flavour in spinach when you saute it, as opposed to steaming it or boiling it. Gas off, and look at that. Now, to bring that together, no eggs, no breadcrumbs, crumpled feta over the spinach.
Feta cheese adds a beautifully salty, sharp and creamy flavour.
And what this does, it brings that stuffing together. Now, open up the lamb. Keep those little fillets to the side. That's the channel that we want to stuff. So I want to just open that up a little bit there. Salt and pepper, lightly. And before we put our stuffing in, we're going to season it with sumac.
Sumac is a wonderful lemony spice that goes brilliantly with lamb, and you can get it in most big supermarkets.
And it sort of cuts through that thick, rich sweetness of the lamb. Open up that lamb there. Take a spoon. If you're preparing this for the day ahead, then let the stuffing cool down. It's inevitable when you start rolling it and tying it, some's going to squeeze out, so load up the ends. Take these beauties, these little fillets, and just support that stuffing and sort of increase that beautiful tunnel. And then from there, over, there, and bring that towards you, and then roll. Like I said, some of the stuffing's going to come out. Now, just tie it. First off, around the side. And don't worry about some flash butcher's knot. Just tie it. One in the middle.
You can get butcher string from your local butcher or at cookware shops.
They go too tight. Go too tight, it just forces all that stuffing out of the lamb when it's in the oven. Nice. Now, we just season the top of it.
Roll the joint to make sure all the skin gets seasoned.
Now, you'd think normally that just goes in the oven like that. That's how my mum would do it, but get your tray onto the gas. Oil in. Get it really nicely coloured. None of your stuffing's coming out of the sides, really important. Look at that colour, beautiful. It does kick-start the roasting process. Gas off, into the oven.
Cook for 45 to 55 minutes, depending on how pink you want your lamb. Lift the lamb out of the fat to rest. Resting it raised up in the tin will stop it cooking, but not cool it down too quickly, and means you won't lose any of those lovely juices. Next, I'm making a simple but sophisticated accompaniment for the lamb.
Top and tail the cucumber. Peel it. Cut the cucumber into 3. And just core.
taking out all that, it's just sort of watery, seedy, and it spoils the flavour. Slice the cucumber. Cucumber in. Really nice way of making a cheap and cheerful cucumber look glamorous. We're going to dress that cucumber with a nice fresh yoghurt. A couple of tablespoons. Next, some fresh mint. Dress it. Touch of salt. Touch of pepper. And then pomegranate molasses. That just sweetens it up. Finish that with lemon. Mix that up. Lamb is rested. Carefully take off the string and then just gently pull them back. Straight edge knife that's going to cut through that crispy fat on the outside instantly. I tied it purposely so I can get my portion control from the lines. Hold it nice and firmly. Look at your line where the string was and look. And this one is going to be amazing. Lay and down. Just in those two slices there, it proves that stuffing meats is for special occasions because that is a saddle of lamb at its absolute best. Stuffing meats and fish not only makes them look fantastic, it also gives them an extra added flavour dimension too. Once you've mastered the technique, you'll be able to turn out dishes that will guarantee you'll have an unforgettable feast. Here are 3 more of my favourite easy stuffed dishes that are perfect for any feast. First up, chicken with garlic and chestnut stuffing, packed with flavour and earthy richness. For the stuffing, fry finely chopped onion, garlic, and celery in hot olive oil. Next, add pine nuts, which have a lovely creamy taste, and chopped, earthy cooked chestnuts. Both add a wonderfully chewy texture and richness to stuffings. Season. And add chopped parsley. Then stir in cooked wild rice. Next, take a whole deboned chicken. It's fiddly to do at home, but if you ask, your butcher will do it for you, and pile the stuffing mixture along the centre. Now simply roll the chicken up tightly and tie it with your butcher's string. Then roast in a hot oven for just over an hour. Simply carve into magnificent thick slices. So impressive, so easy, and trust me, this is a dish guaranteed to get a fantastic reaction on any occasion. Whole stuffed fish will always make an impression. My next recipe is sea bass stuffed with fennel, lemon, and capers. First, place a whole gutted sea bass on foil and season the fish inside and out. Sea bass is known as the king of the seas and has a wonderful sweet white flesh. Start the stuffing with sliced fennel. Its aniseed flavour works brilliantly with the fish. Next, add capers, fresh dill, and slices of lemon. Then dot in knobs of butter. Lastly, add a splash of white wine, which helps to steam the fish and creates a lovely sauce. And seal tightly into a parcel. This locks in all the juices and flavour. Then simply bake in a medium oven. Unwrap and hear your guests ooh and ah with delight. Prepared in 10 minutes, wrap for intense flavour, a stunning sea bass that's bound to create a stir. My next dish throws a Spanish twist on a classic English roast. Pork stuffed with manchego and membrillo. Use a pork loin roasting joint. Lay the joint skin side down and cut 3/4 of the way into the flesh, creating space for the stuffing. Next, thinly sliced Spanish manchego cheese. This has a wonderful buttery, nutty taste and is fantastic for stuffing as it melts brilliantly. Sliced Spanish membrillo quince jelly, sweet and perfumed, is the perfect partner for the saltiness of the cheese. Then simply layer your cheese and quince jelly into the pork. Add sage leaves for a strong and deliciously bitter flavour. Roll the meat up and tie with butcher's string.
Next, add more sage leaves and some aromatic fresh thyme to a roasting tin. Then lay the pork on top, skin side up. Cut a bulb of garlic in half and wedge it under the meat. The garlic wedges help lift the pork so it roasts to perfection and will add a sweet depth of flavour to your gravy. Drizzle with olive oil. Season and roast for just over an hour with the heat on high for the first 20, which helps get the skin crispy and golden. Once cooked, leave the pork to rest as you make a stunning gravy. Simply place the roasting tin over a medium heat, add a glug of sherry and deglaze. Using the roasting juices gives your gravy maximum flavour. Simmer and reduce for a few minutes. Then pour in the incredible resting juices from the pork. Finally, strain the silky rich gravy over the stuffed loin and serve immediately. Stuffed through with incredible flavour, rich, sweet and aromatic, a stunning centrepiece fit to grace any table, anywhere, anytime. 3 dishes stuffed to perfection. Proof you can have food that's simple to pull off, but looks incredible and tastes $1,000,000.
Amazing.
To make these recipes, you only need to rely on 2 basic pieces of kit.
You don't need to spend a fortune on masses of kitchen equipment. Roasting and baking tray. These things, so versatile, great for baking whole fish on, fantastic for making breads, and so cheap. A classic 2-handled roasting tray, brilliant for roasting whole birds, finishing sauces, gravies on top of the stove, over the gas string burner. Again, versatile.
The more solid your trays are, the better. Then they won't buckle and they will last.
Cheap, but seriously essential.
Coming up on my ultimate cookery course, more great tips to make your special occasions unforgettable.
There you go. The most amazing prawn, ready for cooking.
How to buy great shellfish when you're out to impress.
We have got the finest oysters in the world.
And a very special starter that will never let you down.
Tastes amazing.
This is my ultimate cookery course, 100 recipes to stake your life on. I'll be teaching you how to grab your guests' attention with an amazingly easy but stunning starter.
The good news about these wraps is that you can make them up in advance.
But first,
my guide to getting the best ingredients for your money.
When your cooking needs to impress, it really pays to spend extra time shopping for great ingredients, and you'll reap the rewards when it's time to serve.
Next up, my guide to buying the finest shellfish.
Whether it's scallops, prawns, crabs or lobster, spanking fresh shellfish never fails to make an impression. And when you want the best crustaceans, it pays to ask an expert.
£19, it's a bargain at £20.
Fishmonger Roger Barton really knows his shellfish inside out.
Hello, what is it? He said, can he go back home? So I'm sorry, bruv, you're with me.
He's been in the fish game at London's Billingsgate Market for over 35 years. Glean some of his knowledge and you'll never be at a loss when it comes to shopping for shellfish.
Right, what we've got here are crevettes. Some people know them as prawns. And these are a picture. They've got to be lovely and shiny. You'll find, if they're too limp, the head starts coming away from the body. Not a good sign. Looks a bit like me. Worse for the wear. Chop your old garlic up, get the old wok, lovely, bit of olive oil, lovely, lovely jubbly, lovely, lovely jubbly. In they go. Psh. Absolutely fantastic.
And if you like prawns as much as me, then you'll love all these different kinds. Here are my favourites. Brown shrimps. Might be tiny, but punch well above their weight in terms of taste. I love them potted in spice butter and spread on toast. Atlantic prawns are great value and packed with flavour, fantastic as tapas or in curries. Small tiger prawns are also good value and great for Asian salads, stir-fries and fish stews. Whereas these massive ones are so spectacular, I just keep them simple, marinated in garlic, oil and chilli, char-grilled and served in their shells. And langoustines are one of my favourites. You can buy these succulent beauties whole, just roast or boil and serve with garlic mayonnaise.
People used to eat winkles, cockles. They're not doing it anymore. It's such a shame. They should be more daring. All due respect, you wouldn't make love the same way for the rest of your life. Winkles, there they are. Lovely. They smell of the sea. A little bit of pepper and salt and a dash of vinegar with them. That does enhance the flavour. In this country, we have got the finest oysters in the world. I die for these. The only thing you have to look for with an oyster that it's tightly closed. If it's open, avoid it. Be venturous. Come on, try it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Get the right recipe and the freshest shellfish, and you'll guarantee success in the kitchen. Whether it's in one of my restaurants or back at home, I know that as well as delicious food, one of the fundamentals to making guests happy is creating a great atmosphere. So, my next recipe, where guests get to eat with their hands, is perfect for a special occasion. Vietnamese-style fresh prawn rolls.
One of the keys to cooking for crowds is creating that atmosphere and that buzz. Getting your guests to sort of almost get involved and dip in and dip out. This is an exciting, fragrant wrap that is so easy to do. First off, soak the noodles. These are thin glass noodles. Basically, bring the kettle up to the boil and just pour. Just let them steep there for a couple of minutes.
The noodles are for my prawn rolls. As they soak, I'm going to make a spicy dipping sauce to go with them.
Start off with sugar. We're trying to create that sweet, sour, salty, but a really nice sort of heated sauce as well. Rice wine vinegar. That will dissolve the sugar. Fish sauce. Now that's going to give it its saltiness. Next, the chili. I want the seeds left in because I want some power. Chili in. A little bit of garlic. Don't need to chop it too finely. Just slice it. Take a spring onion. Just top and tail them. Slice. Slice the spring onion nice and thinly so it sort of almost permeates that dipping sauce. I grew up with the love of spring rolls, but on the back of my visit to Vietnam, it sort of transformed my respect for a spring roll. Give that a little mix. A little bit of coriander and fresh mint. Roll them up and chop. Herbs in. There's no olive oil in there. There's no cream, there's no butter. It's just a really nice, light dipping sauce. And wow, got all those senses going on. Now, we're gonna make the filling for the wraps. A really nice, fresh noodle salad.
Rinse the noodles in cold water, then chop them into bite-sized lengths.
Prawns, peeled and cooked. Slice them up. The prawns give a really nice sweetness. Next, the vegetables. I want crunch, freshness, texture. Baby gem lettuce. And just shred that lettuce. Next, spring onion. The good news about these wraps is that you can make them up in advance, sit them in the fridge, and then take them out, literally seconds before your guests arrive. Peel the carrot. So you've got really nice, fresh, crunchy carrot. Now, fresh mint, fresh basil, and fresh coriander. Together, it sounds a little bit bizarre, but it tastes amazing.
Don't hold back with the herbs. They'll really help make the filling vibrant, fresh, and aromatic.
Finally, a touch of lime. Just squeeze that fresh lime juice over there. A couple of tablespoons of your dipping sauce. Don't put too much in there, it just makes all the filling too wet. Just give that a really good mix. That's a very quick, simple salad to eat now, but let's get it into a wrap. Now, take your rice paper wrap, literally 30 seconds in warm water.
You can get rice paper wraps from your local Asian supermarket or buy them online.
Gently lift it out of the water. There, beautiful. Lay it carefully onto your board. Place the mixture at the bottom. Don't overfill it, because it'll be a nightmare to roll. Fold them over first, nice and tightly, halfway. Then tuck in the ends and make sure nothing's coming out the sides. Beautiful. They're so light, fragrant, incredibly simple to do. And there you go, a very delicious, fragrant Asian wrap. Certainly different to the Chinese spring rolls I grew up with.
Next, 5 more of my 100 tips to help your special occasion cooking better. Kicking off with how to prepare prawns.
To prep it, get the head and twist. Keep hold of those heads, make the most amazing stock. And then with your thumb, get underneath the shell and just peel off that beautiful little layer. Now, with your thumb and your finger, push and shake, and look, the whole tail comes off. You don't have to peel the whole thing. From there, get your knife and just gently cut the surface of the prawn. And what we're looking for there is that little dirt sack. That's got to come out, otherwise if you cook the prawn with that sack in there, it's crunchy, it's not very nice, and it ruins that sweet flavour. And there you go, the most amazing prawn ready for cooking.
Serving whole fish always makes an impact. Here's how to fillet it at the table. Run a knife along the backbone, remove the skin, and carefully lift off the portions of flesh using a fish slice. Then just lift off the backbone in one careful movement. Whole hams are always impressive. To carve one easily, hold the ham by the bone and cut down the meat as close to the bone as possible. You can then lay your cut ham flat on the board, making it nice and easy to slice thinly and evenly. For perfect pork crackling, pour over hot oil before roasting in the oven. It'll come out beautifully crisp and crunchy. And when you need to chill wine fast, simply add a large handful of salt to your ice bucket. The salt reduces the freezing point of the water, which will chill your wine in 6 minutes flat. Follow my ultimate cookery course, crammed with key lessons. Top tips and 100 recipes to stake your life on, and you'll literally be cooking yourself into a better chef. To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. Go on, get cooking. Next time, it's all about special salads and fabulous fruits.
Thai basil is a much more fragrant basil. It's slightly thicker as well.
My guide to buying salads that are fit for a feast.
There are literally thousands of varieties of salad.
And more of my ultimate recipes to delight and impress.
Incredible.
Would you tell Gordon Ramsay if you think his souffle's a bit cold? If you can do that, you're a better man than me. You're invited to head back to Hotel GB. Doors open tonight at 9. Come dine with me next.
In this series, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to strip away all the complexity and hard graft and teach you how to cook amazing food standing on your head.
That is amazing.
Incredibly tender. From the kitchen novice to the budding chef, I'm going to give you the confidence, the recipes, and the insider knowledge to make you a much better cook.
The most important thing is to get your technique right.
I've been cooking in professional kitchens for over 25 years.
Put a little bit of rock salt in the garlic breadcrumbs.
I've been taught by some of the best chefs in the world, and in turn, I've taught some of the best.
What cheese is in the macaroni now?
Now, I'm going to show you some simple and accessible recipes for fantastic food that you can easily cook at home.
Incredible.
Holding you by the hand.
Just getting better and better and better.
And teaching you everything from how to cook with chili and spice to baking, one-pot wonders and real fast food.
This is the only cookery course you'll ever need.
Welcome to my ultimate cookery course.
Packed with quick cooking tips, know-how, and 100 recipes to stake your life on.
OK, now it's all about special salads and fabulous fruits. Perfect for special occasions. Cooking at home for special occasions falls into two camps. Sit-down affairs where the food's a bit more formal, and relaxed parties where dishes are laid out and people can choose what they want to eat and when. If you're cooking for a party, always make dishes that are colourful, vibrant and exciting to eat, so you'll grab your guests' attention and really wow their taste buds. My first dish has plenty of attitude. Enough for any special occasion. A flavour-packed green papaya salad.
This is a great salad to serve at a party. It's delicious and robust enough to last the whole evening without wilting.
First off, these are a little dried shrimp. You can buy them anywhere. They smell almost sort of the seabed into the pestle mortar.
For this salad, inspired by my travels across Thailand, I'm starting by making a wonderfully spicy paste.
A little salt in there. in. Just break them up. This paste is like a staple ingredient in Thailand. That's what we're looking for. Almost, it's like a powder. Right, next, just 1 clove of garlic. Slice up the garlic and get that into the pesta mortar. Bird's eye chili, incredibly hot, powerful, but wow, it does give an amazing kick to the paste. In to the mix. Now, a couple of tablespoons of brown caster sugar. That softens the blow with the chili. And then, just to get that nice sour taste, a little bit of hot water into this tamarind paste. It's a really tart but sweet paste. 1 tablespoon in. Fish sauce. Now, it's got that almost sort of pickly smell, slightly salty, but the flavour is intense. 2 tablespoons in. Bring that together and give it a really good mix. Some lime juice in half. Another touch of sort of tartness. So the paste is nice and thick and fragrant, but it's got the heat, the sourness, the tartness. Incredible. Green papaya. Stand it up, give it a little peel.
You can find green papaya in local Asian shops and bigger supermarkets. And as it doesn't wilt like more delicate veg, it's perfect for robust salads like this.
I'm gonna grate it. And look, that's what I want. These thin slithers. Next, a nice, rich, sweet banana shallot. Nice. Some carrot. Carrot gives it another texture. Now, lift all that and mix it. Finish that off with Thai basil and fresh coriander. Thai basil is a much more fragrant basil. It's stronger and it's slightly thicker as well.
Like papaya and tamarind paste, you can get Thai basil in good supermarkets and independent Asian stores, but normal basil works well too. Next, prepare the crunchy topping.
Pan on and toast some peanuts. Chop the nuts, that gives a really nice crunch. In they go. Roll them around the pan. Gas off and just tip them out. Now for the exciting part. We're going to dress the salad. A nice spoon of dressing in to the papaya. Mix that in. And then finally, a nice general sprinkling of roasted nuts. And that is one delicious, very fragrant, very robust green papaya salad.
So easy to make and guaranteed not to go limp. A perfect party salad. And with such incredible colours, textures and bold, exciting flavours, it's sure to grab your guests' attention.
When you're putting together a feast for the family or friends, it's great to have some bulletproof salads in your cooking repertoire.
Here are 3 more of my favourites to set you up. First, my delicious chopped salad. Slice cherry tomatoes in half and add to the bowl, along with chopped red pepper and finely diced shallots. Next, slice salami into strips and add. Follow with nutty chickpeas and smooth Edam cheese, cut into matchsticks, building up different tastes, textures and flavours as you go. Next, add chicory for a deliciously bitter bite. Then chop crisp romaine lettuce and add. For the dressing, finely chopped garlic, add cherry vinegar, a shake of spicy Worcestershire sauce, caster sugar and olive oil, then simply whisk. Pour the dressing over the salad and mix so that everything is thoroughly coated. Finally, sprinkle with dried oregano for an aromatic finish. A salad so easy, if you can chop, you can make it. With such delicious results, it has to be tasted to be believed. My next simple salad that's perfect for a party is green bean salad with mustard dressing. For the dressing, wrap a whole bulb of garlic in foil and roast it in a hot oven. Next, add top and tail green beans to salted boiling water and cook for just a couple of minutes. This is called blanching and keeps the beans deliciously crunchy. Strain the beans and refresh in cold water. This stops the cooking process so they stay crisp and green. Next, remove your garlic from the oven. Cut off the head and squeeze out all the glorious garlic, which has gone creamy, mellow and divine in the oven. Then simply add sharp white wine vinegar, a dollop of Dijon mustard and sweet runny honey. Season and pour in a good glug of olive oil. Then whisk. Add the crunchy blanched green beans and top with toasted almonds for a lovely nutty note and crunchy texture. Mix well and serve. Heavenly mustard vinaigrette with a hit of mellow roast garlic. Stunning green beans dressed to perfection. My next salad that's great for any big bash is roasted red pepper, lentil and herb salad. Add puy lentils to vegetable stock, along with a bay leaf and boil for 15 minutes. Puy lentils are perfect for salads. They have a great meaty flavour and a delicious bite for texture. Next, chop sweet red peppers and place on a baking tray, along with diced courgette. Drizzle over olive oil, season and roast in a hot oven. To assemble the salad, place the drained lentils in a large bowl. Then add olive oil and chop some blushed tomatoes. Take the roasted red peppers and courgettes from the oven and add, along with chopped avocado, as its delicious creamy flesh gives the salad a lovely contrast. Season. Then, for a big herby hit, chop a handful of chives and basil and add. Squeeze over lemon juice and mix. Earthy, aromatic and packed full of goodness. Absolutely stunning, served with roasted meats and fish, or perfect eaten just by itself. 3 incredible salads, all bursting with flavour, colour and health. So quick and easy to prep and utterly delicious. You'll be making them every day, not just on a special occasion.
Nice.
Coming up on my ultimate cookery course, more essential kitchen tips to impress.
I want to get the top of the puff pastry caramelised, so we're going to dust it in icing sugar.
My guide to buying amazing, luscious salad leaves.
I think when you're shopping for salads, you can just shop with your eyes.
And a fabulous fruit pud that's built for success.
Oh, I just want to dive in there.
Welcome back to my ultimate cookery course. Coming up, I'll be using fabulous fruits to create a show-stopping dessert.
Every time I get to put one of these together, it's like a sort of little jewellery box.
But first, the key to dishes that really impress is amazingly fresh ingredients, and it's essential to get the best for your money when you're out shopping.
So, make sure whatever you're buying, it looks, smells and feels really good. And if you get the chance, then taste it before you buy it.
Great tasting salad starts with fantastic salad leaves. And when it comes to all things green, there's little Dr. Steve Rothwell doesn't know.
I think I am obsessed with salad. I'm obsessed primarily with watercress. That's in my heart, because I've got a PhD in watercress.
A doctorate in salad? We should all take a leaf out of his book then. He's not only been studying salad leaves for over 30 years, he's been growing them, so he really knows his rocket from his romaine.
There are literally thousands of varieties of salad. Things like Batavian lettuce, red vein spinach, wild rocket, sorrel. We grow virtually everything outdoors and we follow the seasons. So we're not forcing the leaves. We don't give them too much fertiliser or irrigation. We try to grow them a little bit slower. And that's the way to get the best flavour and the best quality of leaf. We'll harvest a crop, cut it in the morning, and it's then on the road going out to customers to be on the shelf the next day. This is a great leaf, baby leaf spinach. And we call it baby leaf, quite literally, because we cut it when it's still at a baby stage. These are baby pea shoots. We'll put something like 300 or 400 pea seeds into the seed bed, and then in as little as 12, 14 days, they've grown to a sort of a crop like this. They've got the flavour of fresh peas, a bit of sweetness, and they've got a really nice, soft, velvety leaf texture. This is baby watercress, which is my favourite salad crop of them all. Watercress is special because, by definition, it's grown in pure flowing water. Fresh watercress has got that fantastic, pungent, peppery flavour. In Victorian London, it was known as poor man's bread, whereby a lot of workers would start the day with a watercress sandwich, and if they couldn't afford bread, they just ate the watercress straight. It is amazing, full of flavour. I can't eat enough.
Salad-obsessed Steve's spot on. There's hundreds of salad leaves available, with different textures, tastes and colours. Here are 5 of my favourite everyday salad leaves, and don't forget, some of them are delicious cooked too. Little gem, sweet and crisp and an amazingly dense heart. These mini cos lettuces are great simply braised in the oven, or use the leaves as scoops for a delicious chili beef filling. Mustard leaves, pungent, spicy and full of vitamin C. These are a staple in Asian dishes and are fantastic stir-fried or steamed. Lamb's leaf, full of tangy flavour and with incredible springy stems, great for hearty robust salads or simply paired with fish for a healthier, simple supper. Rocket. These distinctive peppery leaves are actually classed as a herb and are perfect in soups or with fruits and are full of iron. Finally, chicory or endive. These tightly packed red or white leaves have a deliciously bitter taste and are great wrapped in ham or alongside sharp blue cheeses.
I think when you're shopping for salads, you can just shop with your eyes. If it looks fresh and healthy, tasty, it is. You want to look for bright colours. I like to see leaves with a bit of moisture on them. Salads like to be kept cold and moist, basically, so when you buy a pack of salad, put it in the fridge, and if you don't use it all in one go, roll up the bag to exclude surplus air, put it back in the fridge, keep it cold. There's so much choice variety out there. I really do think people should be more adventurous in their choice of salads, both what they choose to try and eat and what they do with them.
So, get yourself some ingredients, use them boldly, and your salad leaves can really take centre stage.
Next, my tricks of the trade and kitchen tips.
Scallops are a fantastic ingredient when you want a special salad that really impresses. Here's how to prepare them.
Do not be intimidated trying to get the scallop out. I'm going to show you how easy it is to take them out and how much more exciting it is to get them fresh in the shell. So just basically a dessert spoon and a blunt knife. Put the knife in to the bottom and you just twist. Open. Tilt the knife up so it doesn't cut into the scallop meat. Run the knife from the top to the base. Off with the lid, no flesh on there. And then from there, that's called the scallop skirt. All you do is just peel that forward and get the spoon to run down the back of the shell. And the idea is to remove that little bit of muscle that holds the scallop onto the bottom shell. Bang, it pops out. That's the top, the small side of the bottom. There's the muscle there, and your thumb just slides neatly in there and run your fingers round. And you just pop out scallop, and look, bang, beautiful. This bit here is called the skirt. No use, doesn't taste of anything. Now, that's the coral. You can slice that off, dry it in the oven, and use it as a powder for your risottos, or even seasoning fish with, but that's the money. These just need to be rinsed under cold water, dried, and ready for the pan.
Tomatoes are another salad staple. Here's how to skin them for extra refinement. Score each one with a cross at the bottom. Blanch in boiling water for a minute. Then shot them in cold water, and the skins will easily peel away. Pomegranates are a fabulous fruit for adding glamour to salads or desserts. The trick to getting the seeds out, slice in half lengthways, make slits around the edge, turn upside down over a bowl, and using a large spoon, whack as hard as you can to release the seeds. To take fabulous fruit puds to the next level, my tip is to add sophisticated quenelles of ice cream or lemon mascarpone. Simply dip 2 metal spoons in hot water, scoop, shape and add. And after baking, never throw out your leftover pastry. It's easily transformed into great fruit or savoury party nibbles. Roll out, grate parmesan or sprinkle over your favourite fruit. Roll, and then just slice and bake. As any chef knows, at the end of a meal, you want to leave your guests on a high with a spectacular dessert. So, when you're cooking for a special occasion and want to make an impact, it's great to have a fabulous fruit dessert up your sleeve. My last recipe looks sensational and tastes just as good. Raspberry millefeuille.
Desserts should always have that wow factor, and this dish is incredibly simple to prepare, but it tastes and looks absolutely stunning. First off, puff pastry. You can buy fabulous puff pastry. Now, a non-stick baking tray, and just lay the puff pastry on the tray. I want to get the top of the puff pastry caramelised, so we're going to dust it in icing sugar. Now, millefeuille means 1,000 layers. Just lightly dust the top of the puff pastry with icing sugar. We're going to start off in a hot oven at 220 for the first 6 or 7 minutes, and then 10 minutes at 190 into the oven. Now for the filling. Fresh vanilla. Cream in and start whisking. Want the cream whisked nice and thick. But look, got all that nice, fresh vanilla seeds in there. Next, a nice scraping of orange zest, orange liqueur. Don't whisk that in, fold it in, and that stops the cream from separating. Lovely. Now, take that out of the bowl and put it into a piping bag. Unwrap over your hand in a way that you're creating this little pocket. Snip off the end, nozzle in, load up the bag. Just twist slowly. There's no air. The bag is nice and full and firm. Nice.
Chill your gorgeous vanilla and orange cream in the fridge until you're ready to pipe it.
Wow. That is beautiful. There's the layers there. That's the millefeuille part. Gently lift it up onto the board. I'll slice it into 3. Serrated edge knife. Whoa. Beautiful. Start deciding on how you're going to layer it. That bit there, that's nice and firm for my base. That's nice and decorative for the top, and that bit there for the middle. Take out your cream. And put a little touch of cream there, and that just sticks that down. Stops it from sliding. Pipe, very carefully, a nice thin layer of cream round the outside and come back into the middle. Beautiful. Now, the raspberries. Sit them 2 by 2. Now, this layer, I'm going to turn it upside down and put the caramelised part of the pastry on top of the raspberries. Every time I get to put one of these together, it's like a sort of little jewellery box. Again, cream. Squeeze from the back of the bag. So you've got control. The raspberries. 2 by 2. I just want to put another layer of cream on top of those raspberries because I want some height with my final layer. Whoa, I just want to dive in there. Put the lid on it. And push that down. There you have a beautiful, stunning, simple millefeuille, a dessert to die for.
And like all the dishes in my ultimate cookery course, I guarantee it will taste as sensational as it looks. I've now shown you 100 recipes to stake your life on.
Smells amazing.
Simple and accessible dishes.
Look at that.
To give you confidence in the kitchen.
Hold the drum and slice straight through.
And help cook yourself into a better chef.
Really important to season the mince before you cook it.
I've shared essential tips and insider knowledge.
They don't actually smell much, but the flavour they give off is extraordinary.
On everything from shopping for great ingredients.
Don't be frightened. Get your nose right into it.
To my kitchen equipment essentials.
The secret of braising is having a really nice, thick, durable pan.
And my ultimate cooking lessons, key mantras to make you fearless in the kitchen. Stripping away all the complexity so you can whip up tasty and delicious dishes with ease.
Just finish it with a little tablespoon of that sauce.
And most importantly, learn to enjoy cooking at home.
Incredible.
To collect selected recipes from the show, go to my scrapbook at channel4.com/Gordon. So what are you waiting for? Go on, get cooking.
Time to check out tonight on 4. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. Hotel GB finishes tonight at 9. Lessons in Greek dancing next, though, with £1,000 for Pud. Come dine with me.